with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to our trading card game regional championships here in good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. The Knoxville Regional Championships kicking off shortly. We're excited to see what's going to happen through the course of this tournament weekend. Over 1,300 players competing for their shot at becoming a regional champion. My name's Chip Ritchie. Welcome in, everyone. Joined here in the lounge by Shelby Boo and Pablo Tablemon Meza. Really looking forward to what we have in store this weekend.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm happy to be back in Tennessee. Used to be my home state, but now I'm in Georgia, but I love the state so much. And it's a really good showing out there for our players.
I'm also very excited to be here. I was here last year at the regional. I made an oopsie on stream. Now I'm casting. Definitely quite the change for me this time
Pablo's
around.
having flashbacks.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, this is not our only regional through the rest of the season. You know, we're about halfway through the regional season at this point, but we've got tons more coming up in the future. We've got several international championships we can look ahead to as well. Knoxville this weekend, Vancouver here in North America in just about a month or so, and looking forward to the international championships, all of course leading up to our world championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, it's wild to see. We're right in the center right now. I feel like I was on the first couple of events and then I blinked and now we're halfway through the season. It's crazy how that happens, but when you're playing Pokemon events, what seems like pretty much every single weekend, that's where we are.
Yep, it's a long season and things do move quickly. The meta is constantly changing and players are always competing for those valuable championship points. Of course, what they are hoping to earn to get to the World Championships. These are the points that you can earn this weekend. Of course, our players from North America needing to earn 600 championship points to get that invitation to Worlds.
Indeed. And then the other regions, 500 for Europe, 350 for Latin America, 300 for Oceania, and then 250 for Middle East and South Africa. And we have the point breakdown for today. 200 points to first place and the automatic invite as well, right? Those championship points go towards the rankings and those stipends and travel awards for Worlds and Internationals. Pretty nice.
Yeah, tons of different levels that they're competing for as far as those invites go. The Tier 1, Tier 2, and of course Tier 3 Worlds invitations. We're here in Knoxville this weekend, but just a couple weekends ago, not too long ago, we had the Charlotte Regional Championships. It was certainly one to remember. Let's recap what happened on that tournament weekend.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and we just crowned a new champion at the 2024 Charlotte Regional Championships. With over 2,100 Masters, this was the biggest regional to date. And following Giratina V-Star's domination at the Portland Regional Championships, the field was looking to be filled with this legendary Pokemon. Sure enough, we had Vinny Fernandez playing Giratina up against Caleb Rogerson, a North Carolina native playing Charizard EX in the finals. In Game 1, despite Caleb prizing almost all his support Pokemon, he was still able to set up Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX on turn 2 to take an early lead and eventually the game. In Game 2, Vinny was able to take advantage of Caleb's slower start and put on the pressure with efficient attacks, and Caleb quickly conceded to take us to a Game 3. In Game 3, Vinny figured out the bad news early. He prized all of his Giratina Vs, forcing him to adjust his playstyle, which he did effectively, utilizing single prize attackers to take the early prize and set up damage. He drew one Giratina V from the prizes, which went all the way, able to take down multiple Pokemon, and he finishes it off with a crucial boss's orders to become the 2024 Charlotte Regional Champion.
The Charlotte Miracle is performed. Vinny Fernandez is your 2024 Charlotte Regional Champion, all the way from Brazil.
There's a lot more Pokemon events to come, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
What an incredible finals that was in Charlotte. Two of the great young players in the game from two different regions as well. Vinny Fernandez traveling all the way from Brazil to take down the Charlotte Regional Championships. What an exciting finals match that was.
Yeah, that is bananas to see. And, you know, piloting two of the strongest decks right now in our format as well. Facing off in the largest, I think it was Charlotte was the largest tournament we've had to date. So that really speaks volumes for those decks and those players.
Yeah, without a doubt. Of course, Caleb getting the second place, couldn't quite close it out in his home state of North Carolina, but still an incredible performance and something that'll sit atop his young career up to this point. The Fernandez brothers, Pablo, I think are two people we're going to have to look out for in the future of this game. Of course, Vinny, a first-year master, but his younger brother, Gabriel, he bubbled out at 9th in the seniors division at Charlotte. He's also, of course, our defending world champion for the seniors division.
Defending world champion, defending LAIC champion as well. Both of them have had an incredible career, and of course, you can expect masters to be a little tougher, right? But Vinny breaking into the scene immediately, which is really crazy to see these two players who have been very good and very fantastic for the last few years.
And they, of course, Vinny does join the rest of our North American regional champions up to this point. Cool to see we've crossed that halfway mark, you know, 12 regional champions this season, 5 more yet to be crowned. Gonna see who's gonna add their face to this graphic here in Knoxville this weekend. And the end of the season is going to come up before we know it. We're going to be looking at a filled out graphic here, which is going to be exciting to see. Let's take a look at our European regional champions as well. Those players who have also been able to sit atop the, you know, the throne, being able to take down the title. Yeah. Most recently, Fabrizio Silva, traveling all the way from Peru over to Liverpool in order to get the win with the deck that he has been very well known for the past 2 years or so up to this point, the Mew VMAX.
Yeah, he really loves his Mew VMAX. He's been playing it at special events in Latin America as well. And it's really cool to see how these regional tournaments are becoming more international as we go along, right? The prizes, the whole season, the game's growing so much. It's really cool to see.
Let's take a look at what us, the casters, believe is going to succeed this coming weekend here in Knoxville. And Boo, right away, the very first card on this whole graphic. I gotta pick your brain about this one. The cloth. What's going on here?
Chip, I feel like you know my answer. Like, cloth.
You just love it, right?
Yes. I mean, what is cuter than a crab with a bunch of tufts of hair on it, you know? I mean, honestly, though, I do play the deck. I think it's super fun, and it's just kind of a lighthearted deck to get into. And I feel like for newer players, too, it's a deck that I've been introducing to people as something easy to learn a lot of different types of mechanics in the game. So I'm just a big Cloth fan, and I hope some of them succeed. Roaring Moon, kind of the opposite of Cloth there. So I figured, hey, maybe one of these will do all right. But I didn't want to choose the same as everyone was choosing. So those are my picks here, little outliers.
Yeah, Pablo, you picked the Mew VMAX and the Radiant Charizard. Tell us about those picks real quick.
I'm a big fan of Mew, have had a lot of success with it myself, just won the regional, and I feel like people just keep disrespecting it, and with it coming out of in rotation very soon, I feel like people are going to look into it a little bit more. And then Radiant Charizard just feels like a very versatile card right now in Charizard, in Lost Box deck, so I expected to see a lot of success this weekend.
Yeah, we'll have to hear Juancho and Jeremy's thoughts on their picks, of course. Jeremy and I both went with the Charizard EX. It's been the most popular deck. I think it's going to continue to see success, and I feel like Gardevoir is positioned pretty decently in the current meta. If you can avoid those Miraidons, you have pretty solid matchups against the rest of the field. Let's take a look at the players we're going to be keeping our eye on throughout this weekend. Of course, Andrew Hedrick the defending Knoxville Regional Champion. He went on that absolutely incredible tear last season, winning Orlando and then Knoxville just 2 weekends later. And then we've got a pair of players here coming off of top 8 finishes in Charlotte, Alex Szymanski and Ross Cawthon, looking to keep the momentum rolling here in Knoxville.
Yeah, I guess the question is Andrew Hedrick playing Lugia?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
No.
I doubt that, but definitely saw a lot of success with it. And then Ross was another reason I put Roaring Moon, because I love watching Ross play, and to see what he did with that deck and brought it to such success was super cool. So good luck to you, Ross.
We'll keep our eye on those players throughout the course of the weekend and keep you updated on how they are all doing. And we want to hear from you throughout the course of this weekend as well. Be sure to be interacting with us over on all of our various social media channels. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'd love to hear who you're rooting for and how you're enjoying Pokemon this weekend. With that being said, I think we're ready to get our show underway. Our first tournament match is getting ready to go. Let's get down to the casters who are going to get us into this exciting tournament game.
Thank you so much, Chip. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm so lucky to be joined by the amazing, the talented, the absolutely astounding Jeremy Jallin. How are we feeling, Jeremy?
You're definitely not talking about me, right? You're talking about someone else, right?
You're absolutely astounding, Jeremy. Don't throw yourself under the bus. You're amazing. How are we feeling?
Oh, it's great. Love Tennessee, love to be back here in Knoxville, and I'm excited to watch some more Pokemon.
I am absolutely excited. There's so many talented players down outside, just at the other side of this screen, and our first match, honestly, is going to be absolutely amazing. There's going to be a lot of Pokemon action, a lot of fun decks I've been seeing across the field for sure, and yeah, I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Let's go ahead and check out the format that we're going to be playing here today. Again, we're going to be playing 9 rounds of day 1, best of 3, all that jazz, you know it. And something of note, hopefully they're not going to need 36 points like Charlotte, right?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the video.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And we're going straight into the action here. We have Michael Pramawat against Nathan Ginsburg. Again, Michael Pramawat playing Giratina V-Star against Nathan Ginsburg's Lost Box Kyogre. Again, there's so many versions of this Lost Box deck, and this is a very interesting one. Jeremy, what do you think of the matchup?
Yeah, usually the traditional Lost Zone box is going to have a little bit better matchup against a Giratina Lost Zone version. You have all those 2 browsers that you don't really want in play. You're going to be playing more of a Cramorant Sableye game for the early part of it. Maybe a Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken to get in there. But this Lost Zone deck has been seeing a lot of changes throughout this format. And there's Roaring Moon, there's Iron Hands, there's a Pidgeot V, there's Kyogre, there's 2 Mawile with that tempting trap attack. Not going to be useful in this matchup most likely with all the switch outs for Pramawat, but is something that's going to be very interesting going forward. The name of the deck that Nathan put was Trap Storm. So just try to trap something active and get your Aqua Storm off.
Definitely. Looks like we do have Nathan starting us off again with the Radiant Greninja concealed card, getting 2 more. Drawing not too much. Again, we have 1 Comfey in the active. We still can Flower Select. That's exactly what we're going to do. Tough choice here between a switch option and a Super Rod. Very curious to see what Nathan's going to have to choose. It's either immediate advantage now or something later down the line. Looks like they are thinking much ahead, choosing the Rod, getting the second Comfey in play. They do have the switch.
Now, Nathan does play 3 copies of Super Rod to go along with 2 Energy Recycler to help enable that Aqua Storm Kyogre later on in the game. And in general, Kyogre is going to have a little bit better of a matchup against any Pokemon V deck. Michael Pramwop starting the Giratina V is going to be a little rough here, having that 2 prizes in play straight out of the gate, but he is going second, so we'll have access to something like Colress's Experiment before Nathan.
All right, let's see, though, if Michael gets the Colress Experiment. There it is, Pokegear 3.0 gets to look at the top 7 cards. No supporter at all. And again, it has to be that Colress Experiment. Is there anything in the hand? I think all I see is a Spiritomb and Path to the Peak, a couple ways to shut stuff off, but nothing really to get set up. Do we even have energy here to seek some abysses, to abyss seeking?
I don't think I see an energy. It's just going to be a Path to the Peak pass here, and this is not what you want to, the position you want to be in for Michael Pramwop here. Just not really much going on at all, and the hand is not going to be any help. Missing that Pokegear was huge, and Nathan having access to a couple Switch Cart in hand, along with those 2 Comfey, and then that Radiant Greninja, hopefully he'll be able to find a Colress Experiment of his own.
I mean, even if Nathan doesn't, they have been able to Flower Select twice each round. So now there are 4 cards in the Lost Zone, and that's exactly enough for Cramorant. And guess what? Cramorant does 110. How much HP does Giratina V have?
220.
That's 2 turns.
Oh,
2 turn
that
clock.
is 2 turns.
And with nothing in your hand, that's a very scary clock. As Pokegear was played here.
Yeah, both players not hitting the Pokegear 3.0. It must be a skill difference.
Yeah, it's not a real card.
No,
I don't think so. Colress just a little bit too busy to answer their phone there. And again, something I do want to talk about real quick is we did get to peek at the prizes. Michael did prize something like Roxanne, which I think is absolutely useless in this matchup.
Yeah, Nathan's really able to play around Roxanne to the best of his abilities with something like a Sableye. Granted, with the way this list is built, it's very thin on all of your attackers, playing just 1 of each. So, and just like that, yeah.
Yep.
Michael
Again,
draws nothing that's going to help. That Cramorant takes a 2-hit KO, and just like that, Nathan Ginsburg wins your game 1 here, round 4 to start things off in Knoxville.
Exactly. Don't underestimate the power of Cramorant. I've been on the receiving side of that, where sometimes all it takes is to spit innocently to take a knockout on your lone Pokemon V. And with something like Giratina, it's Colress or bust.
Oh, yeah. If you don't see that supporter card, you're going to have a struggle. I know Chip loves to hark on it, but a lot of the times you're just going to be abyss seeking more than any other attack in the deck.
No. I mean, you need the energy first, unfortunately, which is very weird to miss out on, especially when it's one of the most played cards in your deck. Again, Michael Pramwop is playing 13 different 13 energies and 4 different types of energies, but unfortunately wasn't able to see any. But again, we still have a game 2, which they're setting up very shortly. Again, huge play, I think, here is Michael just going for the quick concede. Again, he knows he's up against Lost Box.
Yeah.
That's going to take quite a bit of time, so you want to make sure you get the most out of it, right? You want to make sure you get those 2 wins to be able to go 4-0 in today's tournament. But here we go. Both players are setting up. We're taking a look at the prizes. Speaking of Colress, there he is.
Oh.
There he is again, and again, once again. So 3 Colresses, technically in prize cards, 2 for Nathan, 1 for Michael. You don't like to see that.
Yeah, although both players have a solid starting hand, I believe Nathan is going to go first again because Michael wants to go second in this matchup. Most Lost Zone decks, you want to go second, get that first Cramorant hit to your opponent, and it seems like there's going to be at least a few flower selectings from both sides of the board.
Oh, I fully expect that as, again, Nathan opens up Battle VIP Pass, the most powerful card in the game, but only on the first turn of the game, and it's not going to be in the game for much longer. But yes, Battle VIP Pass. Let's see what Nathan decides to pick here. I'm seeing double Comfey. No, it's going to be the Radiant Greninja. And if I had to guess, maybe 1 Comfey there. Again, you want to be able to set up the board. You want to draw a card, set up your Lost Zone, and all that jazz here. Again, go for Nathan. Probably get at least 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Sometimes the count for how many cards you want in the Lost Zone on the first turn, I think the most ideal is 3.
Yeah.
To really be able to get access to something like Barrage Gate on your second turn. But again, it all depends on what you have in hand at the moment.
And that's why I tend to lean more towards these Giratina V-Star decks because if you have access to 3 Comfey, you can use a single Jet Energy to be able to get all 3 flower selectings in one turn.
That is true. Jet Energy, very, very powerful card. Again, it's a 1-card double Comfey.
Yeah.
That feels really good to me. And, but yeah, honestly, that might have to be the key here. The difference between Nathan's deck and Michael's deck is Michael Pramwat is playing Giratina V-Star, which almost feels like not the most important card in this matchup. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, you do not want to bench down those 2 prizers. Anytime you have to take a 1 prize knockout with your Giratina V-Star and Lost Impact getting rid of 2 energies, it's not going to be the best. Granted, it all depends on what route of attack Nathan's going to choose for this match. We only saw 1 turn from Nathan last game, so there's a chance that Michael just does not know what's in his deck really. Now, with some of the cards, you can kind of tell, like if Energy Recycler gets removed, or the Pokestop that got removed in the previous game could give a little hint. Michael's one of the best players in the game, knows a lot about the meta and the matchups, can kind of guess, has also played some Kyogre himself in the past.
Oh, 100%. And of course, you get those energy clues. You see a Psychic Energy, there's probably a Sableye. No, if you see a Dark Energy, you're expecting a Roaring Moon. I don't think they've shown like the Lightning Energy to show off the Iron Hands. Again, sometimes, let's talk about the goal here for each player. Nathan's goal. Take 2 prizes, then take 4? Is that the goal still? Or do you think, oh, they can't take 4 unless Michael, again, benches multiple Giratina Vs, but that is an option for Nathan.
The thing is, if Nathan gets a fast Iron Hands EX, Michael's going to have to respond with a Giratina. And if he doesn't have access to that on the bench to evolve into the V-Star and then take the quick knockout, Iron Hands is going to take 4 prizes by itself.
Ooh, that is actually very, very scary here, as Nathan, again, ends their turn with 2 cards in the Lost Zone. So maybe Michael a little bit safer against the Iron Hands, but we'll have to see here, as Michael does open up with the Battle VIP Pass as well. Again, only fair. Let's see what they decide. Michael here just going through their deck. Fun fact, I've actually spoken to Michael in the past. I've been able to interview him, and he's one to not really count his prizes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
He tends to learn about it throughout playing the game. But I think in this specific deck, in Giratina V-Star, this might be one where Michael's really counting them out. Again, you're sending cards to the Lost Zone. You need to know what resources you have, as Michael, again, opens up the Comfey and the Cramorant. Goal is to spit and take that first prize.
Well, the goal is to get 4 in the Lost Zone first, and you need a Colress's Experiment to do that. Getting rid of a Giratina V-Star is going to not be too detrimental here.
And then Concealed Cards draws 2. Do they get a Colress Experiment? Yes, they do, and a Battle VIP Pass. That's probably the best Concealed Cards today. Well, we've only started today. As, again, Battle VIP Pass gets to find the Giratina V. Might as well just set that up just in case. And looks like that's the only grab, opting to keep the last bench space open.
Yeah, you don't really want to bench both of the Vs just for the chance of the potential 4 prizes towards the end of the game. And you don't want to be left with none, because then you can't respond to whatever 2 prizer that Nathan brings up.
Yep, and here we go. Colress Experiment, very powerful card. Gets to look at the 5 cards in hand, send 2 to the Lost Zone, 3 in the hand. Great way to refill your hand and fill up the Lost Zone. We do see another Giratina V-Star in that Colress. Looks like it's also going to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, you really just need 1 for this game.
Yes, and last choice here to send. That's a tough one. Again, looks like it is going to be the Path to the Peak. Maybe opting to, they both want to have access to Greninja. But there we go. Jet Energy forces the Comfey into the active. Flower selecting. Is it as good as the Concealed Cards? We don't know, because Michael's not showing us. And it's going to be Switch Card, actually. So the other card must be really good. And it's the Lost Vacuum. I actually really like that grab. Lost Vacuum, it's a way to get rid of some resources on the field. But more importantly, in Lost Box, it's a great way to fill the Lost Zone.
Yeah, and it's also a way to safely play this Path to the Peak out to shut down the Concealed Cards from Radiant Greninja on Nathan's side of the board. And then next turn, you can just get rid of your own Path to the Peak with the Lost Vacuum. You already bumped 2 cards into your Lost Zone, and just 1 more enables Mirage Gate to be live.
And big flower selecting here on Nathan's side. It was Boss's Orders versus the Pokegear. Nathan opting for the Pokegear to really try and get that Colress Experiment. We're going to see the Nest Ball here. finds another Comfey. That's going to be very important indeed. But again, Nathan's going to find out they have 2 choruses in the prize cards. So this, again, this Pokegear is going to have to put in the work.
Yeah, Nathan's going to try to thin the deck out as much as possible. We might even see flower selecting before the Pokegear if Nathan has it in hand, just to continually dig for those cards.
Definitely. Does have a couple of switch cards in hand. Opts to use one here. Definitely. Thinning is winning indeed. Ooh, Lightning Energy and a switch. Again, Nathan only plays 2 Lightning Energy, so if this one goes to the Lost Zone, he'll only have access to 1, but it's going to be the switch card. Opting to keep the Lightning Energy.
And again, it also gives that information to Pramawat.
There we go.
Oh, first card. Nice.
Yep,
All right.
yep. Chorus on speed dial there. Easy choice, easy choice. Again, Chorus Experiment, definitely the key card in these Lost Zone decks. You know, you can't really play the deck unless there's cards in the Lost Zone. But
well, you can. It's just not going to be fun for you.
Definitely, definitely. And here we go. Chorus Experiment looks at the top 5. What are we looking for here, Jeremy?
That Iron Hands is pretty good. Not for this turn, but potentially next turn. I mean, I guess with a switch card and
a third Comfey potentially.
The third Comfey in that Chorus Experiment, you can get there. But I don't know if Nathan has everything to. Oh, no, with the switch card there. This Chorus might have actually just got there for Nathan.
Again, I believe the missing piece has to be just how many Mirage Gates you have.
Yeah, there's 1 in hand already, so that at least guarantees you just an arm press to take the knockout on this Cramorant. If you don't take the knockout on the Cramorant, Cramorant's going to take 2 prizes by itself, and that's basically an Iron Hands EX in this matchup.
Definitely, definitely. You want to put in the pressure here. Benches the third Comfey. And I'm looking at the hand. There is 1 Mirage Gate.
So if this finds another Mirage Gate here, that's golden.
No, it's just the Mawile, unfortunately. Again, you mentioned it earlier, not too good in this matchup. Looking at the hand, I think it might just have to be that Arm Press.
Yeah, the Arm Press is where you're going to have to go. You don't have access to a Cramorant here.
What about Moonlight Shuriken? We do have Water Energy in the hand and the Mirage Gate. Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, that's much better here.
Yeah, let's take 2 prizes. I think that's
I like
way
taking 2
better.
prizes.
Yeah.
It shuts down the flower selectings from Pramawat's side of the board by taking knockout on both of the Comfey. And Radiant Greninja, 130 HP. Cramorant does not take a knockout.
Oh, that's the best strategy against Cramorant, right? You don't knock out the Cramorant. That means they have to expend a switch card to even get into a flower selecting, which now they're both about to get knocked out. This is a very, very powerful play for Nathan. Again, 130 HP. Greninja is going to be sitting safe unless, of course, Michael decides to attack with the Giratina V. And there it is. Radiant Greninja with the Moonlight Shuriken attack. Some would say this is probably the most powerful Pokemon we have in the format, just because you have concealed cards to really set up your hand, your board, even your discard pile. And the Moonlight Shuriken attack is just so powerful. As you see here, 90 damage to 2 Pokemon, 2 Comfeys, getting KO'd. Nathan Ginsburg taking the lead.
Yeah, this is huge. Now, Pramawat does have some play, especially top decking that Comfey. So with Comfey and the Lost Vacuum in hand, he will be able to get to 7. That means Mirage Gate's live for him as well.
How about let's make it a little easier here and just go for the Pokegear, get a Chorus.
No.
Let's see here, flower selecting 2 cards. Ooh, looks like the first one might be the pick here. No, pick to the Lost Zone, sending the Super Rod there, opting to grab the Nest Ball. Interesting choice.
Yeah, Nest Ball just trying to set up maybe another Giratina V. Michael worried about this one getting knocked out after using a Shred to take the knockout on Radiant Greninja. But this Giratina deck has kind of evolved to not play Manaphy throughout these tournaments. And we've seen these players get greedier and greedier. And it opens up a play like Nathan just did with that Moonlight Shuriken.
Again, sometimes you do have to sacrifice those support Pokemon to increase consistency, as we saw in Game 1. Sometimes the only thing that beats Giratina is Giratina itself. But here we go. Looks like, I believe this was the Nest Ball play. Michael just going through their deck, how many energies they have. But it looks like it is going to be the second Giratina V. Very, very important card here. And yeah, I believe we're just setting up for the Shred. Shred, 160 damage should be enough to knock out the Radiant Greninja. But Giratina V only having 220 HP means that maybe Nathan could set up something like the Roaring Moon and not even have to use Frenzied Gouging.
And Paramount, all right, they're just talking a little bit, but grab the Psychic and the Grass Energy on the new Giratina V. That way you can evolve into the V-Star if you have it on the bench. Now, one thing he is missing is an energy, the third energy to be able to attack. Now, he does have Iono in hand, which could be a good way to try to draw into it if you whiff a Colress's Experiment off this Pokegear.
But we don't whiff it here. Chorus is going to answer the call. Yes, he is. There it is. Chorus's Experiment, only fair. And again, with that, Michael's going to be, what, 9 cards in the Lost Zone. You could even potentially go for a Sableye if the cards fall right here. But here it is.
I don't know if they're falling right.
We'll have to see. Chorus Experiment, 5 cards, 5 big ones. Sableye, Counter Catcher, Boss. Great cards here. Very curious to see.
They're all great. I would want to keep all of them. Maybe the Water Energy can get Lost Zoned, but
this is the toughest thing about playing these Lost Box decks is this exact choice where you just need everything.
Yeah, and like, can I switch hands?
And the fact that it doesn't, it goes to the Lost Zone instead of the discard pile means that something like Pal Pad, Super Rods, they don't work here. And it's going to be the Super Rod and the Boss's orders there. I think that is a fine choice. And just going to be concealed cards, draw 2. I'm curious. Do they still have another energy in hand? Looks like they do have the Mirage Gate.
He did not. So he needed the energy, but also the switch out.
Oh.
So concealed cards found a Mirage Gate, which technically is both.
That is both.
He did lose. He's down 2 Super Rod. And looking at the list, there's 3. So Michael Paramount's going to be playing with the fewest resources available left in this game.
Well, at least there's still 1 Super Rod in the deck. And with that, there again, Mirage Gate attaching the Water Energy to the Comfey. Again, 1 retreat should be easy to pay there. And at least we have the Shred. We have the attack. We're taking this 1 turn at a time here. And here we go. Let's see what else Michael has to play. They do have the Giratina V-Star, so it'd be interesting if they decide to evolve the second one there. But no, it looks like they just are going to go for the Shred attack. 160 damage, more than enough to take a knockout there on the Radiant Greninja. Back to Nathan. Top decks, the Battle VIP Pass, not something you want to see. Flower selecting, ooh.
That was a very hard 2 cards, Pokestop and Colress's Experiment. Obviously, you're going to take the Colress's Experiment so you can get up to 10 this turn. But the Pokestop is something that's needed, especially if you're going to try to go for a Roaring Moon EX here.
Definitely. Here we go. Colress's Experiment is played. Double Mirage Gate. There's the Roaring. Triple Mirage Gate and the Roaring Moon. If I had to guess, 1 Mirage Gate should at least hit the Lost Zone here, and maybe the Nest Ball potentially, or a second Mirage Gate. We'll have to see.
Yeah, but he's missing a stadium now, and it's very rough.
That means we're going to have to do Frenzied Gouging potentially. Again, they only play 2 Pokestops, and yeah, again, if you attack with Frenzied Gouging, you leave yourself with, what, 30 HP?
Yeah.
And that's Sableye. That's why Sableye has a big smile, you know?
Oh, yeah. Sableye, Cramorant, even Comfey can get in there and get a knockout if you want.
Would love to see a spinning turn or spinning slash. I forget the name of the attack, but the Comfey attack for knockout. That would be kind of funny, but, you know, this game is still very close. I don't think we have enough momentum to flex that.
Yeah, so Nathan hitting 10 in the Lost Zone now means Sableye is also an option to start using Lost Mine this turn. It's not going to be answering the Giratina V right away, but you can set up knockouts for the following turn.
I mean, Nathan's down to 4 prizes here. Theoretically, if he takes 1 knockout with the Sableye and splits 3 damage counters into both Giratina, that's pretty much just waiting for Kyogre.
Yeah.
But you took a third. You're taking a 3rd prize.
What's that mean?
An even more important supporter card, Roxanne, should be coming up shortly. That's always the scary thing, right? When you're playing against Giratina, Roxanne, Path, counter catchers, the comeback mechanics are just crazy. But here we do see the Energy Recycler putting back in a couple of energies. A good and a bad thing. Again, if we see a Roxanne in the future, you don't want to draw into those. But we're probably not if we're going to use Mirage Gate right off the bat. Able to accelerate potentially, an energy to Comfey.
Yeah.
Just to get a retreat, and of course the energy into Sableye to pay for the Lost Mine. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Lost Mine, if you have 10 cards in the Lost Zone, put 12 damage counters anywhere you want. Very powerful attack.
Yeah, and again, Nathan's going to be very aware of not making that Roxanne live. You can take a knockout on a Comfey pretty easily and just set up some damage counters, like you were saying, maybe 30 on the Giratinas, but you definitely want to be aware of that, especially with the quality of cards in Nathan's hand right now. And yeah, just 6 and 6 on those Giratinas, hopefully setting up for maybe a boss Aqua Storm play later on in the game too.
That would be big indeed. But yeah, very, very heads up play here by Nathan. Let's see how Michael responds. Again, something of note, Michael, it's going to take 4 turns for Michael to win this game. Nathan has time to really set up that board, the ideal board he wants, as Michael plays the Jet Energy, goes into the Comfey. When this lasts, with 1 more flower selecting, they will be over the threshold as well. But before that, let's go ahead and Iono first. Nathan did play around Roxanne. However, Iono can be used any time of the game. Both players shuffle up their hand, put it into the bottom of their deck, and both players draw up to how many prize cards they have. Effectively a judge at this point, since both Nathan and Michael do have 4 prizes each.
A little bit better than a judge, though, because that means all those Mirage Gates are on the bottom of the deck for Nathan now. And while Nathan was doing his best to play around Roxanne, it's hard to play around Iono. And usually for these Giratina lists, we see 2 Roxanne. Premwatt's going with the 1-1 split here with Iono.
Something that is definitely paying off as we just get a simple retreat into Cramorant. It's been innocently very easy knockout. Luckily, Nathan does have a response here. Ideally, they do have a Cramorant themselves if they choose to take a knockout. As flower selecting, just able to get an energy in hand, Battle VIP. Pretty easy choice there, but not the choice you necessarily wanted to make. You wanted something a little bit more substantial than a lightning energy in this position.
Really hoping for those Colossus experiments in the prize cards right about now.
Well, it looks like Nathan is about to take a prize. If I remember right, the Colossus experiment, we're in the middle section of his prize cards. So he should be able to draw one here as Spit instantly again takes a knockout on another Cramorant, and there it is, a Colossus experiment in hand. But again, Nathan has 3 cards, three prizes left. Roxanne is live. Let's see what Michael decides to do. No Roxanne in hand just yet. Does have the Colossus experiment though. Has 5 cards. Once again, what are they looking for? Spiritomb probably easy choice to get sent to the Lost Zone there. No big Vs from Nathan besides something like Pidgeot. Be kind of funny to stick a Pidgeot on the field thanks to something like Spiritomb, but that's a very niche scenario. As, again, both players have more than enough cards in the Lost Zone to use whatever they want in the deck. As flower selecting, once again, 2 more cards here. A switch. What was the third choice? The last Super Rod.
Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense.
So Premwatt's able to build his hand back up yet again, but was not able to really get a good shuffle yet. So that means the Roxanne is still on the bottom of the deck along with the hand that he previously had. And has an attacker in that Giratina V-Star with that Jet Energy, but it's going to be a couple Lost Impacts and a Star Requiem to be able to try to clean up here. Now, Nathan's hand is nothing much but that Colossus experiment, so we're going to have to see how he's able to overcome this, and a lot of energies in hand. That's the risk you get from playing that energy recycler early.
Exactly, and this is it. This Colossus experiment is the world. Couple more energies, a mana fee.
We could Rain Splash.
we could Rain Splash indeed. We do play water energies, but we do have a Nest Ball. Can we set up another attacker? Is there a Psychic Energy in hand potentially? Again,
So Nathan's going to have to keep the Switch Cart, keep those energies, at least a couple of them, or one of them in the Nest Ball. So you can Nest Ball shuffle the deck, retreat or Switch Cart into the Comfey, most likely retreat since you have the energy and the active, and hope to hit one of those Mirage Gates just so you can get something charged up.
Well, here we go. Big flower selecting does get a Counter Catcher and an Escape Rope. Counter Catcher is live right now. Is Nathan going to choose to keep it? We do have a couple of switch options in hand, so it looks like it is the choice. Let's see what else here. Again, it just has to be the retreat into another Comfey, another flower selecting. What do we get? That was a chorus. That was a chorus experiment. Very big flower selecting here. And
now, it's interesting that Nathan hasn't played the Nest Ball yet to really shuffle the deck up, because those Mirage Gates are still on the bottom. There's no doubt about it. And
maybe now is the time. Maybe he was thinking that he didn't have a chorus in that other hand.
Yeah.
So most likely than not, they were able to maybe flower select into one. But now's the time. I need something else. I need those Mirage Gate. Let's shuffle up. Or not. Let's go ahead and flower selecting. Sends the Pidgeot to the Lost Zone. Energy Recycler in hand now as well. There's a lot of resources here.
Yeah, so he's building up. With the slow play this turn, he's building up just to do a big Aqua Storm on the next turn. It's going to allow Paramount to go down to 1 prize card. But as long as Nathan is able to keep his hand, and honestly, maybe with all the energy in hand, you kind of want Paramount to use Roxanne.
But Michael Paramount here with the water energy, Radiant Greninja themselves, with 2 prizes remaining. They're going to go ahead and Moonlight Shuriken take the second game here. Nathan sending that Manaphy into the Lost Zone apparently wasn't quite the right choice.
All right, well, we're going to have to throw to a quick break. We'll be back with game.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 U.S. National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item-locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item-locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item-locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item-locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flare's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no cards to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume,
goodness.
that's the whole game?
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone, to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
And we're back here with the Pokemon action. Again, Michael Paramount versus Nathan Ginsburg. Game 3. Missed a couple of turns here. Again, Michael just went first. Looks like it did a couple of flower selecting. Nathan Ginsburg also did a couple of flower selecting. They both have about a couple of cards in the lost zone here. And more importantly, again, Nathan Ginsburg, this is going to be their second flower select. All they have right now are 2 Comfeys, not much else.
Yeah, there is 4 cards in the Lost Zone, started with the Colossus Experiment, and was able to thankfully find another Comfey because bench Pokemon were a little bit of a struggle this turn so far for Nathan, and now having access to a second Nest Ball here is going to help him get the Cramorant knockout, it looks like, as long as you have an energy to retreat or another switch out, and having the Pokestop there, going to be able to get quite a little bit of advantage here.
No, definitely. Again, going second, always good for the Lost Box player, able to take the early aggression. Again, Nathan is about to take a knockout on the lone Comfey, but let's see. I'm curious how Michael Pramwatt's going to respond here. Again, they only got 1 card into the Lost Zone despite having 2 Comfeys. And ideally, if you get to 7 this turn, you could use the Moonlight Shuriken attack again to take out 2 Comfeys. I think that would have been ideal, but it's not an ideal world, unfortunately, as Michael Pramwatt does open the Color's Experiment, though. Here we go, 5 cards, gets a second Color's Experiment in hand, does have the Path to the Peak as well, but not much else. Maybe, yeah, sending the Giratina V-Star there and the energy to the Lost Zone. Looking at that, they do have the Cramorant at least to respond to this Cramorant with this flower selecting. That does put 4 cards into the Lost Zone. Looks like it is going to be the Path to the Peak there, opting to keep the Nest Ball. Something I've noticed with these Lost Box players, they really do prioritize keeping the ball search cards just because, you know, Pokemon are pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game, so might as well keep it important. I want to talk about the ending of that game 2 that we saw just a little bit. We saw in the beginning, Nathan was able to get the Moonlight Shuriken, take a knockout on 2 Comfeys on Michael's side of the board, but then play it super slow, setting up the Aqua Storm on the double Giratina V-Star to hopefully clean things up with 4 prizes, not really walk into Roxanne, but then had to attack with Cramorant, and really it was just looking kind of like that, but Pramwatt had the Moonlight Shuriken just ready to go. Nathan lost zoned the Manaphy off of a previous Colossus Experiment, and just like that, Nathan got a taste of his own medicine there, and it's a Moonlight Shuriken.
Definitely. Michael was saying, you know what, I'm the one who's going to use the Water Attacker for multiple prizes. But let's see if Nathan can respond here. Does have the Pokestop. This is their last stadium now. Again, Pokestop able to discard the top 3 cards. If any are items, put them into your hand. Does play the Radiant Greninja, so they will have access to concealed cards since Path of the Peak was bumped. Is going to discard that Lightning Energy. Draws 2 cards here. Does get Mirage Gate and a Pal Pad. We're 5 cards now into the Lost Zone. Pokestop is being played. Chorus, what are you doing there? That's not what we want to see. But we do grab the Escape Rope. That is at least a switch option. I believe there's no ideal attacker just yet, as Pal Pad is going to be played. Just putting back in those 2 Chorus's Experiment. I believe it might just be a switch into the Comfey, hopefully draw into a supporter here. And again, ideally we get to 7 this turn, and I'd like to see maybe a Radiant Greninja knock out 1 Comfey, set up damage onto the Giratina, and then just wait again.
Yeah. Really, just Nathan needs to get an attack off this turn, no matter what, if it's Radiant Greninja or his own Cramorant, or even just setting up something like the Iron Hands. We haven't really seen a 2-prizer from Nathan so far in this match, but game 1 lasted 2 turns. And then game 2, we were just going to see the eventual Aqua Storm, but Radiant Greninja has shown brightly for both of these players.
As Flower Selecting is play. Hey, you wanted to see a 2-prizer.
I did, yeah.
How about 2 of them right there? Unfortunately, you can only keep 1 of them. Big choice, though. Again, this is one of those routes. There's so many lines as a Lost Box player, and with a Flower Selecting like this, you essentially shut off an entire route. So it's just a matter of what route do I want to shut off, and it looks like it's going to be the Roaring Moon. Again, Roaring Moon as Michael. Now I'm feeling a lot safer with my Giratina V-Stars, but Iron Hands is just that powerful. As we do see a Pokegear. Do we find a Chorus? Wow, there it is, answering his phone. And that means Nathan.
Is Pokegear a phone?
You can make calls on a Pokegear, right? You can call your mom from it.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't think my mom has a Pokegear to call back.
Okay. You need
we need to get on the family plan, maybe.
Yeah, probably. As Chorus definitely on that plan there.
Chorus definitely has that family plan. You have to support all your kids. All the Comfeys.
And the Sableye, I think the Sableye is the one you really do have to support.
Yeah.
As, again, Chorus Experiment is played here. That means we're up to 8 cards in the Lost Zone. We could potentially see a Sableye this turn.
Well, we see that Manaphy. And if we know anything about last game, Nathan's going to maybe be eyeing down to keep that card.
Oh, it looks like he's eyeing to send the Kyogre and the Recycle Energy?
Yeah,
Energy Recycler?
It might just be an Iron Hands world here.
And just like that, 2 lines are shut off. We don't have our Roaring Moon, our easy V-Star knockout. Now we also don't have access to our Kyogre, which is our 4-prize, 3-prize swing. Our lines are getting slimmer, but doesn't mean we're out just yet. Because again, Iron Hands EX is just such a good line. And if you can do that right now, go down to 3, Michael Pramo technically does not have the appropriate response just yet. But we'll have to see here. Again, Nathan benches the Iron Hands, has a couple of Mirage Gates, does have the Super Rod as well here. Yeah, by a couple. I mean, I think he has 3 Mirage Gates in hand.
This is probably the safest we can see Iron Hands EX in this matchup be used, because Paramount only has 4 in the Lost Zone and is going to have his last Comfey knocked out. So if Paramount wants to use Roxanne, there's no Chorus's Experiment. There's no getting up to 7 for Mirage Gate, and that means Iron Hands is just ready to amp you very much again next turn.
That's true. Again, with 4 cards in the Lost Zone, it's a matter of Chorus Experiment and maybe something like the Lost Vacuum, or even just a switch into another Comfey. There's a lot of options here, but again, we'll have to see what Michael has in store. As right now, we do have Nathan going for that Mirage Gate, gets 2 energy onto the Iron Hands. We need 2 more.
Well, this is the second one, so we're getting 2 more.
Then we just have it here. There it is. It's going to be another Dark Energy and the Lightning Energy, I believe. Oh, it looks like it's going to be attached to the Sableye. I like this play. If we have an attach from hand, might as well get the Sableye ready.
Those Dark Energy aren't doing anything anymore with that Roaring Moon EX in the Lost Zone. And being able to set up that Lost Mine for the following turn off another Chorus is just great. And having the switch card here to amp you very much is going to put Nathan very much ahead.
Yes, there it is. For 4 energy, amp you very much. Very powerful attack. Wait, before anything, let's drop that Manaphy.
Might be needed, yeah.
Let's amp you very much. 120 damage. Let's take an extra prize. 2 prizes for Nathan, going down to 3. And just like that, we're in Roxanne range. But we're probably not going to see that right now. Michael Pramwad's going to go ahead and draw their card. Does have the Chorus Experiment. Going to use the Nest Ball first. Thin out the deck. Maybe now find another Comfey, potentially maybe another Giratina V. But it is going to be the Comfey because, again, 4 cards in the Lost Zone. Chorus puts 2. We need at least 1 more in there. Let's see what they have. Again, we have a lot of switches. We have a lot of live cards here for Michael. And something I haven't seen yet. Does he have the Giratina V-Star in hand?
I do believe so, yeah. It's at the very back. Has the Mirage Gate, 2 of them, in fact. So this Chorus Experiment needs to find a switch card, which it does right away. There's also that Jet Energy you can use. And with that, you can use the flower selecting of the Comfey found off Nest Ball to reach that critical 7 and be able to use that Mirage Gate and Lost Impact to take a knockout on this Iron Hands.
Definitely. I think Nathan is not going to like that. This was a lot of resources spent onto this Iron Hands, and it is one of their last real tech attackers. But let's see what else they have here. Again, Michael Pramod going for that flower selecting is going to be the Water Energy or the Mirage Gate. Looks like opting to keep the Water Energy for now. Let's see what else they have. There it is, the Mirage Gate. Again, as long as you have 7 cards in the Lost Zone, you get to attach 2 different colored energies to your Pokemon. And there it is, the Psychic and the Grass Energy to that Giratina V-Star. Lacking 1 more plus the V-Star just to get this knockout.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Jet Energy and that V-Star to go along with it. And that's going to be an easy KO on this Iron Hands EX. Premwad's going to be able to even Lost Zone 2 energies, which means that with this second Mirage Gate, you can just set up almost that 10 on the next turn for something like a Star Requiem.
Definitely. Sometimes, sending energy to the Lost Zone sounds like a bad thing. But, if you're trying to hit specific numbers, especially when you're down a couple of Comfeys, Lost Impact sometimes does the job here, as it looks like it's going to be an energy attached to that Comfey. Should still attach the Jet Energy, I believe. We're just really accelerating these energies to have in play, to potentially play around something like a Roxanne, and just essentially try and set up an almost checkmate board. Or you want to have what you have in board. As we do see a concealed cards, draws 2 extra cards. Jet Energy shoots that Giratina to the active. Just gonna have to say that's probably the scariest feeling, just having this giant dragon of a Pokemon shoot up to the active and just able to do 280 damage. So much energy in play. And mind you, Michael Pramwat started with no energy, I believe, for the start of this turn. Just the power of these Lost Zone decks, the power of the Mirage Gate. As we pass back to Nathan, how can Nathan respond here?
Well, so it's tied 3-3 prizes now. You don't have your Roaring Moon anymore to be able to Frenzied Gouging this Giratina V-Star. So Nathan's going to have to try to utilize the 1 boss's orders in the deck. I guess you have Escape Rope. Escape Rope can bring forth something active. Then you can Sableye and just kind of hope and wait and kind of disrupt Pramwad a little bit here. But Nathan's hand is big enough to where he has a lot of options, and it's going to start with the Chorus Experiment.
Definitely. Technically, if you think about it, as long as Nathan is able to take a prize every single turn, he should win this game. Again, Nathan will only play single prize attackers from now on, as, again, Michael just has to deal with that. But again, Giratina V-Star in the active right now is pretty big to deal with. That means something like a Cram Hit isn't that good in this scenario, because it's a 3-hit knockout, and I don't think you're going to have 3 turns to finish that off. But something like the Sableye, though, is the perfect attacker, because that Lost Mine can put damage absolutely anywhere on the field, as long as you can knock out the Comfey, knock out the Cramorant, knock out the Radiant Greninja. Eventually, with 3 Sableyes, technically you win the game. It's just a matter of, is that possible? Can you do that? Do you have the resources to shuffle back in that Sableye or have extra Sableyes? We'll have to see.
There's at least a couple Super Rod in Nathan's hand here, so as long as there's no Roxanne or Iono from Pramwat's side of the board, he will have access to pretty much anything he needs to recover. Having also Nest Ball in hand means Cramorant can come out, or finding the Sableye again after the Super Rod. Nathan's in a very good position here.
Something that could happen, though, too, is maybe something like a Moonlight Shuriken. 90 damage on 2 Pokemon in play. That would be pretty big, because then you could maybe set up just a Sableye, big swoop, take all 3 prizes in 1 turn, potentially. And as we do see, let's see, an Escape Rope here. Can he do the Moonlight Shuriken? does have one Mirage Gate.
Yeah, there's a Mirage Gate. I think it would require a Super Rod, but you also don't have the water energy in hand to be able to attach, so it would require 2 Mirage Gates. Now it's going to depend what this flower selecting finds from this Comfey, but I think with Nathan trying to play the Super Rod first. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That was a terrible Pokestop, but at least you got him out of the deck. It's fine.
Yep.
So with Nathan eyeing down the Super Rod here first, that means he's going to put back that water energy, just give him more chances to draw into it. But also, wow, okay, no.
Oh.
Just trying to go with the Iron Hands route here, and maybe we'll try to find that yet again.
Again, I mentioned earlier, so many lines. Despite losing 2 of them, that's still an option. Again, yes, Nathan could take a knockout with Sableye potentially this turn, or if they can get the Iron Hands this turn, they could go amp you very much, essentially try and set up checkmate on board. But just like that, it's going to be Cramorant instead. Not too bad either.
And I think going this route is just due to the fact that Paramount promoted the Comfey with the energy, kind of just forcing Nathan to take a knockout here, or else he's just going to get free value out of it.
No, exactly. And with that, again, we mentioned earlier, as long as Nathan can take a prize every single turn, they should be A-okay here. And, taking a knockout with the Cramorant, where it's not that you don't invest too many resources into because of the, no energy requirement. That's a pretty good trade, in my opinion, as we do see the Spit innocently bring Nathan down to 2 as Michael Pramont goes for the Pokegear. Who's calling? Chorus is there. And boss's orders, not who we're looking for.
Roxanne
Roxanne isn't home.
Looked at the caller ID and just decided not to answer.
Neither Roxanne nor Iona, unfortunately, it looks like it is going to be Getsis. With the boss's orders, is there anything in particular we want to boss? Maybe the Sableye, potentially. But again, Cramorant is just as good as an attacker. But technically, here, if you boss order something like the Sableye, take a knockout on Cramorant, and if they only attack with the Cramorant, then that's not setting up the game. Greninja does have 130 HP. The most ideal potential attacker for Nathan is potentially that Sableye to 110, and that 10 extra damage onto Greninja.
Yeah,
very close game here.
Lost mine yet again.
But
Paramount does have the Iono in hand, and this is going to be huge. Going to be able to put Nathan's hand down to 2 and put all of the great cards that was in his hand to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like they didn't need to call anyone from the Pokegear, but there it is. Iono, Nathan with 2 cards, Michael with 3. What do they have? Technically, both players have attackers on board. Again, I think I would have liked to see the counter catcher earlier for Michael, but let's see what else he has.
That was not a bad Pokestop for Paramount here.
Oh, definitely. Mirage Gate means that's extra energies, as we do see the Lost Vacuum getting rid of the Pokestop. Again, I believe that's the last Pokestop.
Yeah,
that's another way to get resources.
More importantly, going up to 10 in the Lost Zone, so you can use Star Requiem. That means Paramount has 2 attacks lined up with that Giratina.
That is true. So Michael does have attacks lined up. It's a matter of if Nathan here can really finish the game. Again, Nathan also has 2 attacks lined up with the Cramorant and the Sableye, but he needs 3. No, actually, that's 2 attacks. No, excuse me. There's only 1 attack lined up because there's only 1 Sableye, because that Cramorant was going to get knocked out. Promotes the Comfey here. Does get the Dark Energy, so they have the retreat at the very least.
Yeah, that was a very risky promote, too, just because the hand for Nathan was Energy Recycler and a Comfey. Neither of those cards are able to retreat Comfey, and now you see the Recycler just bringing back 1 Psychic Energy, but this is going to help shuffle the deck, so you can hopefully draw into something like a Super Rod or those Colress's Experiments that were on the bottom.
Smart play. Sometimes you don't need the full effect of your cards. Sometimes all you need is that quick shuffle, especially with Iono in the format. And again, Psychic Energy is not the worst energy to have in the deck, since again, double Sableye is essentially, might be the game plan here. Does get the switch card and a Lightning Energy, so they could go into another Comfey here if they choose to.
I think you kind of have to. You just need to have something for next turn. So we're going to see the Lightning Energy go to the Lost Zone, and the switch card go to the hand. You can flower selecting yet again, and with the energy to retreat here. Oh no, concealed cards first. Does find another switch though, so we'll have a lot of outs.
Definitely. Again, this was an Iono to 2, and yet Nathan here was still already able to see 4 cards plus an extra 2. They're going to see 6 cards just with Pokemon abilities. No, never mind. We're going straight into the Sableye, taking a knockout on that Cramorant, doing 10 damage onto that Radiant Greninja, setting it up. That Radiant Greninja now only has 120 HP. If Michael has something like a switch card potentially and heal up this Radiant Greninja, that is going to make things a lot tougher for sure, as Michael does promote the Greninja with the one, with the singular damage. Looks
yeah,
like
and I think players are just making sure who is turn 1, who's turn 0. It looks like time was called on Nathan's turn. Even though he attacked, Premont did not draw a card for the turn, so he's going to be turn 1 here in time. That means the last 2 turns are going to be for Premont, and then 1 more turn for Nathan here.
All right, let's see what they have in store. Michael, what do we have here? I see a Mirage Gate. I see, is that a Jet Energy? Looks like we're going to conceal cards. No, we're going to Mirage Gate first. Thin out the deck. Again, we have enough energies to close out the game. That Giratina V-Star with 3 energies is more than enough. This Mirage Gate could go into the Greninja to pay for a retreat, but maybe more importantly, thin out the deck. It does get 2 cards out of the deck here. And as we do see, yes, Mirage Gate for the Water Energy and the Grass Energy. What else do we have in store? Michael Pramont still has a very, very big deck to deal with. So maybe he'd love to maybe draw into something like the Roxanne, because Nathan did get to refill quite healthily there, as well as get a prize card, as Michael does attach to the Radiant Greninja.
Now this is more just a bluff here, because I do believe Michael only plays 2 Water Energies, 1 in the Lost Zone and then 1 there. Moonlight Shuriken's not available to him. Even so, with that Manaphy in play, it's just a 1 prize turn. But just trying to thin the deck out so you can try to draw into what you need. And I think, yeah, just concealed cards here. Do we see a switch card? Color's Experiment.
That's 5 cards. Switch card is the name. There's a switch. There's a Roxanne. Last card.
Oh.
Giratina V. And there's no way to really dig any more here, because if you drop a Comfey, that's
just
a
free
target
prize. Yeah, yeah.
And I think it might just have to be Retreat, Lost Impact, or Star Requiem.
I like the Star Requiem here.
And let's see what you've got. Nothing else. Here it is, V-Star, Star Requiem, 10 cards in the Lost Zone, knock out anything, and back to Nathan.
This is going to be a big turn for Nathan here. Last turn of the game has the Mirage Gate that equals the Psychic energy you can grab, but you still need a way to get the Sableye back in the deck and then back in play.
That's 2 different cards. That's Super Rod plus a Nest Ball. There's only, what do we have access to? Flower Selecting. 2 Flower Selectings. Do we have energy in hand? We do have energy in hand, so we can't conceal cards. That's 6 potential cards here.
They need to be in the right order, though.
Here we go. Let's see what Nathan decides to choose first. And again, I believe there's only 1 switch card in hand, so that means they're gonna need another switch option as well if they choose to use it. Here we go. Big concealed cards finds the twins. Chorus Experiment. Not a bad draw there. That's 5 cards. How many cards do we have in the deck? Okay.
About 12, maybe 10 to 12.
Doing taking a chance here. 5 cards from the Chorus Experiment. Counter Catcher.
Super Rod. Is there a Nest Ball? I do not see one. So you can at least Super Rod, and then you have a couple Flower Selectings to try to find it. But then you also have to not Flower Selecting into the Psychic, maybe. It looks like there was 9 in the deck.
Yeah. What do you put back here? Do you put back an extra Psychic energy?
I think you put back
just
the
to
extra
be safe?
Psychic and a Sableye, because I just know we're going to see a Flower Selecting that's going to be Psychic Energy Sableye.
It just has to happen.
I feel it in my bones.
Wouldn't be the first time. As, again, Super Rod, just a great addition to the hand there. As Pokegear, just look at...
Thin out the deck as much as possible. All right? You see 1 hit there in the Psychic Energy. No other way to get a basic Pokemon, so you're just going to need to draw into the Sableye.
Ooh, so there's only 3 cards left in deck. They just have to naturally draw into the Sableye. If they put back the Sableye, it's going to be a 50-50 to try and get it back. If they put back the Sableye plus a Psychic Energy, a little bit less than 50-50. Oh, this is a big one. Oh, something of note as well. Do they have an extra switch card? How many switch cards do they have in their hand? I believe I've only seen
There's one, but you can attach for the turn. So if you put back the extra Psychic, you can Mirage Gate, or you can Mirage Gate the Psychic now, and then...
No, we attach the Lightning Energy. We attach the Lightning Energy. I think yeah, it's just going to have to be a switch to the Comfey, attach the Lightning Energy, use the Super Rod, and pray. Here we go. Here it is, Super Rod. There's the Sableye. Are we going for the Psychic Energy? Are we risking it?
You got to. You got to put it back in.
It's a safety pick here. Do you feel it, Jeremy? Is it going to be Sableye Energy?
There's 5 cards in the deck after the Super Rod. You can put back another. Trying to give a little buffer for these flower selectings, but if Nathan does not find this Sableye, he will not have an attack this turn.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of the water energy grab there.
Well,
using Mirage Gate as well already.
I don't know about that one.
Now, doesn't it seem impossible?
Yes, yes.
Well, now we're going to see the Psychic Energy. All right, so since he attached and let go of them, both of them are attached to the Comfey. The Mirage Gate is done. So that means Nathan's going to have to find Sableye
and energy.
Then a Psychic Energy.
You only have 1 flower selecting, don't you? No,
No, you got 2.
He has 2. Okay, okay. So it just literally doesn't, he just can't get it both at the same hand. It should guarantee it here. As long as it's not Sableye Energy, it should be game. There's a Sableye!
He does it. All right, switch card, flower selecting, grabbing the Psychic, Lost Mind, taking the KO, and just like that, Nathan Ginsburg wins the improbable one here, and now moves to 4-0 on the day.
That, Jeremy, that was a test of math there. That was, what's more, do we add in the extra energy to try and make it safer?
Yeah.
But I think Nathan probably did the math there. It's lesser odds that you do draw into 2 specific cards off the flower selecting. That's making it a lot easier for sure. But again, huge props to Nathan to playing that absolutely perfectly. I think the only thing that he missed out on was benching that Manaphy that one singular turn.
Yeah.
But again, being able to take down an old guard, Michael Pramwat, one of the best players in the game, Nathan must be feeling really good, especially 4-0 in this current tournament.
Yeah, starting off great here this weekend with a very unique take on Lost Zone box that we've seen. It'll be interesting to see how those Mawwiles come in handy in different matchups, but here we just do a quick recap of this match so far. This is that game 2 after the very quick game 1. Michael Pramwat was able to use a quick shred to take down that Radiant Greninja that took down 2 Comfeys on Michael's side of the board, and then just Cramorant back and forth a little bit, but Pramwat having just the KOs available here, and then this was the big turn. Nathan playing it slow, having just Comfeys in play, but Michael Pramwat had both of those water energies in the deck, double Mirage Gate, Moonlight Shuriken. We're going to the game 3.
And of course, yeah, this was game 3 with just spit innocently, with just the Cramorant being able to attack. Still very early in the game, but taking the early prize lead, very important indeed. And of course, the Iron Hands, they amp you very much for those extra prize cards. And going down to 3, something, again, we've talked about multiple times, and here we go, the flower selecting into the Cramorant, the easy attack. Very, very close to the end of the game. And yeah, very, very intense game. Just trading spits, trading blows here between the 2 Cramorants. And of course, that's Sableye taking knockout, setting up that 10 damage. Again, it was very important to get that 10 damage onto that Radiant Greninja. And here it is, the perfect sequencing. Just the last Lost Mine 4 game, bringing Nathan Ginsburg 4-0 here at the Knoxville Regional Championships.
Yeah, it really comes down to the list that we've been seeing for Giratina V-Star. A lot of players have been opting on different counts of Switch Cart, Switch, Escape Rope. We've kind of seen Escape Rope fall by the wayside, not really played anymore. You're just going to want to attack what's active.
Yeah.
But then we've seen lists do very well that play 4 Switch Cart, really for this kind of position where you just heal that damage that's sitting there that's going to help Lost Mine take those last knockouts. But you can't Switch Cart a Giratina V-Star. So we've been seeing players just go with Switch and Switch Cart, and here Pramwat found a Switch but didn't have the Switch Cart to heal off that damage.
Yeah, and I don't blame Michael. You know,
Yeah.
the the Lost Box decks haven't been the most popular. Gone are the days where it's, what, had 30% share sometimes of the metagame. But, you know, this format is just so wide. There's so many different decks, and sometimes you just want the generic switch out. You just want to be able to get out of the active, especially with something hefty like your Giratina V-Star. Maybe save those Lost Impacts, the Star Requiems for later in the game. But it just so happens, for this specific scenario, I would have liked to see that switch card. Again, that 10, it was a singular damage point, Jeremy, that won Nathan this game.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take a look on our predictions that we have for this weekend. We can defend ourselves a little bit from earlier in the broadcast.
Yes, so I picked Spiritomb and Pokemon Catcher, but I'm going to go ahead and let's talk about you first, real quick, because we did see Giratina V-Star and Charizard EX. Jeremy, these are probably the top 2 best decks in the format. That doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, well, I've grown tired of trying to guess. I did an Origin Form Palkia V-Star. One of these tournaments did not work out. Golden Go maybe like got top 32. That's pretty much it. Giratina V-Star, it has been in 5 straight finals of these regional championships. Might as well get the guaranteed pick in while I can, you know? And then Charizard EX, it has been in 3 of those 5 finals. So it's just, I'm going the easy route this weekend.
Definitely.
Just so I could say I did well.
Well, I can respect that. I'm going a little bit of the harder route. I chose Pokemon Catcher and Spiritomb. Something I want to talk about here more specifically is that Spiritomb. I feel like after Mew VMAX winning a regional championship, I think it's a great pick. But not only that, we're in a format right now where there's so many different, really good basic V Pokemon. Yeah. From Galarian Moltres in Roaring Moon, or maybe shutting off a Rotom in the Charizard or the Snorlax decks, and of course, the Genesect V. And we saw Michael Pramawat does play the Spiritomb. And if Michael Pramawat picks it, I think it's a great pick. Pokemon Catcher, on the other hand, I'm going to have to defend that one. Flip heads, good card. Flip tails, we'll talk again after the second Pokemon Catcher. Because I think that one catcher, if it's heads, it swings the entire game. And I'm not going to lie, I lost a league challenge recently to 3 back-to-back catchers, and that's why I respect it now.
All right, well, we have a surprise for you. It is another round 4 match here. So let's go ahead and take it down to the stage, meet our players.
Another game. Very, very excited here, as we do have Joe Turntine against Evan Campbell. And we just talked about the 2 best decks. One was Giratina V-Star, Charizard EX as the next one, as Joe here just vibe into it. But he's up against Roaring Moon EX. Very powerful card. If anyone can take down a 330 HP Charizard EX, it's going to be Roaring Moon. Yeah, but we're going to have to see.
This is an awkward matchup on paper for Roaring Moon. Often struggles against Charizard EX as a deck, but does have that potential one-hit knockouts. Now, looking through the list, Evan does play a copy of Emergency Jelly, which could be pretty good at stopping something like a Charmander from taking a knockout on your Roaring Moon after a Frenzied Gouging, and that's really what we're going to be looking for here. And oh, look at that, 3 Pokemon Catcher. We could see we could see some head flips.
There we go. Just like we said, all it takes is one head sometimes, and yeah, sometimes you don't even need to knock out the Charizard. You just knock out attack around it. But again, Charizard EX has proven time and time again, it's a powerful Pokemon, as I believe we do have Evan starting us off here. I believe, not the most explosive start here, as Evan just attaches energy for turn onto the Galarian Moltres and a pass, as Joe just bends his Charmander and pass.
Yeah, I don't know if this is Pokemon the way it's supposed to be played most of the time.
We're attaching cards to Pokemon. That's
one card.
Yeah, it's just
we're finding some bench. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Professor Research discarding 3 Dark Patch, a Pokemon Catcher, and that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Dark Patches are tough, but again, we do have the Galarian Moltres with the Dire Flame Wings ability. That's a Dark Patch on a Pokemon, and then you just have to depend on those energy switches. And of course, we do play a lot of ways to attach energy, like the Professor Sada's Vitality. But in Evan Campbell's build, which is similar to something like Ross Coughlin played in Charlotte, they're only playing 2. As let's see if they have an attack here. They do have the Earthen Vessel discarding the energy. That means we can Dire Flame Wings onto that Moltres potentially and just attach. And that's a very clean attack into a Pidgey. The lone Pidgey, mind you.
Yeah, getting rid of the ability for Joe to get a Pidgeot EX in play is definitely going to be very important here. And we see that Dire Flame Wings with the energy attachment. Evan having 2 Roaring Moon is also pretty good just because you can Sada's next turn onto them if you have it. But Joe's praying to the Lord and finds the Arven. Arceus prevails here.
Arven, very powerful card here, able to find themselves any item card plus a tool. And just like that, it could be just a rare candy, maybe for a Seal Stone. But, you know, it is just one item. What do we have in hand? We have a rare candy, so does find us something like an Ultra Ball and does get us a Charizard. And sometimes all it takes is one Charizard to really clean up a match, but not against Roaring Moon. We'll have to see here. Again, Ultra Ball is all we can find is a Charizard. If we had the Pidgeot still in play, that probably would be a little bit more ideal. As we are going to play the Ultra Ball, wouldn't be surprised to maybe see something like the Luminion instead, because after this our hand isn't the greatest. We make prep a supporter in hand, attach the forward Seal Stone. No, we're going straight into that Charizard EX. Very, very powerful card again with the Infernal Rain ability, able to attach 3 energy cards from 3 basic fire energy cards from the deck, and Burning Darkness, of course. Right now doing 210 damage, which is more than enough.
Well, just barely. It does take the knockout on that Galarian Moltres V, but Joe's going to have to do a lot of work to try and get a good turn next turn, because if Evan has the cards available, meaning the last Dark Patch, Professor Sada's Vitality, he can get a Frenzied Gouging out and take a knockout on this Charizard EX.
Oh, for sure. I don't think it's the hardest thing to put together, even without 3 Dark Patches. Again, there's still the energy switches. We do see the last Dark Patch in hand, though, but I don't see the Seda, as we're going to go ahead and draw for turn. What's the draw? Radiant Greninja is not too bad. That's a way to get energies into the discard pile, but more importantly, draw 2 cards. There's only 1 energy in hand, however. I do see an Iono, a Judge. These aren't the cards that accelerate energy. It's still possible, though. We can Dark Patch, attach energy, Dire Flame Wings, energy switch. A lot of cards are live. It has to be right now. We can't let this Charizard get a back-to-back attack special. Oh, technically, if it does attack now, it doesn't take a knockout on Roaring Moon, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, as we do see the Dark Patch played and the energy attachment. It might just have to be either Iono or Judge. Looks like it is going to be that Iono getting that 1 extra card. 5 cards, Jeremy. Energy switch. That's all we're looking for, right?
Well, we're looking for some other cards, too. You know, you need to get stuff set up.
No, we're just thinking of the next turn. There's a giant Charizard EX staring us in at the face here. Is that an energy switch?
Energy switch, but no switch. So that means no attack from
We still have
Campbell
concealed
here.
cards.
Oh, we do still have concealed cards.
Concealed cards draws 2 Palpad.
Earthen Vessel. Those cards are not going to do it. So now both players going to be taking a step back a little bit. Evan's going to try to get stuff set up. Joe will have the Charizard still in play, can attack, but won't be able to take a knockout. And we'll have to try to get more semblance of a setup here. Maybe another Pidgey, another Charizard in play. A Charmander with another energy can take a knockout on a Frenzied Gouging Roaring Moon. And
Radiant Charizard, though, very, very big card. It's an easy, hey, you know what? I'm just going to put this down, attach 1 energy. I have 250 damage later down the line as they go ahead and play Iono here as well. Again, right now, don't have a knockout on anything. Evan should be pretty safe this turn. Safe as safe can be, you know, taking 210. You get a Charmeleon. That's something.
It's something, but it's close to nothing. So Joe has the availability to just get the damage on the Roaring Moon. That means it'll shut off Frenzied Gouging, at least from this active one. But he's still going to be in a lot of trouble, and both of these bench Pokemon are going to require another energy to be able to take a knockout next turn on a Roaring Moon that used Frenzied Gouging.
Right, we do see the Jelly. We do have the switch
the
card
Jelly's
now.
Huge.
Is that a switch card, or was that the energy switch? But in any case, let's see here. We're going to go ahead and conceal cards, draw 2 cards. Forest Seal Stone is big. That's anything we want. So it's almost guaranteed that we're going to go ahead and Frenzy Gouging here. And we have the energy in hand. Look, there's the emergency jelly. I do believe that was an energy switch.
Yeah.
So that is another way of powering up the Roaring Moon, moving it from the Galarian Moltres V, since it can power itself up with Dire Flame Wings into that Roaring Moon. And just like that. I think that's a switch card? No, it's a Pokemon Catcher.
And then the energy switch. You don't need the energy switch, or play the energy switch now, and then Dire Flame Wings, and you're going to have to Star Alchemy for a way to get out of the active spot here.
Sometimes you just got to do it. You just got to Star Alchemy for that switch card. Hey, you're healing 30 damage as well from that Roaring Moon. I'm not sure if that's significant damage, but 30 damage is something. And more importantly, getting the Roaring Moon with 3 energies into the active. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big Frenzied Gouging from this Roaring Moon. It's going to trigger the emergency jelly to heal off the 120 damage, and it's going to force Joe to promote this Radiant Charizard and hope to draw a fire energy, I believe, because Excited Heart's going to reduce the attack by 3, meaning 2 for this Combustion Blast. The thing is, Joe's only playing 6 fire energy in this Charizard list. We've seen this popularized by Azul Garcia Griego, playing 6 fire energies, 2 Super Rod. A lot of players have opted to do just that, and this is the one spot where it's honestly very bad.
Yeah. There's a lot of live cards here, though, for Joe. Again, you could also top deck into Charizard EX, because that does find them the energy, but didn't quite see what the grab was there.
Is it a Super Rod?
Might be a Super Rod. Looks like he is moving the energies from the discard pile, plus that Charizard EX. It is going to be the Super Rod.
Ooh, that's rough. That means there's no attack from Joe this turn. Having just 2 Battle VIP Pass and a rare candy in hand, none of those cards can be played. And this is the thing with both of these decks, but more specifically this Charizard deck. If they don't get to use this Battle VIP Pass early, it's a struggle to get set up.
Oh, for sure, especially when you don't have the Pidgeot EX in play, as Forest Seal Stone goes onto the Morpeko. Not really going to be able to use
reading.
that. For sure, as Ultra Ball is going to be played here. Curious what else they can find. Maybe Mew EX, great card. Able to draw a couple more cards there if they go down to less than 3. But right now, I believe Evan has everything they need in hand, because all they need really is that Pokestop. They could go for the Pokemon Catcher here to knock out the Charmeleon before it turns into Charizard, but that does activate Radiant Charizard. So I would love to see just the knockout here on the Radiant Charizard, but we'll have to see. Again, I think Evan, again, hasn't used any of those abilities till now.
Well, so it really comes down to what you're afraid of, right? If a Charizard EX comes down, that's probably going to be the scariest thing, just because you're going to need to set up another Roaring Moon to Frenzied Gouging and take the knockout. And if that happens, the only one in play is 180 damage. So it's going to be a double knockout, and then we just go on to the next game. It's essentially a tie.
Actually, you know what? You're right. I think I would have preferred to see the catcher then in this position, because you do knock out the Charmeleon, and the only response is Radiant Charizard, which you do have the Moltres V potentially to respond to. But again, I do believe we did see the Ultra Ball discarding the Pokemon Catcher there.
Now, Evan still can maybe even retreat to the Galarian Moltres V, take the knockout with that, but it's still looking pretty good, and Joe still needs to just top deck something next turn.
Top deck a Charizard EX or an Ultra Ball. I think that should
Ultra Ball would probably be better, maybe even Arven, just so you can get a couple more cards out of the deck, discard those Battle VIP Pass in hand.
Oh, definitely. A lot of live cards here, a lot of live cards for Joe, but...
Oh, there's also the Boss's Orders in hand for Evan. Cool. But yeah, there's just the Calamity Storm, taking the knockout, getting rid of Pokestop. Charizard EX off the top.
Let's see here.
I think it's his only hope here.
Charizard EX counter catcher is a hope. You know what?
Is it?
It's a way to stall. if you can stall, there's hope. Again, counter catcher can be played only if you're behind on prize cards. And yeah, there it is. Joe bossing up the Roaring Moon, has to find the switch. Nope, there's the escape rope.
Yep. And with that, Evan Campbell winning game 1 against a tough matchup in Charizard with his Roaring Moon EX deck.
Again, who needs dark patches, right?
Yeah, just one of them. That's all you need.
All we need is that one. All we need really is to put in that pressure. And if there's any that can do that, it's that Roaring Moon deck. And taking that key knockout on that Pidgey very early on. And you have to think too, I believe Joe probably won the coin flip in this position, right? Because you, as Charizard EX, don't you want to go second?
Both of these decks want to go second, honestly. And just the pop off of the Arven with the just unplayable hand, getting that Charizard EX, able to take the return KO on that Galarian Moltres V, but not having any access to Pidgeot EX, not having any access to any other supporter. Both of these players had a very awkward turn one, but Evan was able to overcome just that and clean up the board with not much resistance from Joe.
Yeah, Joe here just over the moon, definitely after taking that first
Oh, I'd
game.
be over it for sure, yeah.
No, yeah. Oh, no, sorry, Evan's over the moon.
No, Joe's over it. Like, I'm so over
Joe's
that moon.
over that moon. Got it. But yes, here we go. Game 2, both players here just having a good time at the Knoxville Regional Championships. And again, you mentioned it earlier, Charizard EX should be favored in this matchup. I can definitely see that. You know, the way the board is looking out, if Charizard gets the optimal Charizard turns, it seems tough, you know. Being able to really take easy knockouts on Roaring Moon, and you have the Radiant Charizard more importantly, since it is a single prize attacker. But again, Roaring Moon just showing its stuff here, where it's just a very powerful deck and a very fast deck, despite having one of the more awkward starts, as we do see the prizes here. A Rare Candy, Charizard, Charmeleon, Pidgey, couple of lines there prize. Very important prize here for Evan, though, is that Radiant Greninja. Again, Evan does really rely on Pokemon abilities to be able to draw, like the Squawkabilly and the Radiant Greninja, to really fill up the hand. As right now, all we see is the Galarian Moltres V, very similar to the first game, but pair that with the Earthen Vessel, discarding an energy to get even more energy, should at least guarantee that Evan sees 2 energies this turn, Dire Flame Wings plus the attachment for turn. But again, we want to see more. As Roaring Moon, we want to see more draws. And as we get 2 energies in hand, Iono, Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball could guarantee at least the Squawk.
Yeah, that is something we didn't see in the game 1, with both of the players not having a very optimal turn 1, just, you know, pass. But Squawkabilly EX is definitely a card that helps accelerate this deck, and 2 ways, getting energy in the discard and drawing some extra cards.
Definitely, and good sequencing there from Evan, again discarding the supporter, but has a Palpad in hand. Since we're losing the hand anyway, might as well make you the most use out of it, getting that Iono placed back into the deck. And again, we should be preparing for a Squawk and Seize, discard your hand, draw 6 cards, 36 fresh cards. Does have the escape rope as well, could opt to use that. Squawk does have 1 retreat, but Galarian Moltres does have the ability to reattach energy, so probably it's safer to keep that Galarian Moltres in the active. Evan draws here, Battle VIP, great card.
That's where you want it to be in this turn 1 of game 2, especially up game 1. You need everything you can against a matchup like this Charizard EX deck, and Evan, as a player, does have a regional 2nd place finish, but quite a few years ago, 5 years ago, and then has placed in top 16s, top 32s, but recently has been struggling a little bit. Only has a top 256 in Charlotte, and then before that, just top 64 in Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Joe has been on kind of a heater a little bit. He is coming off a 13th place in Charlotte Regionals and then a top 64 in Portland. Both of those were with Arceus V-Star, though, with that Regigigas V-Star. And it is interesting to see him switch off of that into Charizard for this tournament.
Definitely. I think that's a big change there from Arceus V-Star to Charizard EX. Just maybe thinking, you know what, let's play the meta. Let's play the best deck in format. As we do see, back to the game here, Evan just going for the Dark Patch on the Roaring Moon, attachment on that Galarian Moltres, just like that. Again, Jeremy, this is the first turn of the game, and there's 3 energies on board, but something of note, nothing else in the hand. Gonna have to depend on that Mew EX to refill here. Does get a playable card for the next turn at the very least, but really seeing how important that Radiant Greninja could have possibly been for Evan's board. As we move it on back to Joe, do we see an Arven? That's always what you want to see.
That's step one for this Charizard deck, and we do see a Charmander and a Rotom V hit the bench, but I don't see an Arven. Maybe this is a boss's orders to try to bring up a Roaring Moon and stall for a little bit here. Now, Evan did hold on to Energy Switch, so this could be a pretty big turn 2 for Evan if he can try to target down that Charmander.
Jeremy, is it catcher time?
It might be. There's none in hand, so
there's a way
Evan's
to draw.
Gonna have to put in a lot of work, but drawing that Professor Sada's Vitality is going to do just that. Able to charge up both these Roaring Moons, and with an energy attachment from hand and the Energy Switch, this active one can start attacking right now.
Yeah, more importantly, you're going to thin out the hand as well. You're going to use the Earthen Vessel, get 1 energy card, attach that, use the Energy Switch, use the Mew to refill the hand to 3, then use the Seda. That's a lot of cards you're seeing. And again, catcher could be the world here. All it takes is 1 heads to swing a game. Sometimes you need to play these power supporters like the Seda, but would also love to get that early gust effect. And again, taking down that lone Charmander would put Evan in an absolutely amazing position. We do see the energy attachment, energy switch there onto the Roaring Moon. Here we go.
Restart here from the Mew, 2 cards.
2 cards, nothing too useful there. It does have the switch card, energy, great cards. Worst case scenario, are we gonna have to gouge a Radiant Charizard? That doesn't feel too good, so would love to at least see a stadium here. For Sealstone,
Pokemon Catcher. All right, both of those cards can mean just a Pokemon Catcher heads. Now, Pokemon Catcher, this is gonna be a big one here. If Evan flips heads, this is basically game over.
Oh, it's tails. What do you do here, though, as Evan? You use the Forest Sealstone to get a Pokestop, right? At least the Pokestop.
Pokestop?
Yeah,
so you can Calamity Storm. Okay,
so you can Calamity Storm. And a little bit of a safer play, but I like what you're thinking there, Jeremy. Maybe we Pokestop for the catcher.
Listen, I love going all in, you know. Let's get that Forest Sealstone, use that Star Alchemy.
Jeremy, it's more exciting to get the Pokestop.
Look, the Pokemon Catcher's on the bottom of the deck. It's just saying, take me.
He's going to take it. I respect Evan. Here we go. You can't possibly flip tails twice in the row, right, Jeremy?
Billy's got to do it, you know?
Here we go. Oh, I'm excited. I would have loved maybe the Pokestop.
Just flip it over. Just flip it over.
You use the Pokestop to draw into the Pokemon Catcher.
Big Pokemon Catcher. Off the table. It's a Tails.
It's a Tails.
Joe pops off.
Ooh, Joe breathing a sigh of relief there.
And this is worst case scenario for Evan now because he does not have the knockout without Frenzied Gouging.
You're going to have to do what you have to do. Again, would have loved to see the Pokestop. It's a safer play, and you can still draw into the Pokemon Catcher.
I guess you just Calamity Storm and put 100 damage on that Radiant Charizard? No.
Oh, why is it?
Yeah. Joe's just like, what am I doing?
100 damage onto the Charizard. Not the most explosive turn here for Evan.
But the big thing, though, Radiant Charizard in the active spot, very hard to get out of the active spot.
That is true. That is true. It does have 3 retreat. You're going to have to evolve into Charizard EX, put all 3 onto that Radiant Charizard if you're going to want to retreat. So, okay, I see it. I see you, Evan. Let's not take this knockout. I mean, does Joe play any way of retreat? Okay, there is a way to switch, and, you know, there is a way to find it.
Oh, this Arven is able to grab it. There's already Rare Candy Charizard in hand for Joe here, and Arven can grab that switch for Sealstone and keep things rolling.
But would you do that? Oh, Forest Sealstone could get you at least another Pokemon, because if you go for the switch here, attack with the Radiant Charizard, you're not taking knockout.
Oh, yeah, and you're just getting knocked out right back away. Joe really needs to prioritize a setup here.
As, yes, Arven is going to be for the Level Ball and the Forest Sealstone. A little bit of a safer position for sure, as Level Ball is going to be played.
Is he failing the Level Ball? What's going on here?
Did he fail the Level Ball?
He played it, but then played the Forest Sealstone.
Oh, there it is. There's the Level Ball. Right. There we go. And is going to find themselves a Pokemon with 90 HP or less. If I had to guess, maybe a certain favorite starter.
Pidgey? No.
Oh.
Charmander.
Oh, Pidgey would
Charmander.
Oh, it is going to be the Charmander. The Pidgey's on there, though.
Yeah.
On the card, yeah.
So we're both right.
Yeah. As we do see the Charmander in play, 2 Charmanders means Pokemon Catcher isn't the most explosive card right now. But My heart was racing, Jeremy. When I saw those 2 catchers, Forest Steel Stone for Pokemon Catcher.
You were about to be like, all right, I'm done. I did my prediction. We're good.
I knew it, but no, sometimes, again, Tails, we'll talk about it again later as we do see the Charmander evolve into the Charizard using that rare candy and accelerating 3 energy cards, Infernal Rain, just like that. But I think
it is very important that Joe grabbed that specific Charmander because it has an attack, 1 fire for 30 damage. Which is enough to take a knockout on a Roaring Moon that just used a Frenzied Gouging. So I think with Joe getting the switch here, is going to switch to Rotom, maybe? Like play it a little slow?
We'll have to see as the Lost Vacuum, actually very important card. What do you get rid of?
Oh,
no, it has to be the jelly because the Seal Stone has been used for the Pokemon Catcher. But yes, getting rid of the jelly means that little Charmander is so intimidating.
All right, and with this attack now, Joe's going to make it so if Evan does use Frenzied Gouging, it's just going to get knocked right back out. And with the all-in play that Evan did last turn, this hand's a little weak here.
They do have the Judge, so there is a way to sort of refill the hand. They have that energy attachment as well, so they're just one means of energy acceleration away from really attacking with the Roaring Moon again. Or, you know what? You can just attack with the Roaring Moon with damage. Worst case scenario, why not? If we're going to get knocked out by a Charmander anyway, why not just attack with the Roaring Moon? Maybe promote, like, more Peko, for example, is a possibility. But you definitely don't want to give your opponent 2 prizes for free.
This Mew EX with its restart ability has been very good for Evan here in this game too, drawing upwards to 5 cards now.
Ooh, there's the energy switch. Is going to be able to move the energy from the damaged Roaring Moon onto the fresh Roaring Moon, or it could be the Galarian Moltres as well. I think, I prefer the Galarian Moltres. Still threaten attacks with that Roaring Moon there, as we're just going to see the retreat into the Moon. Would love, again, we did lose the emergency jelly, but we do play 1 ancient booster energy capsule. That's something a little bit hard to find. Oh, but we're just going to go ahead and Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah, saving the Judge in hand, kind of sensing a little bit of weakness from Joe's hand, even though he did get rid of an Arven.
Ooh, maybe very heads-up play here for Evan as... Oh, but there is a Luminion. There's a Luminion. There's a way. Luminion, again, able to find any supporter card from the deck there. Luminous Sign is going to disrupt themselves. Going to go ahead and use this Iono, be able to refresh the hand, draw 6, while Evan only draws 4. But again, with that Mew EX sitting pretty, should be able to draw at least a couple of resources. As, again, here, let's see what else Joe has in store. If they draw into the Charizard EX, Charizard Candy, we go for it, right?
No.
We don't?
No, we take the knockout with Charmander and
set up a second
Charmander. This is exactly what Joe's trying to do here, and okay, we do see a couple Ultra Ball. He's going to have to get rid of some resources in the hand to be able to get that basic Pokemon down, but at least you have it, and then already having the knockout with the active. This is as good of a position Joe can be in considering the start he had.
No, definitely. Something, Joe, again, is playing Charizard EX with Pidgeot. We haven't seen a Pidgeot either game. And again, that's a very important card, being able to find anything you want from the deck. But yeah, again, without it, Joe's really been having to depend on the Luminions or the Rotoms to be able to refill the hand. As we do see the Ultra Ball, should be able to find another Charmander there, just like you said. And yeah, how's next turn looking for Joe? I didn't quite get to see the hand.
We'll get there when we get there, Wancho.
Well, they're taking 2 extra prizes.
Yeah.
That's 2 extra cards to work with.
And plus, there's a Judge in... Oh, no, there's not a Judge in Evan's hand anymore. I got Iona to the bottom. So there is that knockout with Charmander.
And I believe it's 30 damage and does 20
10
damage?
to itself.
10 to itself. And just like that, little Charmander takes out the ancient Salamence, essentially.
Good old heat tackle.
Oh, another Pokemon Catcher.
All right, this one could be pretty...
It's heads.
Here? All right.
What do we go for, though? Do we go for a 2-prizer?
I think we go for...
Yeah, just trying to finish things off. 2 prizes, 2 prizes, it
Yes,
seems like.
if we set up 2 Roaring Moon by taking this knockout here with something like...
Galarian Moltres can take a knockout if you have that available. It's going to require maybe a Dark Patch.
Or maybe just getting a Stadium in play
Yeah.
to be able to use the other attack of the Roaring Moon. Let's see here, big 7 cards. Professor's Research. There's the Pokestop. I think that's exactly what Evan needed at the very least.
Yeah, has the Sadas in hand for next turn, but at least with the Pokestop, you can use it, try to dig for Dark Patch, and then, if anything, you already have the knockout with that Calamity Storm from the Roaring Moon that's heavily damaged.
Looks like they had 2 different stadiums there, but opting for the Pokestop.
Oh, that is nothing.
At least you still have the stadium. That's why we played. As we do get another attachment onto that Roaring Moon and the Dire Flame Wings as well here. And yeah, just like that. Again, Pokemon Catcher could be the difference between winning and losing a game. And that one heads giving Evan 2 more prizes, staying in that even prize race. It's going to be that knockout. Luckily, Joe does have the Radiant Charizard that's just never been knocked out
Yeah.
to be able to take this prize.
This Radiant Charizard's now able to attack with just the basic fire on it. So Joe has the Combustion Blast ready to take the knockout, go down to 2 prizes himself. But the thing is that Lumineon is just sitting on the bench waiting to be boss's orders from Evan, which honestly just a single Dark Energy boss's orders would be able to clean things up with that Galarian Moltres V.
And again, Evan has it in hand. Evan plays 3 Pokemon Catchers. All 3 has been used, so it's just that one lone boss's orders right now. And with that Arven played, means no means of disruption now from from Joe's side of the field. They have to find something like a collapsed stadium to try and get the Luminion out of play. And they only play 1. I don't think I saw it in the hand.
Yeah, not only that, you need to get 2 more bench Pokemon that are not Pokemon V.
Yeah, sometimes the one card from Arven just isn't quite enough. And that's the downside, again, of not having access to your Pidgeot. You don't really get access to your tech cards. That's why you sometimes have lower counts of these stadiums. You have 1 Lost City, 1 Collapsed Stadium, so you can find it when you need it. And not to mention all the other things Pidgeot can find for you to be able to set up the game, as we just do see the Rare Candy into the Charizard EX.
Is there, what, 1 Fire Energy left in the deck?
Well,
yeah.
1 is just enough to really technically close out this game. But again, we do know what's in Evan's hand. It's just a matter of playing it. And just like that, didn't we say Charizard had a better matchup into Roaring Moon?
Yeah. Usually when you start with an Arven Battle VIP Pass, it's pretty rough, especially if you get that Pidgeot in play. But wow, okay, Dark Patch just seals things up for Evan here. Dark Patch along with that Dire Flame Wings from Galarian Moltres V. 3 energy, boss's orders, bring up Lumineon V, and just like that, Evan Campbell 2-0 against Joe Turrentine here in round 4.
Whew, what a match, Jeremy. And I just have to say, all it takes is 1 heads on Pokemon Catcher.
Yeah,
even if you have 3 of them, even if 2 of them are tails in absolutely crucial moments, if 1 of them is heads, just 1 at that mid-game, in that mid-game, like we saw, it could clean things up. Those 2 prizes, just to stay in the even pricing, was the world here for Evan. And both players just over the moon here. Love it. Love the spirit of the game right now in the Knoxville Regional Championships. Jeremy, makes me want to go down and just play as well. As we do see the replays here, again, the slower starts from both players. Having to attack with the Galarian Moltres, not something you want to do, but is an option. And Joe just pulling out the Arven.
It's the attacker that really has just won this match for Evan. Able to clean things up in this early game, in game 1, taking a knockout on that Pidgey. Did its job, right? You did it, and then you frenzied gouging, and then you just set up the knockout for next turn. And just having that constant threat that is able to recharge itself as the turns go on, it's definitely going to put a lot of pressure. And then game 2, just having that frenzied gouging off the fresh Roaring Moon EX, very good to put Evan down to 4 prize cards. And then really just putting on a lot of pressure. Joe not having any chance to get Pidgeot EX in play this match.
No, exactly. When Roaring Moon exerts so much pressure, sometimes you don't have time to really set up those support Pokemon. You just have to answer with aggression as well. As we do see here, again, the key Pokemon catcher, that turn, getting rid of that Rotom. Even if the Pokestop didn't hit anything, it was there for the knockout. And of course, the final turn of the game, Dark Patches onto the Galarian Moltres with the Dire Flame Wing ability, plus the boss's order is able to clean things up there. And again, very, very great game. Sometimes the key in the Charizard matchup is maybe knock out one Charizard, the rest you go for his friends.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when Joe's forced to play down that Rotom V and the Lumineon V, those are just easy prizes for Roaring Moon, for Galarian Moltres V, and we saw just that. Now, if there was some Battle VIP Pass maybe played in either of those games, we could be seeing a little bit different result. But both of these players still very strong start in this tournament. Evan starting out 4-0, Joe 3-1 now, but he has been very consistent, so we'll have to see if both these players can make it into day 2 and continue this.
Definitely. We're still in the early stages of this tournament. Again, we streamed 2 round 4 matches, 2 amazing round 4 matches, mind you. And this is still, again, the start of the Knoxville Regional Championship. There's still so much more Pokemon to be played. I am absolutely excited to see all of it.
Well, I'm excited to hear about some Pokemon being played. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge and have an interview.
Thanks a bunch, Jeremy and Wancho. I'm here with our winner from the last round, Evan Campbell, getting off to an excellent start, 4-0 here in Knoxville with the Roaring Moon. How you feeling, man?
Pretty good after that game, for sure.
Yeah, so talk to us about this deck for the weekend. Obviously, this is a deck that at the start of the format was pretty popular. I know you play a lot of online tournaments, so I'm sure you saw plenty of it in the online events.
For sure.
But then it seems like it kind of fell off a little bit after LAIC, but just the last few weeks, it's really started to surge up in popularity.
Yeah.
Why did you choose it for the tournament this weekend?
So for us, we went the catcher route for it. So with us being able to go an up-tempo into decks like Charizard, taking that first initial knockout on like a Rotom V, Lumineon, if they have to bench it, the setup is always really good. Same into Tina, like if you can get the path bump, if they go first, and just hit a catcher heads, if they only get one Tina down, you're just in the driver's seat at that point, pretty much, it's felt from testing. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Just sheer aggression.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think that can be a big problem for Roaring Moon a lot of times, and that's why I think for a while we saw people using cross-switchers in their list just as a way to try to be aggressive and do that prize trade, you know, the 2-2-2 strategy, which can be difficult to do when your opponent has like a Charmander or a Pidgey in the active. So game number 1, obviously your opponent kind of had a slow start, but was able to get that Charizard into play pretty quickly. Was that kind of, because you had a rough start as well there, having to research away 3 Dark Patch?
Yeah, that was a little bad for me for sure, because we only play 2 Sada, and just the recovery at that point was very slim. So I got kind of lucky on that one for sure with him not drawing as good. So
yeah, I mean, he still was able to get that Charizard established.
Past that, yeah.
But you were able to capitalize and come away with the win.
I got super lucky with that, I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's what it takes sometimes.
Right.
It's a long tournament. You know, you got to play really well, but you also got to capitalize on the situations that present themselves to you. And then in game number 2, we got to talk about it. The crazy play. You go for the Pokemon catcher. It hits tails.
Yes.
You've got your Forest Seal Stone in your hand.
Right.
You go for the second catcher.
Yes.
What's going through your mind there?
So at that point, I had restart on the field with Mew. So I knew at that point I would exhaust my hand down low enough to where I could keep on drawing a couple cards each turn. So I knew I had somewhat of a draw engine. And if I hit that heads right there, to me, knocking out that Charmander, I would have left the Rotom alone there, just shut off the engine, no energy acceleration. I would have been able to go up 2 prizes and just do the 2 exchange at that point with him. So I knew if I took that Charmander offline right there, it was pretty well game right at that point.
And you get the catcher. You flip tails.
Yeah, that's the catch-22 with catchers for sure.
Catch 50-50.
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't always come to fruition, but you still end up coming out on top in that game. It seems like you've got a lot of practice going into this, and it sounds like you've got a good group that you work with. How important is that to seeing success at these regional championships?
I mean, to me, it's very important. You need to surround your people with that want to have success just like you, and that way everybody's putting in 110%. Testing is a bunch of it, just theory crafting and all that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And the catchers are super hype for sure.
Right.
You guys have 3 catcher in the list, is that right?
Catcher,
yeah.
Yes.
So have you had any in your other 3 rounds before this one, any moments that came down to those catcher flips?
Not as much, no, because the other 3 rounds were against 2 Mew VMAX and 1 control, so not utilizing as much for sure into those, but
It feels like against Mew, you just need to establish your board more than gust anything.
Exactly, right.
Makes a lot of sense.
I tend to go in with Moltres more in those matchups for sure. Just early attackers that you can power up easier than the Moon realistically, because you could just Dire. You don't need the extra energy switch. You just go attach, patch, Dire. It's less steps for you most of the time.
I feel like the discovery of the Galarian Moltres as a good card in the Roaring Moon deck is what has made it be so successful recently. It wasn't in a lot of the lists early on in the format. It felt like a lot of people weren't choosing to include it. But now, and that's one of my favorite things about new cards coming out, is that you take a card like Galarian Moltres that has been good in the past, but it's been a while since it's been played in decks, and then all of a sudden a new card comes out that breathes new life into it. You feel like that's the case for Moltres in this deck?
Oh yeah, for sure. Moltres has been one of those cards that's been around for a while. It's seen very well success throughout its entire in the format period. So I mean, it's been a pretty consistent card overall. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Evan. 4-0 thus far in the tournament. Is there anything that you're hoping to avoid? Only 4 rounds in. You've got a couple Mews, the Snorlax, and the Charizard. How are you feeling about the rest of the different decks you could play in the field today?
The main one I want to dodge is probably Radiant Zard, Sable Zards. So that's probably our toughest matchup on paper from what we've tested, and Counterbox as well. Those two are the ones I won't stay away from, if at all possible. So.
Well, and that's pretty good for you as well, because it feels like those are 2 less popular decks.
Right,
so
right.
as long as you're playing against the things in the room that are the meta, it feels like you feel pretty good about your chances, right?
Yeah, just got to keep on hitting those.
All right, well, we got 5 rounds left. Hopefully we'll see more from you later on in the tournament. Best of luck to you, Evan, and congrats on the start. Let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Chip. And it was great to hear from Evan, my hero for the Forest Sealstone Pokemon catcher, despite Tails. At least you tried.
Hey, you still got there in the end.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Again, great match. And it was really, really great to hear from him. Again, how important it was really to test the decks with his friends and all that jazz. But yeah, what a game, Jeremy.
Yeah, for a 2-0 game where one person didn't really set up for most of the game, Joe was still able to keep it very close, and I think that's just a testament to how strong Charizard EX is as a card in general, and the fact that you can take knockouts with a Charmander, Radiant Charizard, and kind of play that prize game a little bit, but Pokemon Catcher, Boss's Order is able to clean things up for Billy there.
Yeah, just really shows the power of those gust effects, and again, I love seeing like players really go out of the flow chart. We mentioned that earlier with when we were playing Lost Box. There's so many lines and so many things you're supposed to be doing with the deck. I'm supposed to get that Arven turn 1, Battle VIP pass, get the Rotom, get the Seal of Stone set up very nicely. But sometimes things don't go according to plan. You have to adjust. Sometimes it means not taking the knockout on that Radiant Charizard. Sometimes it means taking knockouts with the Charmander. And that's the level of play you see here at the regional championship. That's definitely the upper limit of player skill.
Yeah, well, speaking of flowcharts, graphs, and all that, we got a day 1 meta breakdown for y'all. We can talk about that and see. Oh yeah, Charizard EX, the most popular deck in the room, but overtaking Lost Zone Giratina for the second most popular Roaring Moon EX. What do you think of that, Wancho?
I'm honestly shook. I maybe expected Roaring Moon at maybe 3rd or 4th. It's a good deck, but maybe we have people like Ross Cawthon, who's again a very masterful player, really established this new type of Roaring Moon where you're not only using Zeta's Vitality, but you have research. Sometimes it's something simple like that that can change, flip a deck on its head entirely. But again, not far behind Lost Zone Giratina Visar, a deck that has taken multiple regional championships. I believe Portland and Charlotte back-to-back.
Yeah.
And
5 finals in a row, got finals in Liverpool, finals in San Antonio as well.
That's why I'm so surprised that it's just here sitting on the 3rd spot, and followed just behind it, Lost Zone Box, again, something we've already seen on stream. Funnily enough, top 4 most played decks, we've all seen all 4 on stream at this point, and that was only round 4. But again, Lost Zone sitting nicely there at the 4th spot, followed by Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir EX, we were talking about this in the back. I honestly put that at 3rd or 4th, just because I think Gardevoir EX is pretty good into this meta. I mean, we do see the Roaring Moon. It's great into Roaring Moon, great potentially into Charizard, depending on the draws. And I think it could win the Giratina matchup as well. It's more of a 50-50 there. And yeah, I think it's a great deck. Seeing it 5th place, maybe see it higher into day 2. And of course, the Miraidon still standing strong there at our 6th spot, 7.36% play percentage, 100 people playing the Miraidon EX. Some would say it's just the Lightning Rory Moon EX, but
They switched it now. Like it used to be Chien Pao was the blue Miraidon, and now Miraidon is the Lightning Roaring Moon.
Yep. That's how it works. If you're a basic EX Pokemon that hits hard, you're basically just one version of another deck. No, no, definitely the completely different decks. They all have their different styles. You know, Dire Flame Wing versus Dynamotor. Wait, that's kind of the same.
Two sides of the same coin. Now, with the total number of Masters being 1,358 players, this is a lot smaller regional than we've had in the past, at least for the East Coast events that we've had. And that's actually going to affect a lot of the way we see the meta evolve through day 1 to day 2. I think that's probably in Gardevoir EX's favor. Just less amount of variance means you'll see the matchups you want to see more often, at least in theory, right?
No, definitely. I agree there. Less variance means you can probably expect to run into meta. And a lot of the times when you're testing for meta.
Yeah.
It's those weird niche decks sometimes that can catch you off guard.
Or if you're Boo testing Cloth.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I wonder what the Cloth percentage is here for day 1. Just 1?
Yeah. I mean, I was looking through the top like 300 tables and I saw 0, 1.
Oh.
I saw 1.
1.
I also saw a Regigigas.
I mean,
and not Regigigas V-Star.
Oh.
Like old Reggies.
Old Reggies.
Yeah, it did get a day 2 in Liverpool just last weekend. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see the good old Reggies come back for one more time.
Did you ever have fun playing that deck? I always felt like I was missing a piece or I didn't get the energy in the discard pile. And I can only imagine how it is right now in this format.
It's probably not very good.
But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Anything can happen here at the Knoxville Regional Championships, honestly. And if there's only one Cloth player out there, you know, Boo's rooting for you. A lot of pressure on you, my Cloth friend. But hey, you know what? Technically, Cloth has a good matchup into a couple of things in our top 6. Right, if you have the Electrode attacker, you're attacking into Dark-type Pokemon. But hey, you know what? Let's go ahead. Some of my favorite things to do here at the Regional Championship is we're going to go ahead and take a look at a couple of your tweets. Again, don't forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, and we're starting it just right, Jeremy. This is exactly what I needed to see are these Pokepets. It's Pepsi is ready for day 1, hashtag #PlayPokemon from Just Dirk. Pepsi, thank you for coming to the Knoxville Regional Championships. It's I've seen him walking around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's great to see. You know, not only our players enjoying the regionals, but also our players in real life Pokemon.
Yeah, they've definitely got that dog in them.
Yes.
Because they're a dog.
I got that, Jeremy. I got it right away. Don't worry. I'm quick on the uptake. No, but yeah, Pepsi. I love the name as well. Again, very, very beautiful dog. It's something, again, if you don't forget, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. I'd love to see more of these Pokepets you guys have at home. And let us know how you're enjoying the Pokemon trading card game at home. But yeah, again, there's so many people out there. Hopefully Pepsi isn't too overwhelmed as, again, we see Fred Nealon here, ready for day 1 at Knoxville Regionals. Hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What deck do you think
I feel like they're playing Charizard.
No.
Yeah, this is all a smokescreen. it's such a good tag. You have the Gimme Ghoul plush, Goldengo playmat, Golden deck box, and then you flip up Charizard EX. They'll never see it coming. No. Of course you play Goldengo.
Yeah.
Goldengo is one of the best decks in the format. It's so much fun to play.
I love Gold.
Yeah, me too. And here we have Maddox TCG ready for day 1 at the Knoxville Regionals. Hashtag #PlayPokemon at the Big Knox. I actually haven't seen that. Wait, where is that?
It's literally right when you walk in. So I don't know how you missed it.
I saw Pepsi. I saw Pepsi, Jeremy. Maybe I got distracted by seeing Pepsi walk around. I missed the giant Knox sign. That's pretty cool. We have the little championship regional shield on it. I'm going to need to find that, take my own picture, and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Maybe get my pictures on there. But yeah, again, don't forget, chat, ladies and gentlemen, Hashtag Pokemon1. I want to see more of those Pokemon pets. I want to see how you're enjoying the Pokemon Regional Championships. I want to know how you're doing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of my Twitter feed is that. I want to see what deck you're playing, what matchups you ran into, and how you're feeling in general.
Also, don't forget, round 5, we're going to have a community choice.
Yes.
So the poll is live right now, I believe, so make sure to vote on what match you want to see for round 5. And with that, we're going to be taking a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have Boo and Pablo for you to take through round 5.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
We have a very interesting final match there. JW made it all the way back, won with Miraidon.
A deck that some people still don't really give the credit to, even after its multiple successful performances.
Yeah, it looks like he likes to take about 4 to 5 years off before every regional win.
I've been playing this deck since Worlds in Yokohama, so I know the matchups pretty much inside and out. There were some funky things that I'd never seen before, but thankfully I was able to overcome those. My strategy for this tournament was to make sure that I could play more games of Pokemon than my opponents. The more that you have the resources to play the game, the more that you have pressure put on your opponent, the more that they can stumble, and the more you can take advantage of that.
Oddly enough, Miraidon of all decks, if you give me a chair, I've got a chance.
My most difficult matchup in Swiss had to have been the Urshifu and Teleon deck. That is tough with the Urshifu VMAX. Just has a lot of HP and can one-shot your fighting weak electric types. On top of that, it can also snipe things on the bench with its second attack. So I never felt stabilized in that game. I was able to take one game off of him, but ultimately I couldn't close out the set.
It did not look like it was going to be one of the more popular decks in day 2. JW doesn't care.
My most difficult matchup, without a doubt, in Top Cut was the Goodra Lost Box deck, and my opponent played spectacularly. He didn't set up a Goodra because he knew if I could gust it for a knockout, then that would accelerate my game plan and he would be too far out of it. So he basically played it like a one-prize Lost Box deck, which made it really tough for me to gain an advantage. Pretty much any Lost Box based deck, you always have an opportunity to lose because they can put on the early pressure. They have the second best, in my opinion, turn 1 attack in the game right now with Cramorant. When I'm trading 2 prizes for 1, it felt horrible, but I was able to come away with a win in top 8, and I'm here now.
Let's see if he can get there with Miraidon EX. Generate his way to a win here.
I have played a lot against Gardevoir, and I knew I was going to win when I took that 4th prize, because then it is near impossible for them, no matter what they do, no matter what they try to gust up, no matter what they try to set up. There's no way they can route it in a way that I can't take my last 2 prizes.
Take him to the chop house.
JW taking down Toronto with Maridon EX.
The win is a lot of validation for me. I had won a couple of regionals. I was sitting on top of the world then. And coming back to play, I had been trying to find myself in the competitive scene. I had some decent placements, but none of the spikes that I really needed. Was able to get there here in Toronto, and it feels fantastic to say, here I am again, a top player.
Welcome back in Pokemon Trainers. We are excited to be here with you in Knoxville, Tennessee, back for some Pokemon trading card game action. I am Shelby Boo here with the incredible, amazing pro player himself, Pablo Veza, or Tablemon, as you might know him as well. Pablo, it's an honor to be casting with you for the first time. How are you feeling today?
Right now, very flushed. Thank you so much for the kind words, Boo. Very excited to be back in the casting desk. I was reminiscing earlier. I was here last year playing my heart out, trying to get those championship points, and now I'm here at the desk. Very excited to watch some more games of Pokemon. We had some very exciting matches so far, I think.
Oh, absolutely. We saw some action that I think nobody, we haven't had some crazy surprises here, decks that we were kind of expecting for the weekend, but to see how these players pilot them, you know, what exact list they chose to bring to this event as well, because honestly, within the past few weeks for these events, we've seen a lot of variation in techs that our players are adding. And it's kind of skyrocketed some new decks into the forefront. I mean, Roaring Moon being, what was it, like the second on the graph there?
Yeah.
Bananas.
Yeah, Roaring Moon has definitely been going from like 0 to hero, right? We had a lot of expectations when it came out in Paradox Rift, and then it didn't really perform at all at LAIC and beyond. But as of late, especially since Ross Cotton has been like piloting the deck, like really pushing through his version of the deck, now we're seeing it see a lot of success, and we saw some very exciting games in the previous round with Evan, right? And those Pokemon Catcher coin flips, that was really exciting.
I think we're gonna have some more excitement for the day. And I mean, yeah, as they said, like the matchup didn't even look good on paper, and that just shows you anything can happen here in Pokemon. We have some more tweets to check out with you all, from who we're hearing from, who's watching the event, who's playing in the events. First up, we have Dominic C here. We're back, baby. Chilling at Knoxville Regional Championships, playing some good old Weedle V-Star. What? And Weedle table 1 there. Perfect.
Yeah, very nice Weedle. I love Weedle. Beedrill is one of my favorite Pokemon. I feel like it doesn't get a lot of respect.
The B.
The
Big B.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Weedle is very cute. I totally agree there. Sitting at table 1, dreams. Memes becoming dreams here, right, Paul?
Becoming dreams, exactly. I mean, Weedle always is dreaming about becoming a Beedrill, right? So
That's true. Yeah, it fits the vibe. That is awesome. We have some Tyranitar love here. I love Tyranitar, especially this cute little plushie in the front there as well.
I know. I think that's from the Pokemon Fit, or the Sitting Cuties brand. I think it looks real funny. Its forehead is like a little stretched, or I don't know. I definitely envisioned Tyranitar like a little more threatening, but that one looks very goofy.
That's why I like it. It's like kind of goofy looking, but it has a rock hard shell on the outside. Yeah, I love Tyranitar. Good luck. Have fun to all of my opponents at Knox Regionals. #PlayPokemon. Thank you so much, I Will Gamer, for throwing that tweet to us. We love to see them.
And then we have Arnold Hepmer, 33rd at the Melbourne Regional. Very nice. Hit 5 straight sword mirrors today and went 1-1-2 against them. Very happy with my play considering. Oh, and Super Squishmallow Pikachu acquired. Very nice.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Adding those Squishmallows to the collection. I feel like every store I go to now, there's just like a billion Squishmallows. They're all over the place. And of course, you can get your Pokemon-themed Squishmallows at stores as well. As you can see, what a cute picture. I love how the Charizard's in the background too. Like,
yeah.
just cut off there. Very nice photo.
5 straight Charizard mirrors, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
It is the most popular deck, right? I
Sure.
mean, this was at Melbourne Regionals. We do have a tournament over there, all the way in Australia, and I'm guessing Charizard's as popular over there as it is here.
Yep, going 1-1-2 against those mirror matches. Level Ball Podcast here ended up finishing top 16 at Melbourne Regionals and won some booster boxes and some CP.
That CP, that very coveted CP, right? That's why we're all here, I feel. Like, that's one of the main draws of regionals, the CP. So top 16, a solid 80 points. Not bad.
Yeah, you got to get those championship points in order to get into our world championship at the end of the season. What everybody is going toward, especially in Melbourne as well. You know, they don't have a ton of events there. So for people to pile up, get as much championship points where it's easy for them to get, maybe it's local, super important there.
Then we have Matt Patrick, Knoxville Regionals VGC prep list. Offering to the Dondozo Shrine today for my Dondozo to be strong tomorrow. Hot tub pre-tournament meditation. Good luck, have fun, everyone.
That's a little, it's a little dark, not gonna
little?
lie.
Yep.
That's a little dark, but hey, I mean, he's not eating them. He's just giving them a little ride here, those Tatsugiri. I love this picture. Super cute. I have to say, our banners out there in the event venue are on point. This one being an incredible example.
Indeed, and now I think our players are ready at the stage, so let's head there and see who our community picked for this match.
Yup, this is our community pick here. I believe we had the decks as options for you all to pick from, and you chose to see Giratina V-Star versus Roaring Moon EX once again, but that Giratina V-Star player is John Ang here, regional champion, coming back to our stream table.
Indeed, and I believe, did he get second place last year here? I
think I saw a tweet with him saying that, yes.
Yeah, so
Pretty
back
sure.
for more, right? Back for
more.
he got second place in 2019, so definitely looking for another big win. Yeah, and starting off 4-0 in the tournament, definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, he was playing Pikarom at the time, but now here on our stage with Giratina V-Star. Going against Eric Correa as well. With that Roaring Moon. So we're going to see some more Roaring Moon action. On paper, how does this look to you, Pablo?
So on paper, I feel like Roaring Moon has a slight edge. I think one of the appeals of Roaring Moon is the fact that it's so consistent. It's not too affected by awkward prizes. However, the more Pico that we are seeing in the prize cards, that's super, super important for this matchup to take those comfy KOs and apply the early pressure.
Yep, and there's only one there for our Roaring Moon player, and it is currently in the prize cards along with 2 Dark Patches and an Energy as well, Mew EX. John Ang, I didn't get a catch of those prize cards. Anything too bad there, Pablo?
Perhaps the copy of Roxanne. John does run 2 copies, but obviously that late game Roxanne to try and deny prizes is going to be very, very key. So could lead into an interesting late stages of the game if Eric gets too far ahead and John is not able to attack Eric's hand with it.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how this match plays out for both of our players here. We're jumping into Swiss Round 5 here, Knoxville Regional Championship, and we're starting over on Eric's side of the field. Going into the deck here, first off with this Battle VIP Pass to get some more Pokemon out, start establishing a board here for Eric, and also, of course, gonna check the hand a couple of times, see what is potentially prized. Probably gonna notice real quick that Morpeko is in the prize cards. But what do you think we're gonna see on this initial first turn here from Eric, Pablo?
Eric's definitely going to want to stabilize or establish a solid board. In this matchup, usually either player wants to go second, so John probably won the coin flip and chose to do so. Eric wants to have like a little bit of energy in play, get a solid hand going to be able to threaten any possible Giratina Vs that John ends up benching, because taking one prize card doesn't really help too much. In an ideal situation, you want to go like 2-2-2 in terms of prize cards, if possible, right? That's easier said than done for sure.
Yeah, that's true. You want as optimal of a prize layout as you can, or I guess prize mapping in the match, but I guess you could take what you can get at some points in time as well. As we see here from Eric, taking out a lot of Pokemon here, establishing the bench. We're going to see once again that Galarian Moltres that actually had a ton of utility in our former Roaring Moon deck that we just saw from Evan Campbell.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres V is definitely a key aspect of this deck. It gives you very nice energy acceleration throughout the game, allowing you to energy switch those energies away that you get from the ability in order to power up those Roaring Moons. So Dire Flame Wings, very crucial to this deck, and I do believe Eric is running Ross Cawthon's exact 60 cards, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
So definitely a deck that got really popular from this past weekend.
Yep, and we just saw that ability, Dire Flame Wings, in action there from that Moltres, getting that energy out of the discard pile, switching it onto that Roaring Moon EX in active here. And we are rolling now. We saw the Squawk and Seize, Squawkin' Season, and now we're just drawing into even more cards here. 2 energy from that Earthen Vessel, discarding that Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, it always feels very nice when on turn 1 you can afford to even discard your Battle VIP pass, right? That shows how strong your hand was.
Not much bench space left, huh?
Yeah.
Just one spot.
Indeed, which can be very crucial as well. Yeah, that could be a 3rd Roaring Moon to help threaten. It could also be a Mew EX to help battle that late game Roxanne. Ideally, you'd want the Morpeko, but unfortunately, that is priced right now.
Currently in the prize cards, but Eric has done a pretty solid job here on this first turn. We're going to see 1 Dark Patch, 2 of them in the prize cards, but 1 was in the hand, and it's going to bring out another energy onto the bench. Roaring Moon here, 2 already on the active for that very first turn. Let's see what John Ang can establish here on his first turn, starting off with just a concealed cards, discarding an energy. What is the hand looking like, Pablo? Is it bad?
Yeah, it's not looking great. John doesn't have any sort of Comphase or Battle VIP pass. He did get a Pokegear off of this Greninja, but really needs to find a Colress last card.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. John Ang giving us a show here, that Colress's Experiment just popping up. And that is going to lead John to hopefully some better options off the next 5 cards that he'll get to look at with that. And of course, establishing that Lost Zone.
Yep, getting those cards in Lost Zone, gonna be very crucial. An ideal world, John would love to hit the Roaring Moon active with the Cramorant, but right now he just really needs to have a more solid board. And decent cards, but no Battle VIP pass. So he'll establish a board, but Eric is already threatening that Giratina V if it does get benched, which John might choose not to.
Well, we're going to see that Colress's Experiment. 2 cards go into the Lost Zone. A Jet Energy placed onto the Comfey that's on the bench, which of course is going to accelerate it into the active position, allowing for the first flower selecting. It was a quick choice there. Mirage Gate going into the Lost Zone. Into the next Comfey. What are the 2 options here, Pablo?
Colress and Nestball. So difficult choice, because with the Nestball you could establish potentially a second Giratina, but with the Colress you have that draw for next turn as long as Iono or Judge doesn't get played. So tough choice right there. John does decide to go for the Colress, and as long as he doesn't bench the Giratina V, he'll be fine in terms of the price mapping. Won't allow Eric to take 2/2 prizes, will force Eric to essentially play a 7-prize game almost.
Yep, so we could be here for a bit, Pablo, potentially in this match, or not, depending on how the rest of these draws go. But John Ang is going to decide to bench that Giratina V. What do you think about that?
All right. I mean, Eric does need Energy, Stadium, and Process Orders to chase that down, which we did see the top deck of the Pokestop. So calculated risk. John perhaps feels that he really needs to take risk right now because his setup was very mediocre in this first turn, unfortunately for him.
Well, that Pokestop's going to be rolled here, netting Eric 2 item cards and a Pokestop going into the discard pile. Forest Sealstone is going to come down onto this Galarian Moltres V, which is going to allow Eric to go into the deck and choose any card out and put it in your hand.
Yeah, now I'm a little surprised on Eric's decision to use the Pokestop before the Force Seal Stone, as he sort of risked perhaps, like, the chance of you discarding one or both Boss's Orders is definitely low, but if you just get that out of the deck, you guarantee that you're not going to discard it. Pokestop can't find the Boss's Orders, right? So you might as well guarantee that, and there's a knockout on the Giratina V to start us off.
Just as you said here, Pablo, that Giratina V was a liability, and now it is getting knocked out here by Eric. Wow. So going down there with that Calamity Storm, discarding that Pokestop as well. And now it's back over to John Ang. So I guess if you're in John Ang's position, where do you go from here, Pablo? You're now behind on prize cards. You already had a shaky first hand, and you're kind of on the back foot here.
Yeah, your best response is really Cramorant hit once again, and in an ideal world, you want to bench 2 Giratina Vs at once to prevent exactly what just happened. If one goes down, you still have the other one to potentially respond, but John not finding a lot of help. Does find the Cramorant. The path to peak is nice, but it's stopping Dire Flame Wings, and that's pretty much it. You want to find that earlier. So not the best setup for John. Has a lot of really good cards in his hand, but just doesn't have the resources in play to utilize them.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Just a weird drawing of the cards here for John Ang. We're going to see that concealed cards drawing into 2 more, and we're just going to take a quick look here at Eric's discard pile as well for John. At this point in time, John just needs to keep up as much pace as he can at the moment. We're seeing a Flower selecting Giratina V versus that Psychic Energy going to be chosen to jump into the Lost Zone here. And now we're just going aggro. Giratina V's flying down onto the bench here for John Ang, and we have 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, we could see some sort of shred damage here right now. Could be pretty decent. Now, I don't think John is running a Lost Vacuum, so the Ancient Energy Booster Capsule on the Roaring Moon does put it at 290 HP, which is problematic because Lost Impact turns out does 280. So this damage from Cramorant going to be very key.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. This Cramorant softening up this Roaring Moon EX that's inactive here for Eric. Of course, being able to hit for no energy due to that lost provisions, as long as you have 4 more prize cards in, 4 more cards in your Lost Zone. Cramorant's able to use that and get that super needed damage there onto that Roaring Moon. Eric kicking off this turn as well. We're going to see a concealed cards here, drawing into an energy switch and a switch cards.
Yep, both useful cards, though not as crucial at this point in time. Eric really wants to establish this other Roaring Moon, have it ready to deal with the upcoming Giratina V-Star. So no supporter though, so off to a strong start. Or maybe I see an Iono. With all these arts, it's difficult to tell sometimes.
I know. There's so many different ones.
Yeah, there is an Iono.
Yeah, there is an Iono there. Research an Iono as the supporters in hand currently for Eric. We're going to see another Pokestop. That's nothing. A Dark Patch and an Ultra Ball here.
I think that's a pretty good Pokestop. Gets the energy in the discard pile, gives you the Dark Patch to immediately attach it, and you have the Stadium now to knock out the Cramorant, and ideally you want another boss, right? But that's going to be really difficult for Eric to find here, so he will only be able to take 1 prize card, which is not bad, but you definitely would love to go after one of these 2 Giratinas if you could.
Yeah, keep up as much aggression as possible. Avoid the 1 prizers, head for the 2 prizers, and continue this pace. That's what Eric is looking to do. We're still going through the deck here for Eric, and we're going to see a roll. It's going to be a Tails.
What was the roll for?
That's what I was
never mind. There are 4 Pokemon Catcher in this list, so it must have been that. It's just, there was a Professor Seda played out of the
it was a
camera.
catcher.
Then it was a Pokemon Catcher.
It's tough when the discard pile's off cam for us to see, we're seeing a roll. Yeah, Pokemon Catcher. It did not hit, unfortunately, there, but hey, we have plenty more in the list where that comes from. Palpad going to retrieve 2 supporters here back out of the discard pile, shuffled into the deck here for Eric.
Yep, Boss and Professor Seda, both very good and crucial cards. And yeah, so I was mistaken. This is not Roscoff 60. It's actually, it includes the 4 Pokemon Catcher to be able to be aggressive with the Professor's Research and with the ghosting effects as well. But it does come at a price, right? That coin flip, sometimes it will go your way, sometimes it won't. Sometimes the game can come down to that Pokemon catcher coin flip, as we saw 2 weeks ago in top 4 with Miraidon. They went Peony, double Pokemon catcher. That was really cool to see.
Yep, some awesome plays here in our Pokemon Regional Championships. Eric here also jumbling up that dice there. Oh, that is too good.
So Eric gonna be 3 prizes ahead, still 2 attacks away essentially from potentially winning the game. John, of course, will be able to now take a knockout on this Roaring Moon and then looking to target down the benched one. So it's on Eric to really try to find the setup on a 3rd attacker. And one of those attackers to have an easier knockout could be the Mew EX, copying the Lost Impact.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, some people just have it in their decks for the restart ability, but you also have that genome hacking move as well off of that Mew. So we'll have to see where Eric chooses to go. Right now, we're on John Ang's side of the field. After that Cramorant went down, John Ang still 6 prize cards left to take here, but plenty more to do on this turn. Tons of cards in hand here at the moment, and we're seeing a Mirage Gate drawing out that water and psychic energy for John's field.
Yep, probably double checking all the energies in the prizes, in the Lost Zone, and discard. There's just so much to keep track of with this deck, but I really like using that Mirage Gate before any sort of flower selecting or Colress experiment, as that way you're not going to see those energies at the top, which you need, and you're more likely to find potentially better resources.
Yeah, I also have to feel John Ang is one of the very notable players who rocks Giratina V-Star quite often here. Everybody thinks of John Ang when they think of Giratina. So yeah, he knows this deck inside and out and knows exactly what he needs to be keeping track of and keeping on pace with as far as these matchups go. Flower selecting, gonna discard a Battle VIP pass. What was was it just a Battle?
It was
okay.
Battle VIP pass and Pokegear into the Colress once again. So John Ang like barely getting there, it feels, most turns, but now he'll be able.
There,
getting there, and will now be able to get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone after the Colress. The V-Star will be available for that Giratina V-Star in case he chooses to do that, and does have a counter catcher in hand, so could go after the non-damaged Roaring Moon, which could be a really cool play.
That would be awesome to see here from John Ang, stacking up that Lost Zone here. Now 10 cards. We're going to see those evolutions come out onto the Giratina Vs, turning into Giratina V-Stars. And John Ang is rocking and rolling here for the turn. We have the energy attachment here, that grass energy, onto the Giratina V-Star on bench.
Yep, there's the attachment. I see he has the counter catcher and the switch card in front of his hand, which usually is an indicator that he's going to be playing down those cards. Now, it doesn't have a great follow-up after this, but I do think he needs to target down this Roaring Moon so that if Eric wants to knock out the Giratina V-Star in return with this Roaring Moon, they will both be knocked out, as Frenzied Gouging will knock the Roaring Moon itself.
Yeah, that is true. Well, John Ang does have the possibility to still do that, as you said, with that counter catcher being behind in those prize cards. The availability is there for John Ang, but first we're going to see another flower selecting, the deck thinning out even more. It looks like a tough decision here.
Yeah, it's between Colress and Boss's Orders, both cards which are very useful as the game goes on, right?
Yeah.
If Eric plays any sort of hand attack, John would like to keep the Colress, and that's what he did, but he needs to chase down more Roaring Moons on the bench or prevent Eric from stalling a turn with Greninja in the active. The Boss's Orders is a great card, right? So tough choice for John. Does decide to keep the Colress, and now do we counter catcher or not?
Yep, that is the question here, Pablo. That late game Boss's Orders into the Lost Zone here. Path to the Peak is also going to come out into play as well, shutting down, as you said before, that Dire Flame Wings on that Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah, and Eric has lost a few stadiums into a discard pile after using them for the attack. And yeah, there we see counter catcher onto the clean Roaring Moon for a knockout with the V-Star.
Yep, not exactly what Eric wants to see. This Roaring Moon that he spent so much time preparing, a fresh, non-damaged Roaring Moon knocked out in one fail swoop here from John Ang, taking 2 prize cards there off of that, and Eric having to respond here, starting off with an Ultra Ball, discarding that Galarian Moltres as well as a Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, Eric does have the perfect response here in his hand. He can go grab a fresh Roaring Moon, has double Dark Patch and Darkness Energy ready to go. So John's not going to be happy after he sees that. Eric will be down to 1 prize card. And, I mean, we could potentially see a tiebreaker game if John ends up knocking out this fresh Roaring Moon with another Giratina V-Star. And I don't know, this could be a weird ending to this game for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's already been kind of wacky with some of the draws and such that John Ang was getting. And yeah, we could have a pretty wacky ending potentially here coming up, but we'll have to see what else happens throughout this game. Eric gonna get these energy out onto this benched Roaring Moon. Another one, fully established. One's gone, and one just pops back up. They're like roaches, right, Pablo?
They are indeed like roaches. They just come out of nowhere. You never see them coming. And then we see the Iono as well combined with this clean KO. So that Colress that John very carefully protected is now at the bottom of the deck.
Absolutely correct there. And honestly, there was a ton of resources in the hand as well. Now John Ang only working with 4 cards here, taking a knockout as well. Eric knocking out that Giratina V-Star, going down, as you said, to just 1 prize card left. And John Ang starting off with a flower selecting, making this decision now.
Yep.
Oh, just going to scoop it up. I guess that's what he's going to decide here, Pablo.
Yep, I have a feeling John might have been like either out of energies, because I did see he got a Grass and a Mirage Gate off the 4-card Iono. His choice was between Jet Energy and Roxanne, but he might have been out of Psychic Energies to just return the hit, or maybe wanted to do it with Cramorant, probably not. I don't know. It was definitely a tough ending there for John. Since the beginning, he was just struggling to have a decent board setup.
Yeah, kind of awkward setup in the beginning, and like we said, he was just kind of hanging on by a thread. And of course, that early knockout on that Giratina V by Eric was huge there, getting the lead on the prize cards, putting John Ang on the back burner, tried to pick things back up with that Cramorant, doing some damage there to that Roaring Moon, but it just could not be kept up with and picked up on the back end by John Ang.
Yeah, John would have loved to have these 2 Giratina V-Stars that he was able to set up in turn 3, but on turn 2. Then we would have been talking about a completely different game, but Eric was able to take down that first Giratina V, and with John having no response after that, was forced to scoop up after nothing really found off of the Comfey. And with 32 minutes left, I feel like both decks apply a lot of pressure. They might like take a little bit slow in the beginning, in the first 2 turns, but after that it's just go boom, boom, boom every turn, right? So I think 32 minutes should be enough to get a full 3-game set.
Yeah, and I'm sure Eric taking a win here in our game 1 between these players. I'm sure feeling very nice. Of course, facing off against a regional champion who is well known for playing this deck. Maybe a little nerves there, but handling it extraordinarily well. And we're going to jump into this game 2 here between these players, again starting on Eric's side of the field here. And of course, this was our community choice pick as well, so definitely let us know in the chat how you're liking this matchup so far. Who are you rooting for?
Now, we did see 2 Psychic Energy prize for John, so that could be a little problematic once again for those late-game Mirage Gates. Will apply a lot of pressure on the Subrods, but one key thing that we are seeing right now is the Spiritomb start. This Spiritomb shuts down Galarian Moltres V's ability, and that means Eric will not have that like free energy every turn thanks to Dire Flame Wings. So it's gonna be a little awkward for Eric to try to power a Pokemon in the later stages of the game, because now you rely on the Dark Patches and that's it. Unless Eric is able to KO the Spiritomb next turn, that could, in the late game, affect him quite a bit.
Yeah, that could get super sticky, and it was the starting Pokemon here from John Ang, so that's definitely something that comes into play going into this game 2 here for Eric. We saw the Pokestop getting rolled here for Eric, and that's going to lead us into a Battle VIP pass as well.
Yeah, fantastic find for Eric. Otherwise would have needed to Ultra Ball for the Squawk ability, which I imagine will be the other choice here. off the Battle VIP Pass just gives him a little bit more wiggle room in terms of what he can pick, get a fresh hand, off to the races, but that Spiritomb, that Spiritomb really could put a dent because Eric's deck is built around Moltres and Energy Switch to power up multiple Roaring Moons. There are 2 copies of Professor Stata's Vitality, but they are not as vital usually.
Yeah, not as vital. That Spiritomb shutting down any basic Pokemon V that have abilities. So all of those basics with abilities that are Vs going to be shut down. Tough to deal with. Of course, Mew is not a V. It's an EX.
Yeah. Interesting that Eric chose not to go for the Squawk this turn. I guess he felt comfortable enough with his hand in order to be able to take a KO here. And then John starting off strong with a Colress, but not great finds, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look. We have the Path to the Peak, a Water Energy here off of this Colress. Didn't see the other 3.
Yeah, those are probably the cards getting lost. So
yeah,
looking
3 to
for
the hands.
All right, we do get a Battle VIP Pass. We do get a Convey. All right, so off to a decent start here. The question is, do you go for a Convey and a Giratina to establish the 2 Giratinas already on the board? Do you go for a Greninja to draw a few extra cards?
Yep, we're going to start with this flower selecting here for John. Ooh, it's going to be a Path to the Peak and another Battle VIP Pass. John is also going to take a glance at the hand here before deciding which card to go with out of these 2 options.
I would really like to see John keep the Battle VIP Pass here. I feel like he
Go
lost
consistent.
Yeah, exactly. He lost the previous game because he didn't have a strong enough setup. And now with double Battle VIP Pass, you're going to have everything you could possibly want on the bench, which is very crucial. And there is only 1 Path to the Peak left for John, so you want to make sure you save that to combine with Roxanne to shut down the Mew EX's ability.
Yeah, I feel like every time we see our players have to make this difficult decision, choosing consistency is always a safe bet here. And that's what John Eng is going to go with, Battle VIP Pass being the pick, the Path to the Peak going into the Lost Zone, taking that Lost Zone up to 3 cards now, and of course, still making this decision on who to bring out onto the bench here from the Battle VIP Pass. It's going to be another Comfey and that Giratina V.
Yep, so now that means there will be 2 Giratinas on the bench at the end of this turn. John will go ahead and take the time to price check. Probably going to realize that he priced 2 Psychic Energies just by the look on his face. I think he realized, like, oh my gosh, not again.
Not again, yeah. Oh, you hate to see it, especially if you're John Eng at this moment in time. But here we go, second Battle VIP Pass. John, the VIP, swiping his badge here into 2 more Pokemon able to be brought out onto this bench.
Yeah, now, John will probably grab Giratina and Cramorant with this one, even though he's already holding 1 Giratina V in his hand. That will allow him to thin the deck a little bit, right? And it's only 1 extra card. His deck is probably around 35 cards right now, a little more, a little less, but every card you get out of the deck, every card you thin right now is helping you in the future. And that's something very key for Lost Box decks. You want to thin your deck, you want to leave only the good resources, the ones you think you'll need to finish out a game. And every little percentage matters because as the game goes on, those little percentages definitely add up.
Absolutely correct, Pablo. I think that is a skill that we see often displayed by our pro players, you know, our players that we see on the circuit consistently at these regional championships all of the time. Something that they display very well and something you should definitely pick up as a player if you are not already thinking about what cards to thin out here. And speaking of thinning some more cards out, Flower Selecting is going to add a Comfey into the Lost Zone, ticking that up to 4. Cramorant is now online there with that Lost Provisions.
Yeah, that now we could see a Spit innocently onto the Mew, which sets it up very nicely for a future Sableye KO for 2 prizes, which would be very nice. Now, one bad thing about John's current hand is that there's no follow-up to this. There's no Colress, and he's holding 3 Grass Energy. That's all the Grass Energy in his deck, so that could make it awkward for him to Mirage Gate later down the line.
Yep, exactly. Mirage Gate has to come out of the deck, and if they're all in your hands, you don't really have an option there. But Cramorant gonna spit innocently, spit on that Mew that's flying in the air there on Eric's side of the field. Eric gonna start this turn off with that concealed cards drawing into I think it was the Dark Patch and that Earthen Vessel as well. Gonna use that Dark Patch right away here and get that energy onto the benched Roaring Moon EX.
Now, part of why I was really surprised Eric didn't go for the Squawk is because he does have Professor's Research right now to just dig deeper, but he's going to have to rely on Pokemon Catcher if he wants to go after either of these Giratinas, right? Where if we had seen the Squawk earlier, it is a liability on the bench that you have, of course. However, it gives you the opportunity to dig deeper to maybe find boss and guarantee the ghosting instead of trying to flip heads on Pokemon Catcher, which with 4, you're going to average 2, right? But you could also get 0, or you could get 4. That's the beauty of the game we play.
That is true, Pablo. Ultra Ball going to discard an Energy Switch as well as a Pokestop here for Eric to go into the deck for any Pokemon that he wants to thin out here. And then I think is there only 1 card left in the hand?
I believe so. It's the Professor's Research, so will we see a high 5?
Oh, I love to see the high 5s, but you never know with our players. We shall see.
Definitely on stream, people tend to be a little more serious, right?
That's true, yeah. Or I don't know. Sometimes it goes either way. It's like you're just having fun, giving us a show, or you're focused in for
Locked
Eric.
in,
Yeah, exactly. Having to battle against John Ang here and up 1 game already, just wanting to take this home with a 2-0. It's just going to be the Professor's Research. Unfortunately, no high 5 there.
Now, some players might be wondering why the Galarian Moltres was grabbed, even though its ability doesn't work right now because of Spiritomb. However, it is still a good target for, or the only target rather, for the Forest Heal Stone, right?
Yeah.
Which gets Eric any card he wants at any point in the game. So that's still very crucial to have available to you. Can't Dark Patch and Earthen Vessel, however, need to grab that energy.
Oh, that is funny. Yeah, Dark Patch going to get another energy. Honestly, it's going to be a heads here for Eric off of that Pokemon Catcher. Where's Wancho behind the scenes, I'm sure, cheering on these Pokemon Catchers as Eric utilizes that card, luckily getting a heads. Gusting that Pokemon, and we're rolling as well off that Pokestop. Going to net 2 items here for Eric, and that Giratina V is now in the active spot.
Losing that ancient booster energy capsule of the Pokestop, probably not that big a deal overall. However, because he has the emergency jelly, if at any point he wasn't able to leave the Roaring Moon with 90 HP left instead of 30, then Sableye could potentially clean up 4 prizes with that Mew being damaged. But so far so good for Eric, gets the first 2 prize cards. John now needs to find another Giratina and take the knockout on the active, which is going to be very difficult because of that ancient booster capsule.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar trend here from the last game going into our second game here for Eric, getting that knockout, that early knockout, first 2 prize cards here on that Giratina V, now leading in the prize cards, and all of that with the Galarian Moltres being shut down as well. So we see so much utility from that, but Eric hasn't even gotten a chance to use it. Dark Patches coming out of the woodwork left and right here for Eric to establish all of these energy on board, leading to that knockout and, of course, that lucky Pokemon Catcher. And John Ang, unfortunately, is kind of in the same position here, working off the back foot, but I think a much better board state than we saw in our previous game between these players.
Much better board state, but much worse hand too, unfortunately.
No.
This Flower Selecting is going to be pretty big, and
what is
Jet
it?
Energy and something else I didn't catch. Giratina V-Star, but no Colress, no Mirage Gate, no nothing, so it's just going to be another spit innocently here for John.
Well, I mean, I guess at least, we're spitting. At least something is happening on the boards. But yeah, that's definitely not what you wanted to see here from John Ang. If the hand is weak, I mean, your hand is everything when you're playing a Lost Box variant deck, and unfortunately, John does not have a lot to work with here. Eric gonna start us off, rolling that Pokestop. Discard. Gonna at least, get 1 card there off that Pokestop, that Earthen Vessel there, but 2 supporters down now.
Yeah, Eric is holding that Forest Heal Stone, so we'll be able to grab a Boss's Orders directly thanks to that Galarian Moltres V and take down another Giratina. And I think that might put John in a position where, how do you make a comeback? Yeah, at any point your Giratina V-Star takes a knockout, it just gets Frenzied Gouging back, and that's it. So Eric definitely in a really good spot. Once again, use Pokestop, potentially discarding Boss's Orders before grabbing it out of the deck to guarantee that you have access to. Although, is it available or is it? Do we see it being prized?
I'm actually not sure. Maybe we could flash the prize cards and take a look. This Forest Seal Stone for Eric going to be played here onto the only eligible target, as you did mention, Pablo. That's Galarian Moltres V. Of course, Forest Seal Stone is a V-Star power. So Eric flips that one V-Star power for game to search out any card from the deck here.
So did grab the switch card, put it in the discard pile, which should not be there. So is he holding the Boss's Orders? Or where is the Boss's Orders? Did it get discarded? I must have lost track of it.
I don't know. We see the switch card being played here.
Yep, switch card being.
I haven't had a look at Eric's hand. I feel like both these players are holding their cards so close to the chest here when we're trying to view them, right?
Yep. So, yep, 8 damage counters and attachment for turn. What's that last card?
Yeah,
it is.
that is.
Oh,
Okay.
there's the Boss's Orders. There, John just like very knowing that the end is pretty much inside. The fact that Eric has now 2 Roaring Moons powered up, no damage on the board on them either, and has a Pal Pad to put back the Boss's Orders. So I guess now it makes sense to use the Pokestop because you were already holding the Boss's Orders, but dang, what a rough draw for John
I gotta
here.
say, Eric holding the emotions so well here, I would be so happy.
Yep.
Like, I would be playing that Boss's Orders down and being ecstatic here. And I mean, you could see it on the other end here from John, just knowing that he's way too far behind here in this matchup against Roaring Moon. I'll tell you what, Pablo, I'm feeling a lot more confident in my my Roaring Moon pick
I
for
bet.
the weekend.
I mean, so fun fact, you'll enjoy to know that Ross has also been a very big fan of Clough.
Oh, no way.
Clough was the first
Yo.
deck that he was interested in for Paradox Rift,
Ross,
and then he moved
we're best
on
friends,
to
I'm telling
yeah.
you. We just don't know it yet. Let's jump back into this game. John Ang here, working with the flower selecting Nest Ball, going to go into the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 6. And that's the other thing, too. The Lost Zone isn't even super established here for John Ang either. I mean, we can at least maybe get a couple more cards in here, but I think John is kind of just calculating in his head now, where do I go from here? Looking at the board, asking Eric how many cards are in hand, trying to find a way out of this difficult situation that we're in this game.
I believe that Nest Ball might be the 7th card in the Lost Zone, if I'm not
really?
mistaken. But yeah, with no Colress available for John, yeah, it's just really awkward here. Hasn't been able to accelerate. We see all 3 grass in the discard pile. Gonna put them back with a Super Rod, but that also decreases the chances of John finding a Colress next turn. So I'm also very surprised that he's choosing to do this, as he's desperate for a Colress, he's desperate for a Mirage Gate, and now he just put 3 cards back, which is a significant amount when your deck is around 20, 22-ish cards.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about thinning, and that is the opposite of thinning, adding more cards into your deck that you do not want to draw into. It's just going to be a Boss's Orders here for John Ang, bringing up that Mew and taking the knockout with the Cramorant. Spit Innocently has been doing some work here in this game for John Ang, and we're over to Eric's side. The Mew is taken out. The Roaring Moons are still here, but that Pokemon catcher's not going to give us a hit this time. Going to be a Tails, but hey, we still have some Roaring Moons on board here, and Eric is continuing with this pressure in this game too. So close to taking a 2-0 against John Ang, the regional champion.
I would have loved to see Eric use the Pal Pad first and put back the Boss's Orders and Professor's Research into his deck. He does show 1 Professor's Research, but if you just put back that boss, you give yourself a chance to immediately end the game right here. Now it's still going to come down to Pokemon catchers, which is completely fine, right? But just a small thing where if you've hit boss, you immediately win the game. Why not just give yourself that opportunity? Especially with no Mew EX to continue digging. I think it's going to be important to see this Professor's Research, but the Pal Pad. This Pal Pad should have been played before drawing cards with the Radiant Greninja.
So maybe a little bit of mis-sequencing there, but the Pal Pad going to bring in Boss's Orders. and a Professor Sada.
Yeah,
in
Professor
back
Sada
into the deck.
Vitality, I believe. You know what? It's sometimes confusing if players are playing the full
The
art
full art,
Professor's
exactly,
Research
'cause it
with
could be the
Professor Sada
research,
and the
yes.
Vitality.
Tough. It is tough here. Pokemon, you're giving us too many arts to work with, but they're all beautiful, so I forgive you.
All right, so we have Professor's Research looking to hit into another Pokemon catcher on average, right? If it's 50-50, you would end up winning the game. Otherwise, you're still feeling pretty good. Now, one small issue Eric has is that Roaring Moon's Calamity Storm attack does 100 damage, which is not enough to knock out the Cramorant, funnily enough. So it'd be really funny to just see a whiff there. But I think 2 Pokemon catchers found. First one is Tails.
No, the 5
And
is
the
haunting
second
us.
one, third Pokemon catcher in a row, Heads, and there's the game.
There is the game. Eric Correa gonna take this down here with a 2-0 victory. Roaring Moon EX taking down Giratina V-Star. That is exceptional, Eric. I'm sure feeling super happy here. Another win with Roaring Moon. Eric actually got 155th, so top 256 with Roaring Moon in San Antonio as well. So bringing it here now to Knoxville and bringing it to some success.
Yeah, now, pretty cool game too. We saw Eric just did not hold back. Oh, is this game 1?
This is game 1.
Yeah, this is game 1. So knocked out the lone Giratina V. Sorry,
Like, what am I looking at?
And then John was able to bench 2 Giratinas. And on the next game, but it was just a little, it was one turn too late. John got to 7 cards in the lost zone that turn, but did not have the Giratina V-Star to respond to that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, just short, was hanging on by a thread in that game 1 there for John Ang. Was just not able to put things together. I mean, look at Eric's board here. Everything established. John Ang was going to scoop it up there, knowing that Eric was down to just 1 prize card left to take in the match. Hopping into our game 2 here now.
Yeah, despite the Spiritomb shutting down Moltres, Jun was not able to ever set up anything threatened with the Giratina Vs, and they just kept going down. Due to the boss's orders, they were literally flying away from the field.
Flying off that field indeed. Flying into Eric, taking some prize cards there, kind of following a similar pace as our game 1. John was able to take that Mew EX to at least clean up a couple prize cards, but Eric continued that pressure here, and that second Pokemon catcher was able to succeed in the end for Eric.
Yeah, on average, you'll be hitting one of those 2, right? And sometimes that's all you need. You just need 1 Pokemon catcher heads flip to close out the games. The exchange of prizes can be so like quick with these 2 prize Pokemon that can one-hit each other pretty easily. So even if you fail 3 Pokemon catcher flips, you just need 1 to win a game.
You just need 1. I think that's Juancho's motto this weekend. You just need 1 to hit sometimes. He's been saying it nonstop, and we saw it there. And it's interesting, too, because Giratina V-Star often is talked about. This is BDIF, best deck in format that you're going to see. And now we're seeing Roaring Moon having taken down not just a Giratina V-Star, but John Ang, who's an extremely experienced player playing that deck as well. What do you think about that, Pablo?
I mean, if you're Eric, you're definitely feeling good. You beat a pretty tough matchup, and you just beat the Portland Regional Champion in a very decisive manner, right? John's deck definitely didn't cooperate, and that's one of the problems with Giratina V-Star. No matter how good your deck is, this clunky starts, clunky hands is something that Giratina is also known for. So sometimes you just need that little bit of extra luck to really go all the way.
Yeah, like you said, it wasn't even just a win. It was a 2-0 win as well. So I'm sure Eric feeling ecstatic, bringing it back with the Roaring Moon and taking things home. I'm pretty hyped as well, seeing Roaring Moon win another match here. And that was our community choice match. So, of course, now the match has played out. What do you all think of that matchup? Who are you rooting for? Are you surprised with the outcome between those 2 monster decks here? Roaring Moon taking the win there. And do you think this matchup between these players is going to kind of change anybody's perceptions of Roaring Moon going forward, Pablo?
Well, instead of hearing from me, let's hear from Eric as we have our interview winner.
Thanks, Boo and Pablo. That's right. Here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, Eric Correa, coming off the victory over John Eng, one of the top players in North America right now.
I saw that name.
Yeah, tell us what you were thinking when you saw the pairing.
It's a good player. Maybe I'm 5-0 or 4-0. Maybe I have a good chance of being on stream, and here we are.
And sure enough, you got up on the stream. Any nerves or anything in those early turns as you were getting ready into that game?
No, I like the matchup. At worst, I think it's a 50-50. That game went very well for me with the catchers. So no, I think it was pretty good. I felt good about it.
Awesome. Yeah, it seemed like you were playing very confidently, and the catchers being super clutch. 3 catchers played there in the last turn of that game number 2. Talk to us about that inclusion for the weekend. You're the second Roaring Moon player we've had on that has Pokemon catchers in their list. Why was that such a good inclusion for the tournament in the meta right now?
When Roaring Moon first came out, a lot of us were playing switchers, and I still really like switchers in certain matchups. But I was throwing one away with Squawkabilly every single game. So I figured, let's go to catchers. And my friends in Charlotte switched over to catchers, and they did better than me. Same 60, other than that difference, and they did better. It made day 2, so that convinced me to switch over, and it's been working out.
Yeah, and you're well on your way to making day 2 as well. 5-0 start. Got to be feeling pretty great about that. Yeah, and it does feel like the cross switchers are maybe a little bit more consistent, but the Pokemon catchers can be a lot more powerful. They can swing your games a lot more in your favor, right?
Yeah, the switcher is really, really good versus Snorlax, just as another switching out in that matchup, but I haven't hit any today, so the catchers are doing their job.
So we got to see your round 5 here. What have the other decks been that you've played against the first 4 rounds of the tournament?
I've played 2 Charizard EX and 2 Chien-Pao, and that's been it.
Yeah, tell us about that Charizard matchup. That's actually what we saw play out earlier, Roaring Moon with catchers versus Charizard. Is that a big deal, the catchers?
Yeah, it's good. If they get the Rotom V or the Luminion down turn 1 to set up, that's just, if you hit up aheads on that, you got game most of the time. You get too far ahead, taking prizes against them. And so those have been really helping out there with that matchup.
For sure. So Roaring Moon, it's been around a little bit in the format. It started off very popular. I remember release weekend of Paradox Rift. Yeah. If you played on TCG Live, you were guaranteed pretty much to play against a Roaring Moon. But it seems like it kind of fell off a little bit after LAIC. It didn't do super well, but in the last few weeks, it's really surged in popularity. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, I've been playing it since day 1. I took it down to LAIC, lost my winning in to John's teammate or buddy, Xander Perro, but he had the Axelgore tech with Mew.
I remember that,
So that was really rough, because otherwise the Mew matchup is pretty good. But I just, it's been performing. We just needed one good player to make top 8, and Ross did that in Portland, I think. And we saw it in Liverpool, 6 people made top 8 or day 2 with his list, and that's all it took, is one person coming up with a good list, making top 8, and people would see that it was a good deck.
That's oftentimes really what it takes. A new card comes out. I think everyone has recognized Roaring Moon was really really powerful. Yeah. But it just takes the right list, the right 60 cards to come together.
Double Melanie on 2 things, and you have Dark Patch. It's how can that not be good?
Yeah. Yeah, Sada's Vitality, just an incredibly powerful card. So 4 Swiss rounds left. You just need to win 1 more and then get 1 tie somewhere. Yeah. You'll lock up a berth into day 2. Is there anything in these last 4 rounds that you're really hoping to dodge, that you hope you don't find yourself matched up against?
Gardevoir and the Sablezard. But other than that, I'm good against most things.
That's awesome. I mean, that's a pretty low percentage of the room compared to the other decks that you've mentioned.
I hope so.
Well, congratulations on the win, Eric, in this one, and hopefully it can continue to propel you forward here in this tournament. We're going to get back to the casters. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Chip, for that wonderful interview there from Eric. Always fantastic to hear from our players what their thought process were going into the tournament, into that matchup. We even saw him say, I saw that name, and it was a little sketchy there, but was able to take it home now in this tournament. 5-0 record, as Chip was saying, potentially birthing into that day 2. And that's pretty wild to see. So I'm sure Eric's super happy right now and furthering the success of Roaring Moon as well. Did say he did not want to run into Gardevoir and a deck that you've been talking about, Pablo, with that Radiant Charizard or Sablezard.
Yeah, it's one of my picks for this weekend, precisely because it feels like it has a pretty decent matchup against a lot of these popular decks. It has a good Giratina V-Star matchup, has a good Charizard matchup with the double TM Devolution as well.
Yeah.
Has a pretty decent Roaring Moon matchup as well with all the single price Pokemon. So definitely not the most popular deck, but I feel like we could see it squeaking in. We did see Alex Shemansky, who is one of our players to watch 2 weeks ago, get top 8, and it's already won a regional as well in Europe, and it seems like people are still not respecting it too much, so I'm hoping it will do well this weekend.
Do you think it's lack of respect, or do you think it's just kind of a difficult deck to play, which is why it sees lower play from our players?
Yeah, I mean, it probably a little bit of both. It is a little less consistent than other Lost Box decks because you have Radiant Charizard instead of Radiant Greninja, right? So Radiant Greninja providing you those 2 extra cards each turn that you use it can be can be a big difference maker, right? We saw Joneng hit Colress off of the last card of a Pokegear, find Colress off of Greninja or Comfey. Yeah, those 2 extra cards in Lost Box decks can be very crucial. So that's like one of the negatives of Lost Box Charizard, but you trade that off for a really powerful attacker for the last 2 or 3 turns in the game, which can swing a game around. Yeah, that lack of early game is definitely made up in the late game.
Well, Pablo, it's always great to get a little insight from your brain here. I want to hear what you guys are saying to us. And guess what, Pablo? We got some more tweets. Let's get into this. Our players that have made it out here to Knoxville. And it looks like they're getting some grub here. Corey Blankenship, chunk of the squad this weekend in Knoxville. And wow, what a squad indeed. That is a nice group of players.
Yeah, and that's just a chunk. Does that mean like
right?
another part of the squad is missing?
How many chunks
people
do we have?
Yeah. Very nice. Eating some pizza, maybe? Sushi?
Yeah, it looks like pizza. It looks like some pizza pies there. A fantastic meal for groups. And I will say too, Pablo, you know, tons of people come into these cities for these events, and sometimes it's tough to find tables where you can hold that many people at once. So for future planning, for anyone who's attending our regional championships, always make reservations ahead of time.
Yeah, for sure, especially after a long day of TCG when thousands of us finish, and thousands of us are hungry. It's really difficult to find a table anywhere.
That is very true, but fantastic picture. I hope all of the players in this picture are succeeding and having a blast here in Knoxville. Let's see what else we have from you out there. Oh, I see some Pokemon Go peeps.
Sabrina, I honestly couldn't have wished for a better birthday celebration.
Oh.
These people are absolutely amazing, and today was so beyond incredible. Was rocking the birthday hat. Baby Eevee as well today. Looking forward to a fun weekend.
That is awesome. Wow, what a great time to be able to celebrate your birthday on one of these regional weekends. Everybody's able to get together. You could celebrate together. You could play some Pokemon together. I can't think of a more fun time than that. What do you think, Pablo?
I know. Pokemon regionals are lovely, not just for the event, right? You get to see all your friends since Friday, get to hang out, get to have some very nice dinners, and that banner is really cool looking.
Yeah, I was about to say all the evolutions there. What's your favorite evolution?
All right, I was about to ask you that.
Oh my gosh, stealing my questions.
All right, I love Vaporeon. Yeah, like I'm an OG. Yeah, so I'm also old, so I like the original ones, and I always had a knack for water types.
That is awesome. Yeah, I actually like Vaporeon as well, but I think Espeon as well.
Okay.
I like Espeon. I just think it looks cool. I'm honestly not a huge fan of Eevee or the Evolutions, but I feel like they are so popular among the Pokemon fan base, so I feel like every time I say that, I get a target on my back almost.
Yep.
Oh, well, that is awesome to see. Happy birthday there to Sabrina, and I hope your weekend is going amazing. Some awesome posts from you all, and whoa, I see some Care Bears here.
I found my spirit sister here. We both loving Pokemon and representing Care Bears. This event is so much fun. That looks, let me show you how to party as well. And careful, I'm
grumpy.
I'm grumpy, okay.
I took a drink and then I read the shirt and just busted out laughing. Oh my gosh. And the Shuckle as well, just being like choked out there in the hands. William, thank you so much for tagging us in this post. That is awesome. We've talked about coming to these events with your group of friends, your established friend groups, your playtest groups, but this is just an example. You can meet brand new people that you've never spoken to before and find those similar connections. Usually I feel like it's through Pokemon. You know, you're playing the same deck, you have a favorite plushie or the same plushie, but here it was Care Bears.
Yeah. And now we see one of the new Pokemon from the DLC.
Oh,
I want
cute.
that Ogerpon hoodie and shirt. That's actually a really cool hoodie right there. Opening up the mask to reveal Ogerpon. Have you had time to play the Pokemon DLC yet?
I don't play much of the video game, Pablo, but my stepson does.
Oh,
and
nice.
he said to me, he was like, have you ever seen the Ogerpon without the mask? And I was like, no. And he sent me a picture, and I just thought it was the cutest thing ever. So that's our thing now. We just talk about how cute little Ogerpon is. And you can see it here in this cute artwork. You unzip the hoodie, and the adorable Ogerpon is underneath. Definitely not what I expected to be under the mask.
Agreed,
What do you think,
and
Pablo?
I mean, I have played the DLC, and it's like it's portrayed as like an ogre, right? But that
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
look
true.
like an ogre.
That's
It's
not
a
an ogre.
really cute grass type. That's just really powerful.
It looks like a little Clementine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Definitely not an ogre. Ashton Cox here, players to watch at lunch.
At lunch. Right. I think this is VG crew.
Yes,
I believe.
definitely.
Yeah.
VG crew rocking it out there. I'm sure on the lunch break here. We're trying. I feel like the lunch break is so important for our players too. You know, you've already gotten a couple rounds in. You need to refuel, refocus, and get some food in you.
Yeah, Pokemon definitely takes a lot of brain power, right? So really need to refuel that up, though. Not too much, right?
This looks like an airport. What is this? Oh, this is John.
Yeah, it's John.
This was the tweet we were talking about, Pablo. Off to Knox is
Yeah,
John
yeah, there
Eng.
you
Last
go.
time I was in this little city 4.5 years ago, I got second place, getting me my first trophy from a regionals in Masters Division. Yeah, we always forget John Eng is pretty young. 4.5 years ago in the Masters Division, and now coming back, going for numero 2 on the season. Can't wait for another weekend of Tina. I know John Eng, we say that he's young, but he has so much success in the game of Pokemon TCG. And, you know, unfortunately, he didn't get to see the Tina shine in that matchup just on stream. But again, as we say, John Eng, regional champion of Portland, which was not too long ago.
Yeah, though 2019 definitely doesn't feel
That
like
far away,
4.5 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, 2019 doesn't feel that long ago, but really cool to see. I'm sure John will be able to get back and recover from that loss where he generally didn't get to play too much Pokemon.
Yep, well, we've talked a lot about our Masters Division players, as we just mentioned John Eng, but Chip Ritchie was actually able to catch up with our juniors and seniors. So let's check this out from Chip.
Chip Ritchie down here on the floor near our juniors and seniors division players with one of our TCG assistant head judges this weekend, Bobby Clark, helping out with the seniors division this weekend. How you doing, Bobby?
Doing great. How are you doing, Chip?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. We spend a lot of time on our broadcast, of course, talking about the Masters division. It's all the matches that we get to show. But there's so much more happening at a Pokemon Regionals throughout the weekend than just the TCG Master division. In fact, over 250 kids playing in the juniors and seniors division this weekend, right?
Yeah, we got a lot of kids this weekend, and they're having just as much fun as the Masters, let me tell you.
I would argue more fun, potentially.
Yeah, like as you can see behind us, there's a lot of kids back there, and they're all having fun in their individual matches, and it's amazing to watch all their experiences go through and the fun that they're having each match.
Yeah, so you have a ton of experience judging the Masters division as well, of course, but working with these kids, is there a lot of differences between what goes on in a Pokemon TCG tournament when you're working with juniors and seniors versus when you're working with the Masters players?
Yeah, and Masters sometimes show up to a tournament and maybe their first time, but juniors and seniors, it's more frequent. Like, there's a lot of kids that show up to a regional like this, and it's their first tournament. They've never been to a local, or there's some that maybe have been to one local, and their friends told them to come to do this, and it's fun, do sides, and they ended up in the main events. And it's surprising the differences that you see between Masters and kids, because they're learning things for the first time, and they're having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And also, not only we have lots of Master Division players that it's their first time. When juniors and seniors are doing things for the first time, it almost feels more special as well because it's the first time they're experiencing maybe a win or maybe experiencing competing in any way like that. You know, a lot of masters through their life have had that experience at some point. Is there any cool stories about kids that, you know, have experienced that for the first time?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple times it actually happens pretty frequently where a child will win. It'll be, let's say, juniors or seniors. It could be both. And they'll win their match, and they don't know what to do with their match slip. So we teach them how to fill up their match slip. That's one, and then they realize it like sinks in. They won the round, and then they're like, "What do I do with the match slip?" And you know, we can take it up when they want us to take it. And it's like, no, you're going to take your match slip up because you won, and that's the accomplishment of taking it up. And then it like sinks in, and you see their eyes light up, and it's like, wow, that's cool. So they're so excited, they leave all their stuff at the table and want to run and take their match slip up. So of course, it's like, pick up your stuff first. Let's get everything together. You can celebrate all you want. Let's take that match slip. And then there's a couple that were so overwhelmed. You know, I'll walk up with them to help them take it up because it's just so cool to have that feeling and go through those steps with them when they're going through their first time. So
yeah, how special. That's absolutely incredible. I want to ask you a little bit about the decks and stuff as well. You know, we talk a lot about the meta in the Masters division, what we expect to be popular at any given event. Does that, you know, bleed down to the juniors and seniors? Do you see a lot of the same stuff you see in Masters, or is there any more variety?
there is, but the breakdowns for Masters usually are different for the juniors and seniors. So the same decks are represented, but the graph slides a different way. So like I've noticed, I've done juniors and seniors a lot this season in particular, and I see a lot of more Chien-Pao decks over in the kids versus the adults. Lost Tina is prevalent, so there's a lot of Lost Tina, and then every so often you find a Snorlax stall in there, here and there, and so they're prevalent. They're all there. All those decks that you see online, and Mew's out there too. So Mew has not gone away. We got 2 more tournaments, this one and 1 more, and then bye Mew. But it's been a great run, great deck, and the kids play the same decks. They idolize some of the Masters. Some they see results from other tournaments, and they hang around other players and their shops competitively or semi-competitively casual. And they just pick up, and then you get total random decks too. I've seen unknown decks. I've seen a new stall deck I know it's popped up in Masters too, but there's some kids are playing that new stall deck with the Pidgeot and the Luxray. Yeah. So that's a newer one that's popping up. So yeah, they tend to follow the Masters for the most part.
Makes a lot of sense. We talked a little bit about the younger players, people who are playing in their first regionals, but there's also fierce competition in the juniors and seniors division. Do you see that a lot from the top level players?
Yes, the top level players going from one tournament to the next. I'll see them at every tournament. They know me by name now, which is pretty cool. Even if I bounce around from one division to the next, someone will come up and say, "Hey, are you in my division this weekend?" I'm like, "No, I'm not in your division," but I'll cheer them on because it's a different division. So it's good seeing the kids come from one tournament to the next and win and lose, and and as a mentor in the position that I'm on, we're trying to help the kids grow because that's our future. That's our future Masters pool. So we want to encourage them. They're going to lose. They're going to have tough times. They're going to misplay, and that's part of our job. We're helping them. I'm helping them to move forward so that when they make those mistakes, go forward, move on, and win the next one. Should see at the next tournament, and next thing you know, they're just doing better and better and better.
Do you have any tips for any parents out there that might be watching that see this happening, see hundreds of kids competing, and say, "Hey, I think my child might be interested in that"?
First step, go to your local store. Find a local store, go to that store, and inquire about a Pokemon League. Find a Pokemon League. You can go to Pokemon.com and look at the store locator and find a store. Go in, meet some of the kids, find out what their league night is, and that's the starting point. And this is the secondary where it's a little bit higher competition, but it's still fun. Regardless if it's your first, second, or 10th tournament, this is fun at all levels. The kids always have room. You can always sign up. So when you see the signups going up, sign up. Join it, have fun. If you don't like it, you drop and go play side events, but at least you've been part of the atmosphere. This is all fun. And all these kids, I guarantee, are out here having fun. As you've been watching, you've probably been seeing some excitement behind us. So,
awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bobby. I appreciate the time. We'll let you get back to it. Take care of anything you need to.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Competitive Pokemon Go I got into back in 2021. Yes, that's when a lot of grassroots tournaments were happening, and I got invited by some local Discords to join. The biggest memory that sticks out to me since I started competing in competitive Pokemon Go would actually probably be in the San Antonio regional that happened back in December of last year. I made top 16 for the first time, and that was a huge milestone because I've been really trying to improve my game, and that was like a nice little milestone for me to really feel like it paid off. My favorite Pokemon, that's easy, that is Mawile, the Steel Fairy type. I think it's a really, really cool design, and it's just an awesome typing. I think one that just comes to mind immediately is Defai, one of the casters in Pokemon Go PvP. I think she's an incredible battler herself. She has incredible insight into the game, as well as just a good attitude, and she's an awesome person to be around, so that's someone I look up to. I would love to battle Lyle Jeffs, because he beats me every time, and I would love to finally beat him. I think my favorite evolution is Sylveon, just because I am very partial to fairy types, and obviously that is the fairy type evolution, and it's just really cute. There are many amazing Pokemon regions. I think Kalos is one that I really like, just because that's when the fairy type was introduced to the game, and there's just a lot of really cute Pokemon, like the Dene from Kalos, the Pikachu clone from that generation. Absolutely not. Illegal. No. Pineapple is not supposed to be hot and mushy. It's supposed to be like crisp and cold. It would have to be my sister or my brother, who are both in Sweden. So yes, I would call my siblings.
Hui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
I first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he like convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I like won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I like started being excited about the game. Like I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. I like Japanese culture, and that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I've started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you misplay.
And with that, Yuho Kalama.
My favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My number one goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Welcome back in, Pokemon trainers, to our Knoxville Regional Championship here in Tennessee. We see lots of plushies here for you to go browse at our vendors. and a lot on the tables as well that I've seen from our players. We are getting through our day one here right now. I'm Boo, here with Pablo Meza as well. We've worked through 5 rounds so far here in day one. We're going to be heading into a 6th round on stream for you all, but we've already seen some interesting matches. We've had 1,300 players come out here to Knoxville to play in this regional championship. And yeah, we're underway here, Pablo. What do you think of this day so far, our day one competition?
I mean, it's been really enjoyable. All the games have been back and forth, quite quick as well.
Yeah.
So far, and as you can see, the place is completely packed, right? There's just so many Pokemon players here. And I don't know if you've been able to go around and look at the vendors yet, but that whole plushie, like, triple table, it's really cool to see. And they have them color-coded as well.
Pablo, don't talk to me about plushies, okay? I have too many plushies, so I try to avoid them because I'll end up buying 20 more to take home to my collection. And I have no room, Pablo. I have no room. Have you picked anything up from our vendors, Pablo?
So I was looking for a Lapras, the 151 Lapras, but nobody has it.
No,
nobody has it.
Serious? Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, I guess if you missed it somehow and you all see it, Pablo's searching for that Lapras.
Please. Now, let me ask you, Boo, we see this, like, plushie extravaganza every single time. For your next regional, when you get to play, what plushie are you bringing with you?
I actually was, funny enough, thinking about that because I intend on playing in Orlando, actually, hopefully. But I have so many plushies that I don't know which one I would pick. I think I would tend to go with one that represents the deck I'm playing versus just like a favorite of mine.
But then you're going to reveal to your opponent what you're playing.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not necessarily. I mean, well, so maybe I should go with a different one from the format, and then I'll trick them.
Oh, yeah, true. Like the Goldengo sleeved up player that we saw, and they're playing Charizard or something. Yeah.
I feel like that would be so mean, though. Like, it's so passive. I mean, of course you can do it, but I don't know. I feel like, do you bring your lucky charm or like a favorite Pokemon, or do you bring something that maybe brings you luck that represents your deck? What about you, Pablo? Do you bring plushies?
I've never brought a plushie to a tournament, but I've been thinking about doing it. I really like Nidoqueen. Yeah, historically it's my favorite Pokemon, the deck I was most successful with so far at the World Championship. So I've been thinking about carrying my Nidoqueen plush with me, the small 151, right? So it doesn't take up too much space on the table.
The little small, like the sitting cuties.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those are perfect size to fit in your bag and join you on the table. I'm really surprised to hear that, Pablo. You've played in a lot of tournaments since you were young, and for you to never bring a plushie, now I'm like expecting to see a plushie next time you play. Yeah, we've talked about, Pablo, the last time that you were in Knoxville, and you kind of brought up in our intro how there was some issues for you on the stream when your match was streamed. But now you're here at the casting desk. I'm just curious to pick your brain. How does that feel? Like going from playing, being on stream, having an unfortunate stream experience, and now you're sitting behind the desk here with me casting other matches.
I mean, I really, really enjoy casting. It's definitely something that this season I've been doing a lot more, right, than playing, which is an interesting transition for me in terms of, like, I've been playing for 20 years. I still intend to play. I'm very close to qualifying for Worlds this year as well. But it's definitely a change of pace, and it's a different sort of pressure as well to make sure that I'm saying interesting and coherent things for the viewer, right? As opposed to like being on stream and making sure that you are playing properly and well and not making oopsies like I did last time I was on stream here in Knoxville, where I mistakenly double retreated. Like I was playing Lost Box, I was doing so many things. The first thing I did was retreat. Then I was holding the scoop up net in my hand to be able to pick up my Comfey, continue attacking. Then I just forgot I did so many things. I double retreated, got penalized properly for it, and then ended up losing the game because of it. So there's definitely a lot of things to learn. And even though I've been playing for 20 years, there's still things that can happen accidentally.
Yeah. Are you one of those people that tends to like remember every like major mistake like that?
Absolutely.
You hold it deep within you?
Yeah, my 2005 mistake that cost me the World Championships. I could have been world champion, I'm pretty sure, if I don't make a mistake, a careless mistake. I got so excited. I was so close to winning. I was sure I had won the game, and then I made a careless mistake. that cost me the World Championship title. So,
I mean,
yeah.
that is, I don't even know how you live that down, to be honest. Like,
well, thank you. Thank you for the emotional support. It's definitely something that weighs down on me a little bit.
But do you take that and you like always remember to like not do that, or do you think it's just like you're caught up in the moment type of deal?
Like I'm definitely a very emotional person.
Yeah.
And if any of the viewers have watched me when I'm on stream, I definitely like it's hard for me to like keep my emotions in check when things are going good or when things are going bad, which is a very important skill to have as well. It's something I've actively worked on. Yeah, exactly. It's something I've actively worked on. It's never gotten into a perfect situation, but always try to learn from the mistakes I've made historically, and despite 20 years of playing, there's always something that comes up. Yeah, so nobody's perfect.
I guess for our players, maybe they've made a huge mistake on stream, which is always so much more pressure because so many people are watching you, and it's kind of in history they can play that back as well. So it's a lot. But also, I'm sure there's tons of people in our player field that make mistakes that they're just like, oh, why did I do that? And they hang on to that. How do you work past that as a player and instead of letting it bring you down, let it propel you to the next event or improve you as a player, like mentally?
I think we were just seeing Yuho talk about that, right? Like everyone misplays, everyone makes those sort of mistakes. Nobody can play a perfect game throughout 15, 18 rounds, however many. So it's about like minimizing them. Yeah. Usually I tell people that I play with, people that I coach, it's like, you don't have to play perfectly and not make mistakes. Usually it's just, you have to make way less mistakes than your opponent.
You optimize.
Exactly. You optimize your decision making, try to use all information that you have, and then just work with that. Yeah, and sometimes things will work out, sometimes they won't. But as long as you're doing the things that you need to do in order to win the game, that's all you can do, right? If you draw the Pokemon catchers off of the professor's research or not, that's not up to you, right?
That's
Whether
true.
you flip heads or not, that's not up to you. So make sure you're focusing on the things that you can control, and then the things that are out of your control, don't let them like weigh too much on you. It's okay to get flustered in the moment, perhaps, but then let it go because it wasn't up to you.
Yeah, I feel like I have taken that advice from other players too, because I also am a very emotional person when I'm playing. Like if I'm doing well, like my hands start shaking, I get really sweaty, and like it's hard for me to focus. I can easily mess up. But when you kind of break it down like that and you start to think more logistically or statistically as well, I think it slows you down a lot, and it kind of gives you the ability to just be like, okay, drop the emotions, let's talk numbers, let's talk percentages. And it can really help you as a player, coming firsthand from me. So I still would never want to be on the stream, like ever. I hope I'm never on the stream. But let's take a look what you all have been tweeting at us, or the posts that you've been tagging us in so far throughout the weekends.
Kaiwen Can, Day 2 Friends Club 711 with a BDIF. I believe this is over at Melbourne, right? We see the
a lot of
Australian
Australians
crew.
here.
Yeah,
and
Sam
Chan.
Yeah. I mean, we did see a lot of people travel to Melbourne, and I think if you're in the West Coast, it makes sense. It's not like, it is a very lengthy travel. However, there's definitely like merit to going to, I'm not going to say easier, right? Because there's definitely a lot of really high quality players in Australia, but in a smaller field, it is easier to get a bit more championship points with the same record. And then we see Danklin, Team Danklin, who might have won the previous regional in Australia, going 8-0-1, finished 8-0-1 first seed going into Day 2 tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, looks super happy, pointing at the placement there. Day 2 with an 8-0-1 record. Do you know the deck, Pablo?
I don't know the deck, no. I believe he played Gardevoir EX last time around with a triple reversal energy, which is really cool. However, I'm not quite sure we have all the deck information because this tournament is going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
I mean, they're probably asleep right now in Australia, or I'm not sure what time it is over there, but they're going to be starting to play Day 2 as we finish our Day 1.
Yeah, I love when that happens, when worlds align, and across the world we have another Pokemon tournament happening in real time as well. It's cool. It's always cool to see whether it's like a different continent or region, how the meta breaks down on both sides of the spectrum, because oftentimes from our different regions we do see different variation in decks and different percentages being played as well. As you know, we commonly joke that Mew is so successful and prominent for our EU players, and here's a little bit different. Same with Latin America as well.
Yeah, for sure. Latin America is where Charizard EX really propelled itself to the top, and then it won the regional over there. People still didn't really respect it, and then once Paradox Rift hit, Charizard started completely dominating as we've seen it. It hasn't won every regional, but it has been consistently the #1 deck being played. So yeah, I would love to see the day one breakdown from Australia. Then we have Clifton Dalgard. We have arrived. Great memories here as Owen won his first senior regional. Carson, Washer, Nathan O, and Justin N are great friends that supported throughout the run. So pretty cool senior players here.
Look at that Snorlax too.
Yeah, with the champion medal.
Yeah, the bling. That's amazing. And the champion mat across the belly there too. Thank you so much for this post in front of the Knox sign as well.
Yeah, really cool design with the regional logo in the O. The whole place is decked out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I love the decorations in Knoxville. It is a bit of a smaller venue. We're all kind of crammed in here together, enjoying the event. But yeah, definitely the banners, the Knox sign, the infamous Knox sign. Always places you got to stop, some photo opportunities, and keep sharing them with us. We love to see your posts.
Yeah, now speaking of Clifton and Owen in particular, these like father-son duo, I believe they've been all over the world traveling. That must be really special, a really cool thing to share with your kids, right? And I even believe Clifton is trying to get his Worlds invite this year, so it'd be cool to see if he manages it at the end of the season.
I feel like so often we do see that it's not just a Pokemon player, it's like a Pokemon family oftentimes.
For sure.
You know, if the parents were playing, then they get their kids into it, or if the kids want to play, sometimes they get their parents into playing as well. I mean, you're traveling to these events with your children, so sometimes we do see parents just convert into Masters players, and it's always a really cool sequence of events when we have entire families competing together, families who have maybe siblings that have grown up playing this game together. There's generations of Pokemon TCG, and it's awesome to be able to share that with you all on our stream or at our events being streamed across the world.
Certainly, it's something that Pokemon is not just about playing the game, right? It's all these special memories and bonds you make with family and friends as well. Really nice to see.
Yep, well, I think we're about to throw things to Chip Ritchie. We're going to hear the first steps into getting into Pokemon yourself. Chip, take it away.
I'm here at the First Steps area with one of our volunteers this weekend, Marty Schmidt. Marty, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm having a great time.
So this is the First Steps area. It's one of the very first things people see when they come in to a regional championships. Would you like to explain to us exactly what goes on in this little area behind us?
So First Steps is a program designed to teach brand new players who are not familiar with the card game, maybe supporting parents who just are driving their kids to the events, or say spectators or their first time coming to a Pokemon event. Gives them an opportunity to participate in a free activity. And what we do is we walk them through building their first Pokemon card deck and selecting Pokemon trainers and supporters and energy, and then we walk them through kind of a modified first game. So,
teaching them the basic rules.
Teaching them the basic rules, absolutely.
That's awesome. So they get to come through, sign up for a Pokemon player ID, and then get to look at some cards and pick them out and build their first deck.
Absolutely. I really try to push them finding a local league where they can go and take these new cards to participate in with them and talk to them about the advantage of having a player ID and how they use it in the Pokemon community.
And so when someone comes up here, they don't have to know anything about the Pokemon TCG, right? And in fact, I would say most people probably know nothing, right?
Absolutely. Though we do have a lot of VG players who collect the cards but never play with them, and it's an opportunity for them to get to see how the cards work.
Absolutely. Well, Marty, I really appreciate your time. This is a great place to come when you're at a regional championships. If you're looking to learn the Pokemon TCG, make sure to come by the First Steps area.
Thank you so much for that, Chip. Always a great time to get into some Pokemon. I'm Boo, back here with Pablo Mesa. We're about to take you into our round 6 here in day 1 of our Knoxville Regional Championship. And I gotta say, Pablo, we have an intense match coming up. We're gonna have an unclassified deck for you all, an unknown coming up, and I'm extremely interested to cast here today. But we're getting our players ready for that. So before we get into that, I'm not gonna say what the deck is yet, Pablo, but what kind of player brings just a kind of like open your binder, pick some cards out type of deck to one of these regional championships? Like, is it like a meta forecast call? Is it just like, I want to play off the wall? Is it like a favorite Pokemon thing? What do you think?
I mean, it might be a combination of all of them, right?
Yeah.
I do think there's always a surprise factor can always be important, right? Because as you're playing the game, you want to prepare for what your opponent can or cannot do during their turn, right?
Yes.
Prepare for the worst they can do, and then if the worst happens, that's fine, because you prepared for it. If the worst doesn't happen, then cool, the worst didn't happen, so you're even better. However, if you have no clue what your opponent is playing, or if you can't make educated guesses on what to expect during their turn, then they can definitely catch you by surprise. Now, in a best of 3 format, that is mitigated, right, by the fact that after game 1, now you have more information, but sometimes it might be too late.
True. Yeah, it could be too late, or, you know, maybe you see a portion of the deck, but don't know what else is in there. I feel like with these types of unclassified type decks, we always see just a ton of different cards that maybe you're like surprised by the first set of attackers that come out, and then something completely different pops out of left field as well. And I think you actually, even earlier today, were kind of talking about maybe we could see something like this, and now we're about to see it on stream. So obviously it's finding some success out in our field. But what made you kind of think, well, maybe something could happen to where someone pairs some Pokemon together and brings something new to the table here?
I mean, definitely trying to gain an edge, right? If you're playing Ross Cawthon, same 60 cards or something, it's like when your opponent sits down to play against you, if they've been keeping up with the news and the tournament results, then they'll be more easily able to prepare for what you're about to do. But with a deck like the one that we are going to see, things can come out of nowhere, and surprise you. So I think that's definitely something that gives you an edge. And when you're playing so many rounds of Pokemon, every little bit of an advantage that you can give yourself matters so much.
Yeah, well, that is some awesome insight here. And we actually have another fun game going on right now, Pablo. We have a community prediction brackets. Come to our Twitch stream here. Vote on the poll that is up right now in our chats. Well, actually, I think it's already over because Charizard has won that poll, I'm pretty sure there. But take a look at that, because you can get into our bracket here to who you think is going to be winning this entire event in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Now, the Charizard EX versus Goldengo EX matchup is actually pretty interesting. You would imagine, like, yes, Charizard has an advantage, but actually, I'm going to be that person, but actually, like, the Radiant Charizard can come in, right? But knocking out Goldengo EX is not easy for Charizard to do. They need to have taken 3 prizes, and before you're able to one-shot, and they can one-shot you, you can't one-shot them. I'm not so sure it's like a big, easy win for Charizard at all.
Yeah. That is true. Well, we're going to have that one vote done, but I believe we have another poll up as well. Yeah, I think Chip was saying in there too, Pablo, this is just a prediction of who in the chat right now, who they think is going to win the event. So I guess if you're thinking of that, like Charizard, it's not Charizard versus Golden Go. I think it's
both decks. Yeah, between both decks, Charizard is definitely more likely to win the whole event.
Yes, okay.
I cannot disagree with that.
This is new for us too, so jumping into that. Yeah, I mean, and also we saw on our percentage graph as well, Charizard is so far up there. It's our #1 played deck here in Knoxville. So just numbers-wise, it has a better chance, I think, than Golden Go. But I will say, I saw so many people playing Golden Go out in the field there. So it does seem to be a popular pick amongst maybe more casual players, people just coming to have fun as well. But
people believe more in Lost Zone box than Gardevoir, and I think that's pretty accurate. We've seen Gardevoir go on and top over and over again, and it just can't get that win. Can't close out the deal, Boo.
Yeah, cannot close it out indeed. It's one of those decks that, you know, in the hands of an extremely skilled player has so many options and so much potential, but you have to hone that in and make the perfect decisions. Lost Zone Box has so many variations that we've seen in the field. So maybe as well, if you're thinking numbers, like it's just more likely to see Lost Zone Box because pieces of Lost Zone Box or Colress pops up in so many decks. So solid choice there, community voters.
Now the next matchup, Giratina or Miraidon to win the event.
Ooh, what do you think about that one?
I mean, I feel like we have to give it to Giratina, right? It's been 4 finals in a row, won 2, lost 2. I wonder if this tournament will be the tiebreaker for that. Could be.
Yep, could be indeed. And I mean, Miraidon as well. Yep, looks like the community is on our side as well there, Pablo. Miraidon, we just haven't seen a ton of it, especially here in Knoxville. I've barely seen Miraidon here as well. So Giratina V-Star, solid choice into this semi-finals here for our Giratina V-Star. I like this little game here, Pablo. What do you think about Roaring Moon EX versus Mew VMAX?
I mean, we've seen Mew VMAX succeed for over 2 years now. Roaring Moon is the new deck in the format that's like finally hitting its stride, right?
Yeah.
So overall, I feel like Mew has a much better chance to win the whole event, but if Roaring Moon's gonna have a chance, I feel like coming off of the top 8 at Charlotte, the big showing in Liverpool, this might be finally Roaring Moon's time to shine.
Chat, vote Roaring Moon. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. I'm telling you that much. Listen, it's on my roster pick for the event as well, so I'm automatically voting Roaring Moon. We'll have to see what the chat thinks, what they're picking in this poll. What do you think it's going to be, Pablo?
I feel like Roaring Moon is probably a fan favorite. There you go. Yeah.
Thank you so much, chat, for that. But we actually are going to continue on with our tournament now. Left you on a little bit of a cliffhanger there, Pablo. We're going to continue into our round 6 here in our Knoxville Regional Championship, and we're finally going to figure out what is that unclassified deck. What are we about to see here, Pablo? Introduce our players.
Caden Brent showing up with Giratina V-Star, the arguable BDIF, and then Tyler Smashy coming in with Arceus V-Star Rayquaza VMAX, which we did see he had a lot of success over at Liverpool, and now staying at 5-0. You're going to be feeling pretty good, and I'm very interested in seeing like what they know that I don't, because when I played the deck, I was not impressed by it, but 5-0 at a really big tournament, definitely something to respect.
So at least one of us here are more familiar with this deck than you, Pablo. But yeah, incredible record here so far for Tyler Smashy, looking to hopefully smash this next round here versus this Giratina V-Star. This is going to be an interesting one. Definitely let us know what you think about bringing Arceus Rayquaza to this Knoxville regional event here. Did you see anything too brutal in the prize cards, Pablo?
Honestly, no, nothing too brutal. A few too many energies that Caden would not like to see. However, nothing too impactful. And even the copy of Charcadet, which we are talking about Arceus and Rayquaza, but it feels like Armarouge is the glue that holds the deck together. It allows you to transfer energies from the bench to the active. Fire energies have to be, and allows you to play tech cards like this Delphox V. This Delphox V will allow you to attack to Pokemon, right? Put pressure that way, which is not something that Arceus decks are known for. Arceus decks usually don't apply pressure to the bench.
That is very true, and we were kind of discussing before this. Heading into this round 6, we've kicked things off now. This Delphox is a very important piece to this deck, especially in this matchup though, right, Pablo?
Yeah, exactly. Getting that potential 2 prizes on 2 phase is very important, as knocking out Giratina V-Stars with Rayquaza VMAX can be very costly and is impossible to do with Arceus V-Star. Now, as an Arceus deck, what you want to do is get a turn 1 Arceus V with an energy. That's your #1 goal. Anything else is a bonus. and seems like Tyler will be able to accomplish that here.
Yeah, I feel like that is something that has not gone away with any of these Arceus build decks. Something you want to get done. We're going to see that Charcadet as well come down onto the field. So if you're sitting in Caden's seat at this moment, I'm sure you're looking at this like, what am I playing against? What is happening? Or do you think maybe Caden potentially has seen this deck on the ladder online and kind of knows? I haven't seen any cards being picked up yet from what I've seen so far. So
yeah, I feel like as long as you're competitive enough and you're paying attention to like regional tournaments and results, this deck did get featured over at the Liverpool stream last weekend. So if you're watching that and you're keeping up with the results, it's definitely something that you're aware and you're like, okay, this is now a thing, right? I need to know about it. I don't know how extensively Caden might have tested against it, but with Lost Impact, one KOing Arceus V-Star with Path to a Peak, potentially denying the V-Star ability, you're going to be feeling pretty decent.
well, we're going to see these energy come down onto Tyler's field here, both on the Arceus V and the Charcadet, as well as the Rayquaza V coming out onto the bench.
Yeah, amazing start for Tyler. Even gets energy acceleration with the Magma Basin and the Charcadet already there. And that is 2 energies already on the board, which Tyler could use to attack with Delphox V next turn.
Yeah, fantastic first turn here from Tyler Smashy, passing it over now to Caden, who's going to bench down a Radiant Greninja, starting off our Giratina play here. We're going to see a concealed cards drawing into 2 additional cards for the hands. We do see a Colress, so that's the start here. Did you see anything else super important in the hands there for first turn, Pablo?
Well, Caden is holding a Nest Ball, which a lot of players might be thinking, well, why didn't they play that? Because you want to get Comphase on the bench, right? But as long as you keep the Comphase in the deck, right, your chance of finding one through Colress or through concealed cards is higher, right? So then once you've seen those extra cards that you don't know what they are, if you find Comphase, you can use it to search for Giratina V. If you find Giratina V, then you can search for Comphase. A Battle VIP pass is now found. So I think Caden can't really ask for much more in this first turn. Would love to find now a Colress off of the incoming Flower Selectings, I believe.
Yep, we're going to see that Battle VIP pass, Mirage Gate, and a switch card added into the hand here for Caden off of that Colress's Experiment. 2 cards now, also off that Colress in the Lost Zone, an additional switch card in that Spiritomb. Now we're going into the deck off this Battle VIP pass to get these Pokemon out and get an established first turn as well from Caden. Let's see if our Giratina V-Star player can finally pick things up here and take a win on stream. Nest Ball going to bring out another Pokemon for Caden.
And Caden had put the Cramorant at the very top, but unfortunately Spit Innocently reads it doesn't apply weakness, so it would not be able to knock out the Delphox, even if it were used to attack. So I think 2 Giratina Vs is something that you need to do on the first turn. In case the first one gets costed up by that Arceus, gets attacked, you want that follow-up Giratina V to one-shot the Arceus V-Star with Lost Impact, have the V-Star ready to take down that really high HP Rayquaza VMAX, and then find your last prize card somewhere, perhaps with Stabilize sniping that Charcadet or the Armarouge now that it has been damaged by that Magma Basin.
So it's an uphill battle here, but Caden does have a map to kind of get there, and we'll have to see if that map is followed. Hopefully the draws fall in his favor, unlike what we unfortunately saw with John Ang, some awkward draws. But Caden has the opportunity to take a win here against this interesting deck. Giratina V gonna get to the grass energy here.
We see him be seeking instead of using switch cards to get Flower Selecting going. Very interesting choice here by Caden. I guess he didn't have a way to do 2 Flower Selecting, so then this way you add 2 cards to the Lost Zone as opposed to just 1. So interesting decision by Caden. Does also leave the Giratina V exposed. However, this is sort of protecting from the magical fire attack from that Delphox V, potentially sniping the 2 Comphase on the bench. So interesting move right here.
Yeah, that magical fire on the Delphox V. It's 120 base damage, but you can put 2 energy attached to the Pokemon in the Lost Zone, and then you also do 120 damage, but has to be to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So you're exactly right with that, Pablo.
Now we did see a Professor's Research by Tyler looking for that Arceus V-Star. We have seen the DT already committed, but I don't think he found The Arceus V-Star.
The V-Star. Oh no, no evolution here for Tyler. It looks like taking a quick look through the discard pile. What else is in the hand here for Tyler? It's going to be an escape rope. Caden having to choose who to promote first off this escape rope. Of course, Comfey, easy selection there. Now that Gardevoir V is on the bench here, Tyler going to promote that Mew EX.
Now can draw 3 more cards thanks to Rayquaza VMAX's ability, and finally finds the Arceus V-Star right there. That Azure Pulse coming in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. That ability coming in clutch here, getting that evolution into the Arceus V-Star. Of course, that the energy was placed onto this turn by Tyler. So we're going to have some action here this turn, Pablo.
Yeah, now Tyler debating on what to grab with the V-Star. I think you really want to use it right now because there is a chance the Arceus V-Star goes down to a Giratina V-Star this upcoming turn, and Tyler's hand is not really that great. Does have the Azure Pulse to follow up and draw extra cards along with the restart. However, a Path to the Peak could come down, shutting down both abilities, and Tyler actually choosing not to use the V-Star.
Yeah, no Starbirth V-Star power there. It's just going to be that Trinity Nova to take the knockout on the Comfey. And into the first prize card here for Tyler Smashy as well. Yeah. Of course, applying those energy onto the field for Tyler and just shuffling up now. It's going to be over to Caden's side of the field after the shuffle. And wow, that's a hand.
Yeah, now, Caden doesn't have a fantastic follow-up because of no call risk, but if he's able to find a call risk off of concealed cards or flower select, and is able to take a return KO on this Arceus V-Star with Giratina, and place down a Path to the Peak, Tyler is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, it's just the Battle VIP Pass and a Jet Energy being drawn into off this first flower selecting here. We're going to see that Jet Energy discard into a concealed cards. Ooh. Another Mirage Gate and a Roxanne as well. Not what we want to see here from Caden. All 4 Mirage Gate in the hand. Roxanne, which of course is a late game card Caden cannot use at this point in time, and just not a great hand here for Caden.
All 4 Mirage Gate. You wish one of those was a call risk, right?
Absolutely.
Caden will have to play very defensively here. We'll probably see a Path to Peak being brought down and possibly the Counter Catcher being used as a way to try to stall, or the Boss's Order. That works too.
Boss works too. We are going to see that resistance here from Caden trying to stay in this game despite such awkward hands here.
Jeez.
Abyss seeking into 4 more cards, but still
no help.
Yeah, no help at all. It's just going to be that Path to the Peak coming down. The Abyss seeking that's being chosen at this moment. 2 cards to the Lost Zone, 2 to the hands. Manaphy and Nestball hitting that Lost Zone. So at least our Lost Zone is ticking up, but that's all we can speak positively about right now. Tyler Smashy, on the other hand, starting off this next turn, evolving into this Arceus V-Star in the active position.
That was Tyler's top deck, so very fortunate top deck right there, and now can use Armor Rouge's ability to transfer the energies all the way up to this Arceus V-Star to be able to take not a knockout, but do some damage. Could also potentially retreat and attack, but that Path to the Peak shuts down Starbirth, shuts down Azure Pulse, but does not shut down the Armor Rouge ability.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, so what a fantastic top deck by Tyler, and I still think not using the ability last turn was a mistake. But Caden now has 7 cards in Lost Zone and has all 4 Mirage Gates and Giratina V-Star access. So even though Caden hasn't been able to find call risk, he will be able to be the one to start this price trade-off.
Yep, there we go. That Armor Rouge with the Fire Off ability, firing off a bunch of fire energy onto that Arceus V-Star to do some damage into this Giratina V here. Not a knockout still on the board, but Tyler Smashy furthering this game state even more here. Caden, what was the top deck? Did you see, Pablo? Anything?
So he hasn't drawn. He hasn't drawn for turn as he's waiting for Tyler to finish attaching all the energies.
Let's see if it's something good. Colorus. Oh, just
it's not horrible, right? Because you can get into the Comfey, look at 2 extra cards, but you definitely want to play Mirage Gates first. You want to get energy out of the deck to increase your chances of finding that call risk right now.
This is the thinning that you speak leads to winning, huh, Pablo?
Indeed.
We'll see this happen right now here for Caden. Mirage Gate going to take 2 energy, of course, 2 different types of energy out of the deck here for Caden's side. That's going to thin the deck out so that when this Comfey comes into active to flower select, there's more options there. Even the concealed cards, there could be more options as well for Caden in the deck.
Now, Caden does have an interesting decision to make here. Do you power up the already damaged Giratina V and expose that one to the upcoming Rayquaza V-Star or the next Arceus V-Star? Or do you go in with a clean Giratina V-Star from the bench? Difficult decisions to make.
I think it was just attached already.
Yeah. So chose to go with the active and can't do more things. There's the attachment for turn, so we're not going to see the Jet Energy into the Comfey. Interesting decisions here by Caden.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I guess we could still see the Jet Energy for concealed cards. I don't know. Caden taking a look at the hands here still. Oh,
yeah, the
Path to the Peak is in play.
Yeah, okay. So we just see attach, evolve, KO, and that's it. So not a lot of digging here, not adding cards to a loss. I really would have liked to see that Jet Energy onto the Comfey this turn.
Yeah, just choosing to attack with this already damaged Giratina V-Star, not able to use that Radiant Greninja due to the Path to the Peak. The Radiant Greninja does have a rule box there. Back to Tyler Smashy's turn here. Delphox coming into the active position, and these energy being accelerated onto it as well.
Yeah, we're about to see the Magical Fire taking down the Giratina V-Star and this Comfey on the bench. A 3-prize turn for Tyler here right now, and Caden with very little help in his hand other than that Roxanne.
Absolutely brutal here from Tyler as you see him taking 3 prize cards thanks to that Delphox V, something that we do not see too often, and taking the lead against Caden Brent here. Caden just having to promote the Radiant Greninja here, draw for turn. Taking a quick look at the discard pile. But yeah, just left with that Giratina V with a single attachment there on the bench.
Caden does have a pretty interesting decision here to make. Does he go for the Colress that he did top deck, knowing that Tyler hasn't done much during their turn, but they did just get 3 extra cards from the prize cards? Or do you go for the Roxanne to put them down to 2 cards? I feel like the Colress gives you a much higher chance at finding the Giratina V-Star, but Tyler's hand is starting to build up, and if they find a stadium, they could counter the Path to a Peak. However, Tyler's board, after that knockout, doesn't have a lot of fire energies in play right now, so Rayquaza VMAX is not looking too threatening right now, as reaching for 280 damage is not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is tough here for Caden, but we'll see what he decides to do. Shuffling the deck now off of that Super Rods, but a couple cards back in.
Yep, did put back the Giratina V-Star, did put back a few Psychics. I'd be very surprised if...
Oh, now we have it. I've
go.
been waiting for it. Picking up a card here. Of course, when you're playing Pokemon TCG, you can always ask your opponent to read any of their cards to get some clarity on the matchup. So Caden, picking up that Rayquaza VMAX, maybe seeing exactly what you just talked about, Pablo, and having that influence the decisions going forward in this turn here for Caden. We're going to see a Mirage Gate going back into the deck for these energy.
Yeah, now Max Burst, not really a threat right now. There's only 2 fire energies in play, and that's going to be a total of 180 damage. Even with another energy, the Giratina V-Star would not be in range. Tyler would need to find a Magma Basin to get another energy in play, which he is holding. So Caden really needs to play the Roxanne this turn if he can.
Yes, I absolutely agree here. That's off of a second Super Rod. Okay, I was like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, the second Super Rod getting played, probably for another Mirage Gate. Just trying to thin the resources from the deck, thin the hand, maybe even see an energy attachment of the Jet Energy to bring up this Giratina V. And Caden needs to find a Giratina V-Star this turn. If he does, despite Tyler's very explosive start, he's going to take commanding lead in this game because he'll still have his V-Star attack available to just knock out anything that's worth 2 prizes.
That's true.
Yeah, so I feel like we're about to see a really well-timed Roxanne here.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we're going to see, Pablo. We saw the Jet Energy being placed onto that Giratina V, accelerating it into the active position. That Radiant Greninja also has a possible pivot for the future as well, with that Grass Energy being on there into this Roxanne. This is going to give Caden the best potential here to limit Tyler Smashy's hand. Just going to go to 2 cards. And that is a tricky situation to be in if those are 2 not too great cards to be working with. So maybe this is the turn where we're going to see Caden take the reins here, but we still need to see that Giratina V-Star. That's what we're looking for here from Caden Brent.
Yeah, very important 6 cards. No Giratina V-Star. No Giratina V-Star
So many Pokemon, but not the one that we needed here for Caden. And it's just, was it just a path to the peak as well? Yeah, wow.
Path to the peak and 5 Pokemon, not what you want to see as Caden. And I mean, if he had found the Giratina V-Star, he would be in such a good position. Now he's in a really bad one, needing to use Abyss Seeking once again.
Abyss Seeking, going to throw a Mirage Gate and a Path to the Peak into the Lost Zone here, bringing us up to 10 now in the Lost Zone. But exactly, that is not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a V-Star here, and it's just going to be another Abyss Seeking off this Giratina V. With that is now a liability here with not having that buffed up HP as well. So Tyler Smashy's end of the field here now. Of course, there was that Roxanne to limit Tyler Smashy, but it looks like things are happening here. So Tyler obviously was able to do something.
Yeah, he played an Ultra Ball here, along with the 2 cards from Roxanne, but he's going to be down to 1 card in hand, benches the Arceus V, 0 cards in hand, not enough energy to transfer to the Delphox V to attack again. And even if he could, the attack is definitely no longer a good payoff because there's no target on the bench, and 120 doesn't do too much. So I think Tyler is in this situation because he didn't use the V-Star. He chose to save it, but that made him so weak to the path to the peak afterwards, and he wasn't able to like have a good follow-up, establish a stronger board, thin the deck even. Yeah, so this all comes down to Arceus V-Star not using its V-Star when it could, and now we see the eerie glow.
Yep, your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned, which we rarely get to see our burn tokens come out, and confused as well. And we see the roll for that in between. But yeah, that path to the peak carrying so much weight here in this matchup. Caden Brent finally getting into a Colress experiment here, but what's happening?
No V-Star, which is really, really unfortunate here for Caden. How do you not find a Giratina V-Star? His deck must have like 10 or less cards at this point. And that 20 damage from the burn is actually pretty significant because with Rayquaza's attack now, a single Fire Energy will allow Tyler to one-hit KO the Giratina V-Star, doing 260 damage. So really rough situation for Caden. Despite the path putting in a lot of work, his deck just isn't putting in the work that he needs.
It is not responding in the way that he needs it to. And I guess that's the story, unfortunately, so far, as we've seen on stream for Giratina V-Star players. The cards are not aligning for some reason. But Caden going to make the best of this turn here now. Comfey coming down onto the field. The Giratina V inactive, both burned and still confused as well. But just a single evolution would solve all those problems here, Pablo. But we just cannot get it.
Yeah, Caden, with 1 Giratina V-Star, we would already be shuffling up for Game 2 now. Did bench the Comfey, will choose to retreat into it. B-Seeking is now difficult to use because your Pokemon is confused, which, as you mentioned, is not something we commonly see. And now, big Flower Select, but even if that finds a Giratina V-Star, the 3rd card was grabbed, but I don't believe it was seen.
Yeah, I don't think it was flipped. We might confirm that before we keep going here.
Yeah. Oh, apparently it was seen.
I guess it was.
Yeah.
Maybe Caden just said, "Oh, I saw the card." Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Caden, is that a scoop, I guess?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to get confirmation on that. It looked like a scoop there, but I don't know if along with the scoop it was any sort of, I don't know, judge call potentially for that. We're not down at the table, so we can't hear what's going on between these players, but it does look like Tyler Smashy took that game 1 here versus the Giratina V-Star with a very not super well-known or heavily played deck, an Arceus V-Star combo deck here featuring Delphox V and Rayquaza VMAX and Gang, I suppose. How do you think about how that played out, Pablo? Are you surprised? Are you impressed with our players? Are you just bummed because Caden just could not get the cards? What do you think?
I mean, I feel like this is how I picture Arceus V-Star decks winning. Yeah, it's just like they are off to a strong start, and then at some point they need to hope that their opponent whiffs, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, the pressure from the Delphox V was a lot. It put Tyler in a very decent position, but not quite enough to close out the game. But Caden just was not able to find what he needed, and the presence of Delphox did make it so that he couldn't like explode onto the board and have a lot of Pokemon in play. He does play a copy of Manaphy, but he was just not. I think he got lost zoned actually.
Early.
Yeah, so perhaps
early.
not respecting the Delphox V Magical Fire. And this is what we were talking about earlier about the surprise factor. And now the Manaphy surprise. So that Delphox V could cause some trouble for Caden once again.
Now, you're 100% correct here, Pablo, with the surprise factor. It throws you off your game. You don't know exactly what's in the deck. Maybe you're not thinking exactly straight because you haven't worked through these matchups. You haven't, you know, competed against this deck a ton of times to know exactly what you're supposed to do. And it's easy to make mistakes if you're in Caden's shoes there, but it wasn't even just mistakes or anything like that Caden was suffering from. It was really just the deck not playing to his favor. Really awkward card draws. Wasn't able to bring things home in that game one. Tyler Smashy going up a game. Now we're headed into game two between these players in our Swiss round 6. Both trying to make it to a 6-0 record here for the day. Tyler Smashy going through the deck right now, starting over here on the right side of the field with an Ultra Ball, discarding a Pal Pad and a Fire Energy.
Now, Tyler going first does mean that Caden chose to go second. And I feel like if you understand how Arceus decks work and how they want to get a turn 1 Arceus down with a fire, why give them that opportunity? Why give them that initiative, right? Of course, going second has its merits. You're able to play Colress and whatnot, but you're not gaining a lot in terms of being able to hit with Cramorant early, right? But if you go first, you have the opportunity to get a couple cards on the Lost Zone, perhaps, and then Arceus deck just benches an Arceus and attaches to it. And then you get to go off a little bit, get that extra draw. So I'm not happy with that decision to choose to go second against an Arceus deck. Ooh.
Yeah, and I mean, as we were talking about in our game one as well, like the Arceus V-Star, it has the potential to draw into even more cards. It was being stopped by the Path to the Peak, but there's so much potential there. So we'll see how that pays out here for Caden, but at least we see a Colress's experiment now, huh, Pablo?
Yeah, that Conceal card was really strong. The Path to the Peak to shut down Starbirth, and then the Colress experiment, which is exactly what you want to see now. No Battle VIP pass found, no Comphase found, so not the best Colress in the world. And a Giratina V-Star getting Lost Zoned. I'm also not super happy to see that. I feel like you definitely would have preferred to see the grass hit the Lost Zone there.
Yeah, gonna choose to get rid of that V-Star despite the heavy struggles last game that we saw trying to get a V-Star. But Jet Energy is gonna bring Giratina V into the active spot here, and it's gonna be Abyss Seeking is the name of the game here for Caden, just as we saw in our game one. Of course, Path to the Peak being put into play as well for Caden. As we said, going to shut down that Arceus V-Star if it does come into play over on Tyler Smashy's field. Kind of limiting it, Tyler Smashy, but we could potentially see a stadium bump. 4 cards now in the Lost Zone after that Abyss Seeking.
Now, another difficult decision for Caden there, and chose to keep a boss over a switch card, which I once again don't really agree with that, just because you're not really chasing in this matchup. You're going to be playing from behind, and we do see the Magma Basin immediately get played down.
Yeah, not only the stadium bump, but such a good stadium here for Tyler as well.
Oh my, but then no follow-up. I feel like if you hold on to that, right, then you might top deck the Arceus V-Star. So unless Tyler has another one, that's a very questionable decision, because Caden now can play down another path, and then you're down one path counter.
That's true. Yeah, and we see how heavily that played on game one as well for Tyler. But we're back over to Caden's side. Now this Giratina V with just one single damage counter, thanks to that little Charcadet there.
Yeah, putting in the work.
Putting in the work there. Hey, I mean, as we also saw in game 1, each damage counter does count and could potentially become relevant throughout the game. Caden searching out that Giratina V here with a Nest Ball.
Yeah,
Lost Zone still at 4.
Yep, Caden doesn't have like a lot to do this turn other than play the path and a Bee Seeking probably, but that's good enough when you see such a weak start by your opponent, right? They have, I think, a 1-card hand, might be 2. You know, there's no Arceus V-Star, there's no supporter, and probably no stadium anymore. So as long as this Magma Basin gets countered, now Tyler's options are so small.
Yeah, it's just going to be an Avery as well to draw into even more cards here for Caden.
Gonna see perhaps a Cramorant spit innocently now in order to take this prize card on the Charcadet, get a little bit ahead. You know your opponent's start is just so slow and so bad that applying pressure and building an advantage in terms of the prize cards gonna be very crucial. And Caden also, I guess, trying to be a little careful by not overbenching in terms of comfies and whatnot to prevent the Delphox doing its magic, right, with its magical fire. However, with a lightning energy in play, that's not looking likely in the near future. Ooh.
Oh, it's going to be a Comfey coming out instead of that Cramorant that we may have thought would be picked for Caden here, but another Comfey joining the fields. And that Manaphy as well is in the prize cards, so I'm sure Caden knows that too, but it's going to be the Comfey coming out onto the field here for Caden. We still have the rest of the turn to work with. That's exactly what you were talking about, Pablo. The Magma Basin came out from Tyler Smashy to immediately be replaced here with another Path to the Peak, putting another obstacle in Tyler's way for this upcoming turn here.
Getting that Comfey and then not using it, I'm just
You're like, what's
I'm not
happening?
sure about what is going on, but all right, we're gonna see the Cramorant get, please don't lost on that Cramorant. No, okay. So it's very ineffective to knock out the Charcadet with your Giratina, right?
Yeah.
At least we're advancing in the lost zone. And then Tyler, I think top decked a Research. Wow.
Top decked a Research. That's exactly what we want to see here for Tyler. Such a slim hand, such little things to work with. But now we have a full set of cards here that at least can serve some utility here. Double Turbo Energy being placed onto this Arceus V on the bench.
Found Ultra Ball, found Double Turbo. The only missing piece is the stadium to use the V-Star. Imagine if Tyler had held off and this path to the peak was not there. Then Tyler would be in such a fantastic spot at this point, as Caden has taken like a very passive approach to the game despite having the possibility to build an advantage. But now we're going to see the path stop the Starbirth once again, and that could be problematic as Caden has now built the Lost Zone and could respond to his Arceus immediately with a Lost Impact.
Same old story, unfortunately, with that path to the peak here for Tyler. But hey, at least we're still able to use this Arceus V-Star now that it's been evolved into. With that Trinity Nova, thanks to the Double Turbo Energy as well, to get these energy accelerated onto the field here, onto that Rayquaza V for Tyler. Back over to Caden's side of things now, of course, after this shuffle concludes for Tyler's side.
Now Caden is now holding that Giratina V-Star in hand, so we're not going to see what happened last time around. I would love to see him not make the same choice as last time where he powered up the already damaged Giratina, leaving it very exposed. This time I would love to see Giratina V-Star on the bench be the one to take the knockout. That way Rayquaza VMAX needs 4 fire energies in play to be able to respond, and there's only 2 right now.
Jet Energy going to bring this Comfey into the active position here for Caden. The Comfey that was placed down last turn now being utilized this turn. But first, we're going to see a Colress's Experiment here. Into 5 cards, 3 are going to go into the hand, and 2 are going to advance our Lost Zone here. Battle VIP Pass being an easy option here to put into the Lost Zone.
Now, the fact that Caden is considering Lost Zoning the Mirage Gate tells me that there was already a Mirage Gate in the hand, so I would have preferred to see like the Flower selecting, just look at the top 2, then thin the deck with the Mirage Gate onto the Giratina V-Star, just to prevent you from seeing a lot of energies in the top 5 cards with Colress. So
some different sequencing.
Yeah, a little bit different sequencing. I feel like it's a little bit more optimized in terms of finding better cards, but Kaden, in a much better position than last time around, has the two Giratina V-Stars ready to go, will be able to take a knockout, will be able to leave them powered up, and Tyler's board not looking very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you take a snapshot of this game at this point in time, Pablo, who are you favoring in the rest of this match?
Oh, absolutely Kaden. He's going to be able to take one shot on this Arceus V-Star. It will have two Giratina V-Stars ready in case Tyler's able to find a knockout with their Rayquaza VMAX. Then Kaden will be able to respond immediately, and Tyler will have nothing left other than two energy-less Armarouge and Charcadet. So it feels like Kaden should have this one almost locked up as long as the sequencing is correct, as long as he's able to take the knockouts. And we see the change from last time. The energy is going to the clean Giratina V, and therefore the chance of getting responded to is basically zero. You know, if Tyler had a stadium in their hand, they would have played it to get access to their V-Star.
That's
and
true.
they didn't, right? So it comes down to the potential top deck or draw to potentially find it and find another fire to get a knockout. And even then, the Giratina V-Star then takes down your Rayquaza VMAX.
Yep, Kaden identifying that from Tyler's side of things. Gonna go into this flower selecting here, path to the peak, hitting the lost zone.
Yeah, you don't care to shut down Starbirth if there's no Arceus V-Star in play, right? You're fine. It's done its job.
It has done its job indeed. But yeah, we saw that change of pace. Giratina V on the bench here, the clean one being attached to. So we already see Kaden kind of changing things up here. Looking good so far, but you can never speak too soon in the game of Pokemon TCG. Kaden gonna go back into the deck with Mirage Gate to bring out these two energy onto that Giratina V on the bench as well. And the hand is just so much better this time around. A lot more to work with here on Kaden's side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, now has access to Giratina V-Star, so already a huge improvement. And I feel like if you're Kaden, you have to recognize you lost game one due to an unfortunate circumstance where you didn't find that Giratina V-Star. You're pretty much going to destroy Tyler's field right now. So I would love to see him play a little bit faster to just finish this game.
Yeah,
and have
I
enough
was thinking
time in
that
what you
too.
have to recognize is a very good matchup for you.
Yes, exactly. I was just thinking that, Pablo, when you're looking at the clock, you have to work a little bit fast, especially if you see that you have a lead here. You want to go not so fast you're making a ton of mistakes.
Of course,
but you want to keep up that pace so that you can have just enough time to finish a game 3.
But now chose not to use the unpowered, I mean the undamaged Giratina V-Star, which is exactly what put him in a tricky situation last game. So this just opens up the opportunity for Tyler. Can Rayquaza V take a knockout itself on the Giratina? Like, why give your opponent that opening at all?
Yeah, it does. I guess we were thinking the opposite this whole time, but Kaden's still choosing to attack with this damaged Giratina V-Star, which is exactly what you're saying, Pablo. Gonna open up an opportunity for Tyler to maybe come back here with this Rayquaza.
Yeah, the Spiral Burst will be able to take down this Giratina V-Star. And if you use the undamaged one, you're asking so much more from your opponent. You're asking for an energy attachment, a stadium, the Rayquaza VMAX. Now Tyler will choose not to do it apparently. However, not fully happy with this. And now even the Armarouge will be able to take a knockout on this Giratina V-Star, I believe.
Yeah, and a Professor's Research as well, which means Tyler Smashy is going to have a ton more cards to work with here in the hand, evolving into another Armarouge here, and benching another Arceus V.
Yeah, now Tyler did find the stadium, can get another energy into play. The Flame Cannon does 90 damage. There's 190 damage on the Giratina V-Star thanks to the Charcadet. That 10 damage boo that you were talking about actually matters so much because Kaden is just handing the Pokemon to Tyler that are damaged.
Yeah, that is so true. The cute little Charcadet coming in clutch here for Tyler. And we're seeing the other pieces play out here as well. I mean, we saw the evolution of another Armarouge here, Arceus V now down onto the field once again for Tyler Smashy. Going into the deck with Nest Ball, gonna bring out this Mew EX as well for Tyler. Adding some consistency to the field.
Yep, and now since they do have the Magma Basin, and that will be the third path to a peak being discarded or lost zoned, now Tyler should be able to count on having abilities pretty much for the rest of the game. So should be able to Arceus to Starbirth, should be able to Azure Pulse and even restart. So it's going to be left hanging with the low amount of energies after the Armor Rouge, or if the Armor Rouge goes down. But Kaden, if they respond on the Armor Rouge, they're only taking one prize card, making their prize mapping potentially awkward if Tyler held off on the evolution. But we do see Tyler immediately evolve into the Rayquaza VMAX.
Yep, Rayquaza VMAX with 320 hit points there on that Pokemon on the bench currently. Armor Rouge still inactive here for Tyler.
Yep.
Shuffling things up.
Now, we haven't seen energy attachment by Tyler yet. We do see the Magma Basin as well being played, so we'll be able to transfer those 3 energies with Fire Off. We'll be able to take this KO, and his board will be left like in shambles almost. But it's not like Kaden has a fantastic response to this. Like, you don't want to Lost Impact or use your V-Star on the Armor Rouge itself.
Yeah, it's just a single prize Pokemon there that you're going to have to work around for the future of these turns.
I guess Boss V-Star KO on the Rayquaza VMAX is a pretty solid play if Kaden is holding on to that.
I mean, that's 3 prize cards right there.
Yeah. And then you won't care too much that there's a lot of energy in play if Tyler can't do really anything about it. Though, we could see Radiant Heatran. I think that's something that we could potentially see.
That's true. I don't even remember the last time I've seen a Radiant Heatran.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
definitely not a very common card.
Well, here we go. That heavily damaged Giratina V-Star being taken off the field here by Tyler Smashy. Single prize Pokemon, that Armor Rouge. Just 12 minutes here left on the clock here in our game 2 so far between these players. Kaden starting us off with a flower, selecting that Lost Zone now up to 10 cards here. Losing that Giratina V-Star, but has another one to be able to respond. We have a 3 prize card Pokemon on the field on Tyler Smashy's side in that Rayquaza VMAX, which could be a potential liability. And Sableye is going to join the party here on Kaden's side as well.
Yeah, I like this. Sableye will be able to snipe off either Armor Rouge. You can definitely go into the boss KO with a V-Star on the Rayquaza VMAX at this point, as Kaden now has more than 10 cards in their Lost Zone. And that's almost checkmate, even though you can't attach the Psychic to the Sableye. So yeah, should be in for a pretty good time here for Kaden, as long as Tyler doesn't attack Kaden's hand.
And that's what we're going to see. Boss's ordering up a Rayquaza VMAX to the active position here for Kaden Brent. And of course, that Giratina V-Star now in the active position on this side. The V-Star token being flipped, only 1 per game. And that Giratina V-Star allows you to knock out anything you want. Doesn't even do damage, it just knocks you out. And now that VMAX wiped off the field here. 3 prize cards down. Kaden only 1 prize card left to take. Let's see what Tyler does here.
Does have the option of Radiant Heatran, but I don't believe he can damage it enough. He can also use Mew EX to copy Giratina V-Star's attack, right? Will Lost Impact that Giratina V-Star right back. And he's going to go down to 2 prizes. Does have enough energy to fire off. However, can Tyler attack Kaden's hand? I believe he can. Now he'll have access to Arceus V-Star. Now we'll be able to Starbirth or an Iono to put down Kaden to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, it's funny to see it being used so late in the game, but we could see that here now, finally, from Tyler.
Yeah, now you have to wonder, wouldn't it have been better to just promote the Giratina V-Star, bench the Sableye, attach a Psychic Energy to it for turn, and V-Star KO the Rayquaza VMAX? Then you'd have game on board. You could have a 0-card hand or a 20-card hand. All you need to do is announce Lost Mine to win the game, or if Sableye gets KO'd, then Giratina V-Star can't just KO anything that's in front of it. So Kaden, by trying to thin his deck as much as possible, is now leaving things up to chance on drawing that Psychic Energy to be able to power up the Sableye.
Yeah, it kind of seems like there's been times in this match where both of our players have ping-ponged back and forth, leaving opportunities open to the other player. And if you can hone in on that and see that from your opponents, go for it. And that's exactly what is happening here now. Just a couple of doors left open, and we could see some spice happen here, Pablo, with some disruption.
Indeed, as the Starbirth, I couldn't tell what cards were picked, but one has to be an Iono. There's no way one of those is not an Iono. Oh, well, I guess there is a way.
If there's a will, there's a
What?
way. If there's a boss, there's a play. I don't know, Pablo, but boss's order is going to bring up this Radiant Greninja here.
What? What? So, copy Greninja, knockout to Comphase, and then Kaden just retreats with his 10-card hand and wins the game? Why would you not Iono and Lost Impact the Giratina V-Star?
Pablo, you sound so confused right now, and I love it.
100% confused here. Kaden's at 1 prize card.
The jet energy being placed
You need to
right
eliminate
away.
the attacker. What?
The jet energy bringing that Giratina V-Star up, and that is going to be our game here. Kaden taking things home. We're going into a game 3. Both our players up 1. I believe it was like 10 minutes left on the clock here.
Yep.
But, I mean, I guess if you're looking at a standpoint of time, Tyler Smashy, I don't know. I still don't understand it, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the list. There's 3 Ionos. Not a single Iono had been played. So there were not 3 Ionos in
Maybe
the
there's
prizes.
something we missed.
Maybe there's something we missed. Yeah. So this knockout on the Arceus V-Star could have been done with the other Giratina V-Star, but was pretty clutch to deny the Starburst.
Yeah.
And then we saw this knockout with the Flame Cannon, which was pretty cool to see.
That was
Not something
awesome.
that you're going to see often enough where the 10 damage from target matter. And then we see this really cool but really questionable play with the Mew EX copying Water Shuriken.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Tyler was just giving us a show there, copying the Radiant Greninja here on Tyler's side, taking those 2 Pokemon off the field, but unfortunately, Kaden was able to just come right back. Let's check out these prize cards.
Yeah, I think Tyler might have like tunnel vision into trying to attack with Radiant Keytran on the Giratina V-Star, but your opponent wasn't 1 prize card, so
Yeah.
off to a game 3 we go. Tyler choosing to go first, as that is exactly what he wants to do as an Arceus deck. Getting an Arceus, attaching energy. You have 1 job as an Arceus deck. Tyler has accomplished it pretty well so far.
Yep, it is looking good here. Under 7 minutes left on the clock between both of these players, heading into our game 3 in our Swiss round 6 here in our Knoxville Regional Championship. Rayquaza V hitting the bench for Tyler Smashy off of this Ultra Ball, discarding a Choice Belt and another Ultra Ball.
Yeah, holding an Arceus V-Star and a Rayquaza VMAX in hand, but no Stadium, so Kaden top decks the,
That's the usual,
path
yeah.
to the peak, which will probably halt Tyler. However, he doesn't know that, right? He'll definitely play down the path. That's what you want to do against Arceus V-Star, and that's why going first against them is so important. You have 2 turns to find path before they can Starburst. But off to races with this Battle VIP Pass with a pretty decent hand, I believe, as well. So we're finally going to see. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of flower selecting this game.
No, actually, we
this round.
haven't. Kaden has kind of taken interesting routes in both of these games. They were a bit different and kind of similar at the same time. Definitely some interesting choices along the line, but yeah, definitely a lack of flower selecting, but not really a lack of getting cards into the Lost Zone because we've seen so much Abyss seeking from Giratina V as well. But this time around, Battle VIP Pass is going to choose 2 Comfey to come down onto the field, so maybe we'll change the pace a little bit, Pablo, and hopefully see some more flower selecting than we have been before. And jumping into that right now, a Comfey and another Battle VIP Pass.
Always feels pretty good when you encounter a second Battle VIP Pass right there. Going to be able to establish a Giratina V, possibly the Greninja to draw extra cards, or
well, I guess if you're going to play the path,
Yeah, well, I mean, you can draw the cards before.
Oh, true, before
you play
the
the path. Yeah, and it's like, it's all about getting to that Colress, right? So you have a guaranteed second flower selecting and with an extra concealed cards, along with the one you just did, and the thinning of 2 cards. That's 8 cards potentially thin or thinned that get you closer to a Colress or get you the Colress itself.
Yep, this is looking pretty nice here so far for Kaden. Let's hope things keep going. Switch cards and a Jet Energy was drawn off of that concealed cards there for Kaden into another flower selecting. Just going to be 2 energy. The water is going to join the Lost Zone there for that Psychic to the hand.
Yep.
So
now we're going to see that very crucial path to a peak. It's one of the reasons why Giratina V-Star is so good right now. That allows you to disrupt. Boss gonna go one step further to try to deny that early Trinity Nova from Tyler, we're asking more cards out of his opponent in order to be able to do anything at all.
Absolutely. It wasn't the Colress's experiment for supporter, but the boss's orders putting another obstacle in Tyler's way. But look at this, Pablo. We have both evolutions coming down. The bump of the Path to the Peak with the Magma Basin and an Arceus V joining the field on Tyler's side of things into a Nest Ball. That is pretty darn good.
Yeah, the 3 cards in hand for Tyler at the end of the last turn were actually the Stadium and the 2 evolutions. So
nice.
Can't ask for much more, and this will allow Tyler to finally Starburst on the second turn of the game, get a double turbo, get attacking, and not a lot of follow-up to the hand afterwards, but we'll get that first KO. And with only 2 cards in the Lost Zone and 1 Comfy play, Kaden won't have a lot of ways to respond, especially with no Colress in hand. So I think this one's not gonna finish in time, Boo.
Yeah, I was just unfortunately looking at the time as well, and I kind of tend to agree with you there, Pablo. But hey, I'm just happy to finally see we got into a Starbirth V-Star power early game, establishing some things here for Tyler. I'm sure he would have loved to play this game out a little more, but just under 3 minutes on the clock here for both of our players. So that's a tough situation to be in. Shuffling up now after the acceleration of those energy from that Arceus V-Star. And we're back over to Kaden.
Yeah, Trinity Nova KO, getting 3 energies onto the Rayquaza VMAX, now becoming a much bigger threat as we see a top deck Colress by Kaden. Very nice.
Yep, that's what you want to see as a lost box player here.
Yep, that's what you want to see, but is it gonna be enough though? Yeah, we can potentially Flower Select twice, we can Colress, and that puts us at 6 cards in the Lost Zone, 1 away from responding to that Arceus V-Star. So we might not see a Mirage Gate this turn. We do find the Manaphy, which provides protection from that Delphox V, but gets immediately Lost Zone, so not even that consideration. Yep, not even that consideration. Gonna go looking for that path to a peak. I mean, the resources kept were definitely a lot of value, right?
Yeah.
And with the time left, the Delphox V will probably not be a factor at all. But we might see Kaden, I mean, has the potential to recover the Comfey and Nest Ball it back and then into the Mirage Gate. So we could actually see a response, though. Giratina V-Star is a missing card as well.
Yeah, there's a couple things missing here for Kaden, but slowly churning through these actions here. We have 5 in the Lost Zone now, gonna be 6 after this Flower Selecting Spiritomb, joining the Lost Zone here for a Psychic Energy.
Now, does have another switch card, does have Jet Energy, does have the Super Odd, so if Kaden wants to have a chance at winning this game potentially, and finds a Giratina V-Star of another 3rd Comfey, that would be a way to do it, but I don't think he's gonna go for it. And 40 seconds on the clock, Boo.
I know. It's always kind of a bummer. It's sort of anticlimactic to see our rounds here end in ties. But this was still a really fun match to cast here between both our players. We're still churning through these turns here. Tyler Smashley finally gonna use the Iono here being played for Tyler's side of the field. Disrupt Kaden's giant hands. All of those cards going to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, which probably Kaden won't mind, right? He didn't have a Colress in hand, so this just gets him 6 cards deeper into the deck to find a Colress, which he actually does find. Now the missing piece is the Mirage Gate, and time is now up, so I imagine Tyler is turn 0, and that gives Kaden 2 turns to draw 6 prizes, which I believe is impossible to do.
Yep, when we hit time, there's 3 additional turns between both of our players here. So if Tyler was turn 0, Kaden will be 1, 2, and 3 to end things. And if one of these players doesn't take 6 prize cards, it is over.
Yeah.
Just gonna be a tie.
If Tyler had been turn 0, though, or...
I think Tyler was turn.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Tyler was turn 0. If Tyler had been turn 1, right, if he had this turn, to potentially go after the two Giratina V-Stars in play with enough resources, bosses orders, Rayquaza VMAX,
Maybe?
KOs. He might have been able to pull it off. It was a big ask. Needed a lot of things in hand, but this will end in a tie, and it leaves me feeling that I think either player could have won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if
I agree.
Kaden finds the Giratina V-Star earlier and is a little more aggressive in that second game, could have taken the match 2-0. If Smashy was able to, like, Iono that turn instead of Tunnel Vision into the Radiant Heatran plus the Mew, just takes a knockout on the Giratina V-Star, and then Kaden doesn't find the Psychic, then he would have won.
Yep, but it is going to result in a tie here between our players. Throwing it back to our game 1 between our players here. We're seeing a knockout there on that Arceus V-Star from Caden Brent.
You know, but then we saw that magical fire really put in the work for Tyler in that game 1, putting him down to 2 prizes, and then we had that unfortunate third card scene of the Flower Select, which promptly ended the game for Caden, and we went to a second game. That Giratina V-Star had been found much earlier, then I feel like Caden would have easily taken that first game.
Yep, absolutely, but it's going to result in a tie between both these players, Tyler Smashy and Caden Brent. So Tyler Smashy playing the unclassified Arceus V-Star, Rayquaza, Delphox mixture there. Caden Brent, of course, bringing Giratina V-Star, what's known as the best deck in formats, here to our stream. And that was super fun to watch, Pablo. Is that kind of how you expected things to play out?
Definitely not. I honestly felt like Giratina V-Star could have rolled over that match, and you mentioned the best deck in the format, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we have to put an asterisk to it.
Yes.
It is the best deck in the format in terms of result, in terms of performance, and on paper, the deck can do it all. One hit KO, anything with 280 or more HP, has the bench damage with Sableye and Greninja, has the early aggression with Cramorant, but then sometimes the hand just gets clogged by really good cards that are not useful early on.
I know.
Or you just don't find Colress and you find yourself using a B-Seeking a lot more than Flower Selecting, and then you're exposing the Giratina V. So there's a lot that goes into the deck, and a lot can go well, but a lot can go wrong as well.
I know, I was just thinking that too. You know, you're not thinking about on paper when you're drawing cards in your hand. You're thinking about what's in my hand right now. And if it's nothing, it doesn't matter what is on paper for your deck.
Exactly.
It's about the matchup you're in right now. And things just did not go super well there for Caden Brent, especially in that game 1. There were times where maybe we talked about different sequencing for Caden going into the game 2, but it's decisions like that. Maybe you sequence something differently. Maybe you go at a little bit of a faster pace in some points in time, and maybe you had time to then wrap up a game 3. So you're not taking a tie, you're taking a win instead. But both of these players were undefeated going into that match. So now they're no longer, well, they're still undefeated, but no longer just a win streak here, just going to take 1 tie. But hey, that's still better than a loss.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they have essentially 3 win-and-ins today too. That's a very nice situation to be in, right? There's only one better situation, which would be 6-0.
Yeah.
But now at 501, 3 win-and-ins for both players, and a very nice way to start off the day, right? We're 2/3 of the way into this regional tournament, 3 rounds to go, and a lot to play for still.
A lot to play. There's tons of players out there in the field right now as well. We just see, you know, a couple players here on our stream, but there's a bunch more matches happening. We're actually going to throw it to Chip, who got in touch with some of these players out in the field right now. Chip, take it away.
Swiss Round 6 well underway here at the Pokemon TCG Regional Championships in Knoxville. We're going to take a walk down the first few tables here and take a look at some of the decks that are doing really well right now and some of the players. Tons of regional champions up here succeeding all the way at table 1. JW Creewall actually playing a Roaring Moon mirror match right now. Keep our eyes on that one, how things are going there. I'm seeing a bunch of Roaring Moons up here at the top tables. Some Gardevoirs, definitely plenty of Charizard, Lost Box, really the stuff you expect to see at these tournaments. Raymond Long here, of course, a regional champion this season, playing the Gardevoir, mixing it up this weekend, something that we haven't seen much from him. We've got Rowan Stavino here, facing off against Nathan. We saw them, Nathan earlier on in the tournament. Now it's a Gardevoir matchup here against that Lost Zone deck we saw earlier on. Tons of competition, tons of amazing decks still to come, and we'll be keeping our eyes on all these players throughout the event.
Thank you so much, Chip. Always nice to check in on what's going on in the field.
Yeah.
Awesome to see our players grinding out matches there. Like I said, we see what happens on stream here, but you know, there's a lot more happening out there, and that's really what shapes up our bracket heading into a day 2, and that's what all of our players are trying to get to at this point in time in our day 1. Well, I'm Shelby Boo, back here with Pablo Meza. Pablo, it's been a blast so far to be casting with you. It's our first time casting together, but now we're about to face off versus each other. And I think it's called Guess That Pokédex.
It is. Now,
I've never played this
We're
before.
not playing against each other. We're playing against production.
Oh, wait, what?
We're a team. Yeah, we have to guess the Pokemon.
Oh, I thought it was
based
like
on no. We have
you
to
guess, I guess, and whoever
I
gets
mean,
it
we can
right.
guess differently, right? We can
Oh,
disagree, we
true.
can agree, or maybe we are playing against each other.
I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
You play this more than me,
All right.
Pablo.
There we go.
Here we go. Here
So,
we go.
when the red orbs on its head glow brightly, watch out. The Pokemon is about to fire off a burst of ultrasonic waves.
What?
The red orbs on its head.
Ultrasonic waves.
What Pokemon has red orbs on its head?
The only thing I can think of is, oh no, that's not red, that's purple. I was thinking of this little spider, Galvantula, has like purple balls on its head.
Well, it's the eyes, right, of the spider?
Yeah, I think so.
What has red orbs on its
I
head?
have no idea. Does Heatran have orbs? No.
No,
just
I don't think so.
What?
What Pokemon has
Yeah, I was asking if these are like TCG related Pokemon or not.
No, these are like Pokedex
Okay,
entries
think.
from
Let's
the
think.
video game.
The little Azelf? Is that a red orb?
Oh yeah, it is.
Wait,
but
no,
it's
but
one
it's
red.
only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's the
oopsie,
best I
maybe
got,
Mesprit?
to be honest. Is that multiple red orbs?
I mean, maybe.
It says ultrasonic waves, so it's got to be something that's psychic, right?
Yeah, and that makes me think of
Maybe.
Ultra Beasts as well, but I can't think of an Ultra Beast that has. I generally have no idea what Pokemon has red orbs on its head.
Me neither.
I'm gonna go Mesprit.
Okay, let's go Mesprit. Take that, production.
Oh,
my gosh,
Tentacruel. Okay. All right.
That's not what I would have thought of, to
Yeah.
have red
That's definitely a
orbs.
Pokemon you want to watch out for.
Its head glow brightly. Yeah, maybe I should have known from that. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
I
do like
guess,
glow in the
yeah.
dark. Yeah. There's like that creepy scene where it's like in the dark and you just see the orbs.
Yeah.
Darn.
All right. It can load up to 3 projectiles per arm into the holes in its hands.
What
What
the-
launches out of those holes could be either rocks or Rogan Rolla. Is it? What's the evolution of?
Rock and rolla?
No. Charcoal, Charcadet, and. Oh my gosh.
Wait. The little charcoal Pokemon that's in the cart.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Does it have projectiles per arm?
Wait, I've literally played this in a deck. Why do I not know its name?
I'm completely blanking the final evolution name. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But
Pablo,
it
we're
might not
so
even
bad.
be that. It might not even be
I
that
have
one.
no idea. I feel like this is all stuff in I don't know, the anime.
This is legendary difficulty. It was not this difficult last time I played it.
Oh my
Three
gosh.
projectiles
Wait,
per
Cole,
arm.
it's Cole something, right?
It's definitely a cold Pokemon, yeah. Because it's not
The
Dragapult,
name-
right? Dragapult
No.
only. It does have
No,
hands,
and
but it has
it's-
a projectile.
Yeah, it's like coming from its head. So, yeah. No, isn't Cole in the name of the final evolution of that Pokemon?
I mean, probably. What's the name?
You know what deck I'm talking about? Where it was a fighting deck. And then
Yeah,
it-
with fire and
Yes,
fighting
yes.
energies. Yes.
And then you accelerated the energy. Oh my gosh, how can I not? I love this little Pokemon too. It's like a cool. Either way, I don't think it's actually that Pokemon because I don't think that has cannons on
Yeah,
its arms.
cannons in its. I can only think of Dragapult and Blasters. What Pokemon has cannons in its arm?
It's definitely not either of those. Okay.
I give up on this one. I have no clue.
Cannons in its arms.
3
Genesect?
projectiles per. Oh.
No, that's
No,
not
because
Roggenrola.
Roggenrola has
Oh
nothing
my
to do
gosh.
with Genesect.
I resign. I don't know. White flag.
All right, period.
What?
Okay.
Those are cannons?
Yeah,
What?
I guess so.
I just thought those were fingers.
So it definitely threw me off that, like, rock and roll is like a few generations after Rhyperior started existing, so I definitely didn't make that connection. But I also would not never guessed this one.
No, me neither, to be honest.
Jeez, okay. Let's focus, all right? This Pokemon apparently ties the base of its neck into a knot so that energy stored in its belly does not escape from its beak.
Oh my gosh, this has to be the white dove that flies. The baby. It delivers babies.
What? Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? Swana.
Swana? Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It stores energy in its belly. Or wait.
It ties its neck into a knot.
Swana?
And it has a beak. Swana has a long neck.
Swana does have a long neck, but I'm thinking maybe there's a new Pokemon, right, that has that actually like has a thing carrying.
Wait.
I mean,
what?
Could it be Flamigo?
Oh.
It has a long neck, right?
Energy stored in its belly does not escape from its beak.
I feel like the belly
I
has to be some sort of
suppose,
clue, but
I feel like, does Swana have like a big belly?
maybe. I think Swana is my best guess.
I mean, Flamigo does have a way larger, like longer neck though.
True.
And I think on the cards it doesn't even loop its neck. Or am I just imagining that?
I'm not sure. I mean, you can go with Flamigo. I'll go with Swana.
Okay, those are our two options here.
Yep.
Swan.
Oh, it is Flamigo.
We got
there
it.
you go.
50-50 chance. That's what's up, Pablo. Finally, I don't feel like a complete failure here. Oh, I'm glad we didn't guess the the other bird.
Because the magnetic powers of these Pokemon get stronger in freezing temperatures, the ones living on snowy mountains are full of energy.
Okay, magnets, ice type.
Well, I mean, not
Does that mean it's ice
necessarily,
if it
right?
lives on a snowy mountain?
Like in Scarlet and Violet, I know you encounter like Magnemites and Magnetons in the snowy
but
mountains.
they live on a mountain.
Yeah.
But they're just
They're not
metal.
ice types,
Yes.
but they are magnetic Pokemon that potentially get stronger in
Wait,
freezing temperatures.
Oh no, I'm thinking of something different. I was gonna say it wasn't the other form of it with the long legs, but it's not.
Oh,
ice.
Sandy Shocks?
Yeah, that's
no,
electric. It's totally off base.
All right, I'm gonna guess Magneton.
Okay, let's go with that.
Oh, Metagross.
That's
wow.
like kind of close in a way.
Thank you.
They're both metal.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, definitely never
We're
would have
taking
guessed
leaps
that.
and bounds. Yeah, probably
Yeah,
not
I don't think of Metagross as living in snowy mountains or magnetic.
Maybe like
either.
in a cave. I could see it like coming out of the cave, you know?
Yeah.
What is this one?
It burns coal inside its shell for energy. It blows out
Stop.
black soot if it is endangered. This has to be that Pokemon that we
Torkoal.
were.
Wait, what?
Oh, Torkoal? Oh,
It's
yeah, no,
definitely
you're right, you're right.
Torkoal.
Coal and shell, yes.
Wait, isn't there another fire turtle?
Camera, but no, this has to, like, it doesn't have a shell. No. No, there's no other fire turtle, I don't think.
No, there definitely is a fire turtle. There's two fire turtles, I think.
What? No.
What?
This
I
has to
swear
be
there's
Torkoal.
two.
No, what?
Maybe I think of Heatran. That's not a turtle.
Yeah, that's definitely not a
Yeah.
turtle.
All
That's
right, let's
closer
go
to a frog.
Torkoal.
Torkoal.
It's got to be Torkoal.
Yeah.
Let's go. Woo. I like how
Trust
you're
your
thinking the-
intuition. Trust your
Yes.
intuition.
Too good. Too good.
Its digestive processes convert the leaves it eats into electricity. An electric sac in its belly stores the electricity for later use. This sounds like the electric spider that you mentioned.
Joltik?
Joltik or
Galvantula.
Galvantula. I want to say Galvantula.
Yeah.
Or-
honestly though, I think
Could it be
the
Ichabod?
artwork. Oh.
Because like I don't feel like Galvantula would eat leaves, right?
No,
Galvantula
I was about to say that. I think I've seen a bunch of artworks of Joltik eating leaves.
Oh, really?
Literally, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm down for Joltik if you are.
Oh my gosh.
It's on you. It's all on you. If we get it wrong,
Wait, would
it's
they
all
do
on you.
Joltik versus Galvantula though? You know?
I mean, I guess we
Which
get
one
half
has-
a point
which
if
one
we
has-
get the evolution.
Yeah, true. Which one has an electric sac in its belly?
I mean, if one has it, the other one has to have it, right? Like,
Yeah, they just
they
evolve.
don't transform that much.
The sac gets bigger.
Yeah. All right, let's go with Galvantula. Let's go with Galvantula. Oh, see, I was not too far off with the Ichabod.
The electric loaf of bread?
And you
Are you
love
serious?
Grubbin. You love
I
you
know,
let
how did I
Grubbin
get that
down.
wrong? Oh my god.
Your Grubbin knowledge is definitely lacking.
Definitely lacking. Absolutely. I don't even like Charjabug though.
I know.
Grubbin's great. Charjabug, not so much.
Vikavolt.
Not so
Vikavolt was close, yeah.
That was, yeah, that's true. I guess they are just doing random evolutions.
yeah, it's easy. Yeah. Can be basic
Thanks.
stage 1s or stage 2s.
Well, I had a lot of fun with that. I feel like I didn't do too bad here.
Yeah.
You definitely picked it up with the Flamigo.
Yeah.
For sure. That
Too
was
bad
clutch.
it wasn't my final choice, but
Yeah, hey, we got it as a team, Pablo.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's been a blast casting so far.
It
You know, we
has
got
been,
through
yeah.
these 2 matches. We're going to have one more for us to cast here in our day 1. It's going to be the last match of the day.
one, yep.
So next up, you will have Jeremy and Wancho taking you through our next 2 matches before we end off the day of our day 1 and see who's gonna make it into our day 2. We have a lot to come. Stay tuned for some more Pokemon TCG action.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud, so.
Yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match. I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. 'Cause yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good, but yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Knoxville Regional Championships. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by the amazing Jeremy Jallin. We've had a lot of Pokemon action here today, and so much more Pokemon action. Again, we've just seen so many amazing matches. We saw an Rayquaza VMAX of all things.
Yeah, who would have thought? Not me, but I am glad that we saw it. Unfortunately, both of those players took a tie last round. Still in it. Still 5-0-1 is a very good record to have at this stage of the tournament.
No, definitely. The dream is still alive for both those players. Again, the dream is still alive for a lot of our players down in the floor right now. But again, there can only be one regional champion. And
well, one in the Masters, one in the seniors, one in the juniors.
Okay, you got me there. You got me there.
The video game, and then Pokemon Go. And
there can only be one regional TCG Master Division champion. And I can't wait to see it.
While we're waiting for our players to get set up, let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts and see what y'all have been saying about this tournament. We love regional championships a bit too much. You love it when you get a big group, a ton of pizza, and get to enjoy some Pokemon trading card games, even though it looks like Pokemon Go. We'll convert you.
I think you just like it the right amount. I can't think of a better way to enjoy the Pokemon. Pokemon in general than with friends and having a little watch party. I mean, if I wasn't here working this event, I'm sure I'd be doing the exact same thing, just watching at home.
No, you wouldn't be playing in the tournament?
Okay, maybe that, and then if I wasn't here, then I'd be watching at home.
All right, I'll give you a pass. Yeah.
No, but yes, again, thank you so much, Emma, for sharing this amazing photo. Now we have happy to watch homies play at Knoxville today. Hey, at Play Pokemon, it's Black History Month. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting us know, Slim. And of course, posing with the medals. Maybe a future champion. Also, absolutely love the 25th anniversary Pikachu jacket.
Oh, yeah. Great jacket, great medals, and future champ in the making. Maybe we'll see.
For sure. And again, man, one day I hope to maybe at least touch one of those medals, you know. They look absolutely amazing.
You do know there's an award ceremony that you could do that, right?
I haven't been able to do that.
Frank Powell!
Yay! Frank Powell is once again hoping for a Chen Pao win at regionals this weekend. He is working on his sequencing and sending all his energy to the Chen Pao soldiers. Very, very good, Frank Pao. Again, that's very important. We work on your sequencing. So maybe someday I can get coaching from the amazing Frank Pao.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a spoiler, but we might have some Frank Powers in the chat in a little bit.
We'll talk about that in a bit, but for now, Girl Power TCG at Knoxville Regionals. Best of luck to all of our players, allies, and friends, hoping to bring home the Girl Power win. # Play Pokemon. Woo! Again, Girl Power, great representation here, and they're always, if you need a helping hand, they always have someone designated to help out any new player or anyone like that. So, amazing team.
Yeah. Well, I believe that's going to be it for our tweets. Our stage is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down and see our round 7 matchup.
Yes, round 7 starting in a bit here. We have Christian Moreno against Kamal Crooks Valdez. Again, Kamal is it's our first time seeing him here at the regional stage, I believe.
Second time.
Second time, okay. But he is no stranger to trading card games. I believe he's a pro in other games. And of course, Christian Moreno, who I believe got top 4 in Toronto Regionals.
Yeah, definitely players that are no stranger to doing well in these card tournaments. And we last saw Kamal up against Tord Reklev in the win-and-in, I believe, in one of our early regionals last year. And he is hoping to punch a ticket to day 2. This time, unfortunately, fell short against Tord Reklev. And at 5-0-1, it's looking like he is in a position to do just that. Just one more win to make it into that day 2.
That's for sure. Again, both players setting up here. Again, Kamal playing the Roaring Moon deck, something we've seen a lot of today. But Christian Moreno actually playing the Chen Pao EX deck. I believe this is their first time seeing it on stream, and it's fitting after seeing Frank Pao for sure. And looking at both these players' prizes, a couple of Pokemon, a couple of rare candies, double Dark Patch on Kamal's side of the Kamal's prizes. That could be problematic, but again, there is we did see a Roaring Moon deck win with 3 Dark Patches discarded. So
yeah,
anything's possible here. Jeremy, what do you think about the matchup?
All right, well, it is Blue Miraidon versus Dark Miraidon. Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty fast-hitting game. Now, Christian does have to set up that Baxcalibur to be able to get those energies raining down and just take those big one-hit knockouts. But once that happens, it's pretty inevitable. Meanwhile, Kamal is going to have to put in a ton of work just getting those early Dark Patches, Professor Sada's Vitalities, and that Galarian Moltres V to really get things going, get those energies in play, and start attacking.
All right, so I guess the name of the game is whoever hits first into an EX is going to be in a pretty good position, as Christian Moreno right now starting us off. Does Silvery Chill, gets 2 energies into their hand, and Pokestop discards 3.
You love to see it.
Draws 3, excuse me. That's why we spin that Pokestop. But what do we have, though? No, there it is. Okay.
I was very worried for a second. Having that Frigibax in play is needed just so you can evolve into that Baxcalibur on the next turn.
There we go. And Christian Moreno, he goes ahead and attaches energy to that Frigibax. It's a little bit safer on the bench, that for sure, as we do. Looks like they're going to just get even more energy in hand. I lost count of how many water energies Christian has in his hand, but I think I'd feel a little bit safer with a second Frigibax, if just in case Kamal plays something like an Escape Rope.
Which there's one of copy in the list. There's 2 Boss's Orders as well, but with this early game for Kamal, he's going to be focused more on that Professor's Research, Professor Sada's Vitality, and we could see some fireworks in this hand. There is that Escape Rope already, and having access to Earthen Vessel plus Radiant Greninja allows a couple energies to go in the discard. There's the Professor Sada's in hand already to go along with a Roaring Moon. We could see fireworks as soon as this turn 1.
This could get scary. Yes, Roaring Moon getting an attack off right away. Even maybe something like the Morpeko, even getting an attack off against the Frigibax. Again, this Escape Rope is the world here for Kamal, but let's see how they play it out. Again, 2 energies now with the Earthen Vessel. They believe, have they used the Radiant Greninja yet?
He has not. Yeah, it's just the Earthen Vessel discard with the Dark, but having these 2 Dark energies brought to the hand means he can concealed cards pretty freely, and we're actually going to use the Pokestop here. Not as good, but Energy Switch is probably one of the best cards you can find right now to try to get this attack off.
I think hitting 1 good card out of Pokestop is already worth it in itself, as we do see the concealed cards coming off. The Radiant Greninja draws 2. Let's see what they get. The only thing that makes this something that can make this hand is something like a Battle VIP pass, potentially.
I think there was another Energy Switch off the top, just a different art. And so 2 Energy Switch in hand. I think there's an Ultra Ball somewhere digging down in there, but Trekking Shoes.
We're running here.
I would hope so. You got shoes on.
Do we find what we want? No, it's another Energy Switch.
Energy Switch. Emergency Jelly is not really going to do it right here, but there is at least 1 Roaring Moon in the hand along with the Sada.
Yeah, so... Oh, there's an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball
I said that.
Oh, Ultra Ball can find them the Galarian Moltres. There is a guaranteed attack this turn, man. In my mind, I was thinking maybe he has to find something like a Dark Patch, potentially, but with the Ultra Ball can find themselves maybe something like the Galarian Moltres V to be able to Dire Flame Wings and extra energy, or maybe even Squawk to just draw even more. But yeah, there it is. Galarian Moltres V being pushed to the top.
Could also debate about the second Roaring Moon if he doesn't have it in hand, just to maximize that vitality. But Galarian Moltres V does that, but again, on the next turn, and the next turn, and the next turn. So,
and can hold a 4 Seal Stone.
Yeah, that is also very important.
As we do see Professor Sada here going to go ahead and attach an energy from the discard pile, draw 3, but we know for a fact Kamal has it in hand, has pretty much everything they need at this point. Does find the Ultra Ball as well, another Roaring Moon and an energy. At this point, we're trying to set up the board for future turns.
Yeah, this has been great sequencing from Kamal here. Just basically getting everything down and that he needs for this turn 1 attack off, and then just starting the 1 of Escape Rope is insane in this position here.
As again, Energy Switch is played there, moving the energy from the Galarian Moltres V into the Roaring Moon, and there it is, the 1 of Escape Rope. That is good specifically in this situation where your opponent only has 1 Frigibax in play. That was basically a Pokemon catcher, a gust effect, while also using a supporter, as we do see another Ultra Ball in being played, grabbing the Squawkabilly, be able to use Squawk and Skis, maybe draw another hand.
Oh yeah, we're not done here, Wancho. This turn is going to continue with this Squawkabilly EX. Squawk and Seas is just going to discard a boss's orders. I'll take that trade-off. Discard that 1 card for 6 brand new cards.
Let's see what they get here. Again, pretty much they have everything they need for this turn, but it's also about setting up the future turns. Looks like they do have the Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, cherry on top of the Sunday that is this turn.
It's basically a nest ball. They already have 4 Pokemon in play, but...
It all could be for naught because, honestly, Christian might just scoop the following turn if he doesn't have access to any more Frigibacks.
That is
this
true.
Qianpao is already being threatened of a KO the following turn with even just a Calamity Storm, discarding that Pokestop if he doesn't discard it this turn.
That's for sure. And then Kamal does have the knockout here on both the Frigibacks and following turn, the
Sealstone.
Qianpao. Ooh, for Sealstone as well on the Galarian Moltres V, but opts to take out the Pokestop this turn.
Well, again, it's just denying your opponent resources. And both of these players are playing heavy counts of Pokestop in the deck. Christian playing 4, Kamal playing 3. So both of them can use that powerful stadium to get set up here. But Christian is definitely on the back foot, and I think that's just the result of going first. You don't have access to that card he just drew in Irida.
Yes, again, here we go. Very powerful card. Irida able to find themselves an item and a water Pokemon. Could possibly get a Frigibax as this nest ball being played. I'd like to set up 2 at this point after we did get 1 knocked out, and now Kamal should be free to use boss's orders this next turn as, again, there we go. We do see that Irida played. Looks like going to grab a nest ball as well, so could potentially you grab 2 Pokemon here.
Yeah, Irida is such a powerful supporter in this water deck for Christian, being able to fetch a water Pokemon and then an item go along with it. Usually on your turn 1 going second, you're finding that Battle VIP pass, you're finding your Frigibacks to get set up, you're reading Greninja with the Earthen Vessel so you can start drawing. It has a lot of uses.
Definitely, especially in a deck that is full of water Pokemon. But looks like the choice here is going to be the Baxcalibur plus the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Again, Hisuian Heavy Ball going to go ahead and take a peek at those prizes, find themselves a basic Pokemon. Let's see what he decides to grab. Looks like another Frigibax. There we go. This is the board you want to have. But on the first turn of the game, and Kamal should be really just taking a knockout here on the Qianpao. Going down to 3 prizes against Qianpao. Definitely feels good here. But I'm sure Christian Moreno should have a couple of tricks up his sleeve as well. Just like maybe attacking with a Radiant Greninja. There's not that many prime targets, as we do see a pass here. Back to Kamal.
Yeah, if Kamal has the stadium this turn, that's an easy knockout on this Qianpao EX. But if he doesn't, a Frenzied Gouging is just as good. And we do see there is a Pokestop hiding out in that hand.
That is great. That means Calamity Storm should be just enough. You don't want to leave your Pokemon with just 30 HP, especially when your opponent is threatening KOs with single prize Pokemon. You want to force those Qianpaos to the active. As Earthen Vessel being played, just getting more energies. Again, both these decks seem very, very similar in the engines they try to use. Well, the items they try to use in any case. As, again, Dark Patch being played. That was the attach for turn plus the Dark Patch. Now a second Roaring Moon is looming in the bench.
And with this, he basically has 3 attackers powered up and is just ready to answer whatever Christian is able to do. And to top it all off, an Iono to put that Baxcalibur on the bottom of the deck is pretty good.
Very heads-up play there from Kamal. Even though, again, it's 6 cards, that is still a form of disruption since they do know that the Baxcalibur is in the hand. Again, now it's just even more setup. Pokestop here, grabbing the Battle VIP pass, discarding a couple of cards there. You'd like to see the research in hand potentially, but well, thinning is winning, so might as well spin that wheel. As we see here, let's see what resources they're still counting. Maybe they still have an energy in the discard pile they're thinking about using a Dark Patch for. But
there's the knockout here, and honestly, with the way Christian has built this Qianpao deck, it is just very good at doing one thing, and that's getting the Baxcalibur in play and then just chaining Qianpao EXs, chaining that Radiant Greninja attack. There's no Iron Hands EX with a Lightning Energy tucked away that we've been seeing ever since the Paradox Rift set came out, and is really just relying on pure consistency, but is seeing himself down 3 prizes to 6 here, and it's all thanks to just that turn 1 of not being able to get a second Frigibax in play, or a second Pokemon in play would have been even enough.
Absolutely anything to give up to that escape rope, as we do see just a scoop here from Christian. And just like that, Kamal wins game 1. One more win brings him closer to day 2. But again, if Christian has anything to say about it, I'm sure Chen Pao has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and we're just gonna have to see. What do you think Christian has to do to adjust in this matchup?
He has to consult with Frank Pao and be able to figure out how to get a Baxcalibur in play. But this turn 1 from Kamal was just amazing. 3 energy, escape rope, take the knockout on the lone Frigibax, and leaving Christian with just another turn of trying to set up the Iono Disruption, and then Calamity Storm taking the knockout on that Chien-Pao EX. The disparity in prizes was just too much for Christian to handle here. And just like that, it was a pretty quick game 1.
That's for sure. Something I'd like to see from Christian is really utilize something like that Spiritomb. Maybe shut off the Galarian Moltres V, and without Dire Flame Wings, that's 1 less energy you have to work with. Not only that, you have a single prizer on the bench. An ideal start when you're playing against Roaring Moon, in my opinion, is having 2 single prize Pokemon, 1 in the active, 1 in the bench, just to protect you. You want force your opponent to go into that odd prize while you're taking 2 prizes per turn. And right now, Christian Moreno does have the Frigibax in the active. The only question is, can we get a second one?
Well, having the Sisuian Heavy Ball to start in hand is pretty good, because Christian prized 2 Chien-Pao EX. He only plays 3. So that is your main attacker to be able to take a one-hit knockout on these Pokemon EX on Kamal's side of the board. So having access to that also means you can Shivery Chill, grab a couple energies, hopefully work in a Radiant Greninja this turn. You see an Ultra Ball in hand already.
2 Ultra Balls, I believe. So if they wanted, they could thin their hand down to almost nothing. They do have a Bibarel. Looks like it's going to be an attachment there onto the Frigibax to retreat to the Chien-Pao. And that's another way to get more cards in the hand to be able to discard for Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I think with these 2 extra water energies, Christian is going to be able to use both the Ultra Balls, as long as he doesn't mind discarding basically everything in hand except for the B-Barrel. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a little awkward now because you have that Baxcalibur and the B-Barrel in hand. If Christian's... Okay.
Well, that's another way to get more cards.
That is another way to get more cards. All right, so Ultra Ball, Radiant Greninja, concealed cards, get a couple more cards. Ultra Ball, grab that Frigibax or B-Barrel, or Bidoof, depending on what you're wanting. Nest Balls and Battle VIP Pass. Okay, we're cooking here.
Yeah. We were talking about losing resources, and with just a single concealed cards, just like that, Christian Moreno's bench is looking very, very healthy. Again, with double Frigibax, the Bidoof, and the Radiant Greninja. However, again, I have to emphasize Chien-Pao in the active has 2 prizes.
Yeah, that's 2 prizes, and Kamal has exactly what he wants in going second. Like, even though both of these decks are very similar, they take big knockouts one after another, Christian always kind of wants to go first because you can get that Baxcalibur in play, but you also kind of want to go second so you have access to Irida right away. You really run that fine line of what am I going to pick depending on the matchup.
It's definitely a tough choice, while Kamal, his choice is very easy. I want to go second.
Oh, yeah.
Because I want to just take a knockout.
I want to take knockouts and take more knockouts and take more knockouts.
Very straightforward. As again, I'd love to see the Spiritomb in play, but second Bidoof also good if you want to just turbo out our hand here. And Kamal gonna start us off with an Ultra Ball. If there's an Ultra Ball, there's a way, as long as Squawk isn't prized. And there we go. There we go. We do see the Squawkabilly EX. That means we're gonna see a fresh hand at the very least. Let's see if there's anything else Kamal can play here. Would love to see maybe something like a Nest Ball, maybe more energies.
Well, with the way Kamal is shuffling the deck, I don't know if there's going to be any more search going on with this hand. And I think that shows kind of the weakness of it, but there is a couple Pokemon in this hand. And, ooh, Professor Sada's Vitality to go along with it. Full power
Not too bad. That means they are an energy attachment plus an energy switch away. Draws 3 cards here. Let's see what they get. And does find the energy switch and an energy attachment.
Yeah,
is there a
so
stadium?
With that is a pretty easy knockout with Frenzy Gouging. Looking for that Calamity Storm knockout, though. So hoping to find that Pokestop, like you were saying, off the Squawk and Seas.
Goes for the Squawk and Seas. Going to draw 6 cards here, 6 big ones. Again, if they can find the Pokestop, that's a very easy knockout. Does find
4 Seal Stone.
4 Seal Stone, not too bad. That's pretty much anything you want in the deck.
Pretty much, I think it is. I think it literally says search your card, or search your deck for any card.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And as long as, of course, you have the Galarian Moltres V on the bench. And they looks like they are just going to go for it here.
Yeah.
Star Alchemy, again, half a Star Birth. Why not? You think they go for the stadium?
Yep, and we're going to get this Town Store, get the most use out of it, maybe find that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, get a little bit more HP, meaning Chen Pao needs another energy to be able to take a knockout.
You know, just when you think it doesn't get any tougher, suddenly this Roaring Moon has 290 HP.
That's a lot of HP.
It's a powerhouse for sure. And again, come on. He has everything he wants on the board right now. But we got to set up for future state. And use a great way.
This hand's great. Earthen Vessel, discard that 4 Seal Stone you don't need. Get a couple of energies. I think there's a Dark Patch in hand as well. And then
things are looking good. There's
Professor's Research for next turn.
A lot of 2 prizes on Kamal's side of the field. And yeah, I'd feel very, very comfortable, especially with that Mew, as Christian Moreno promotes the Radiant Greninja, does have a Bibarel and the Baxcalibur and the Irida. That's actually a really good hand here from Christian. It's just how does he respond to the Roaring Moon? Does need a Chempao.
Chempao plus 5 energies, 1 to retreat as well. So that's a lot of cards to ask for.
And that's only a response to tie things up. You're hoping that Kamal doesn't get another Roaring Moon set up potentially, but we'll have to see. Again, Irida, very powerful card. We've talked about it earlier, able to find any water Pokemon. What do we opt to find here? Potentially, again, the Chempao, maybe the Baxcalibur if we're still missing it. He's opting for the Rare Candy and the Chempao EX. Again, Chempao, at least that's free 2 energies in a Pokemon. All right, so
if it's in the active, that's the
we'll
one part
there.
right now. Are we?
Sure
Is there any energy in Christian's hand? I don't think so.
Okay, not quite yet. Oh, and he's already used the Bibarel.
Yeah, already used the Bibarel.
That means he does have another Ultra Ball to find a second Bibarel to draw even more, but opting to find the Frigibax. Oh,
just a discard with this Ultra Ball, grab the second one. Hopefully find, what, superior energy retrieval,
Chempao.
energy.
It needs quite a bit. It's
Oh,
needed quite a bit, while all Kamal needs is 3 energy. And my deck, hey, guess what? It's built to attach energy.
Well, I mean, so is Christian's, but just different ways.
That's for sure. Oh, dude does have the Rare Candy Baxcalibur and the second Bibarel. 1 card in hand. That means 4 fresh cards going to be drawn here.
Well, we got one energy.
Conceal cards. Dream is still alive.
With this line of play, you still need the Chempao as well. So this superior energy retrieval, I guess this allows you to Moonlight Shuriken this turn. You're not going to present a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot, but it's still rough because look at the board. There's no knockout lined up for this Moonlight Shuriken. You can deal 90 to Squawkabilly EX and the Mew, and then hopefully Moonlight Shuriken again, and then there's 4 prizes. But other than that, it's going to be a tough go.
That might be the path Christian has to go here. Again, targeting both the Mew EX and the Squawkabilly EX. Technically, that's 4 prizes. If the prize trade could work out here, as long as Christian does not bench another 2-prizer and is able to get that Greninja back into play.
Yeah, he does play 2 Super Odd in the list, so that is a card you can search out with something like Irida. Although you would want to play the Super Rod first and then Irida out the Radiant Greninja, there's a lot of sequencing that you're going to need to try to figure out with this line of play.
Again, that's why Frank Powell said sequencing is key. You got to practice that. As Kamal goes over the board again, does have the Professor's Research, has an attachment for turn, but at this point, the Roaring Moon in the active still is sitting pretty healthy. I believe they have nothing to really discard the bench, something like a collapsed stadium, maybe Turo, but he doesn't play anything like that. Just goes for the Professor's Research here, draws 7 fresh cards, maybe a switch card to heal the Mew EX potentially.
Yeah, just one of in the list. We do see it in hand along with Escape Rope, so Escape Rope bring up the Mew, switch card it back to the Roaring Moon, but then you're only taking 1 prize anyway, so it might be worth it here.
I think I'd go for it here, just because it does prevent a 4-prize turn. They could be big. Let's see if Kamal decides to do it. They have a lot of cards still to be played in the hand. Well, specifically the Earthen Vessel. Maybe try to get more energies into the hand. Kamal here still deciding what to play.
Yeah, he's really missing that Radiant Greninja in the prize cards right now. Having access to concealed cards just to get those energies in the discard to turn on your Dark Patch, turn on your Galarian Moltres V. But we're just going to see the knockout here. And granted, getting rid of the Radiant Greninja is going to be very good, but you're going to have to Frenzied Gouging, and that's not what you want to do for 1 prize card.
You were trying to deny the 4-prize turn, and just like that, there's another Pokemon with the potential to get knocked out, as we do see the Super Rod played right away there, getting energy cards and the Radiant Greninja. Question is, does Christian have a way to grab it from the deck?
I think there's
2 Bibarels.
There's an Irida in hand as well, so
okay.
This is perfect for Christian. Such a great response after that first Moonlight Shuriken, and then with the Superior Energy Retrieval in hand, already has access to the Retreat and the Moonlight Shuriken yet again. But this time, you can take out the active with all the energies and the Mew EX, so now there's not a good pivot for Kamal.
Definitely, and that also threatens... You're taking down 2 EX Pokemon, and you can Radiant Greninja again to take out the last one potentially, or again go with the Chien-Pao, which we don't see just yet. But wow, what a comeback here from Christian. I thought after Kamal's absolutely explosive turn 1, getting the knockout on a Chien-Pao, it might be a little bit tough to come back, but Christian found the line, and it begins with Radiant Greninja.
Now he plays the Canceling Clone just to thin out the hand a little bit. Maybe would have liked to see a Retreat and then Superior Energy Retrieval that away. Play all 4 energies, then just draw the 5 cards with Industrious Incisors.
That is true. May as well just use everything in your hand, get the attachments that you already know you're going to attach anyway. But still have a good, healthy hand here. Looks like it's going to be another Earthen Vessel for 2 more cards. 2 more energy cards, excuse me. And we do have the Chien-Pao in hand for the next turn. I think now Christian may be setting up for the future.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good position here, and I think that's just due to the fact that the way these decks are built, Kamal and his Roaring Moon is going to be attacking with 2 prizers every time. There's no 1 prizer in the deck except for the Morpeko that you can attack with, and that's not really going to do too much, especially in this state. Meanwhile, Christian, we've seen after starting that Chien-Pao, willing not to bench down another Chien-Pao EX, meaning Kamal's going to have to go through a lot more Pokemon and use a lot more attacks, and we saw him do just that, Frenzy Gouging that Radiant Greninja just for it to get Super Rodded back into the deck, and now take 4 prizes.
4 meaningful prizes as well by taking down the main attacker with all that damage. That's why I was wondering if it was worth getting rid of the stadium earlier, but yeah, we're just going to see the Moonlight Shuriken here take out both the Mew EX. I like the knockout there. And, oh no, looks like they're going to knock out the Squawk ability and the Mew EX, keeping the Roaring Moon in the active, maybe baiting, hey, just attack with it one more time.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there is 200 damage on it, so 90 would clear it. But again, maybe just trying to get those easy prize cards that are already there. If Kamal doesn't have another stadium, he's going to be forced to use a separate Frenzied Gouging to take the knockout. Like, granted, right now he doesn't have the knockout on Radiant Greninja.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. Maybe they could attack with something like the Galarian Moltres at the very least, especially after the Earthen Vessel there. But I'm sure he would love to attack with another Roaring Moon. I think they only play one of the Ancient Booster. Oh, no, they do play two. So maybe we can make the second Roaring Moon a lot bigger as well. Try and prevent an easy knockout with a Champao. But again, with double Bibarel in play, not even Iono doesn't disrupt you here.
This is the exact setup that Champao EX deck wants to get. Just having access to both of those Industrious Incisors means your hand's never really just doing nothing. You're always going to be able to do something. Superior Energy Retrieval is the lifeline of the deck, and being able to have that Baxcalibur, but also have a backup Frigibax on the bench for Rare Candy Baxcalibur, just in case Kamal decides to switch gears.
Definitely. I think, when I'm thinking about it, the only weakness really in Christian's board is his lone Baxcalibur, but then again, there's another Frigibax. I was thinking if there was a way to maybe gust up the Baxcalibur in combination with some disruption, because again, sometimes those stage 2s are a little bit harder, especially when you have to pair it with something like Rare Candy. As we do see the switch card being played now, retreating the Roaring Moon, going into the Galarian Moltres B. More importantly, as well, healing that Roaring Moon up to, I believe, 170 damage. So it is safe from Moonlight Shuriken, as I think we're just going to see an Aura Burn here onto that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, if we do, though, it's pretty much game over as long as Christian finds a Chiempao. And with a hand like that, should be able to do just that.
Yeah, I believe I do see the Champao in hand. I do see the Champao in hand. There's a Superior Energy Retrieval as well. This should be all she wrote here. Unless, of course, there's not enough energy for some reason. There's enough energy in the hand. There's enough energy in the discard pile. There's everything you could possibly want in this hand. But maybe there's still something Kamal can do. He does decide to bench the Morpeko. If maybe a Gust Up knockout, because he is in the odd prize. Gust Up, knockout a Frigibax with the Morpeko could be ideal.
Yeah, and Christian's just showing the Chiempao EX Superior Energy Retrieval Water, and that is going to force a Game 3 here. Chiempao up against Roaring Moon.
I thought this matchup was cookie cutter clear that it was just Roaring Moon's favor, but you know what? It's Christian proved me wrong. Well, it is not just Blue Miraidon. There are tricks up your sleeve. Miraidon can't back-to-back attack with Radiant Greninja.
I mean, when we were saying it earlier, how Radiant Greninja is probably one of the best Pokemon that we have in the format. You saw the power of him there, being able to just Moonlight Shuriken for 4 prizes in 2 consecutive turns, and able to just draw you the cards you need. Find that Battle VIP pass. That was very big on that turn 1. And just having access to that with the Super Rod, the Irida, it was very good position for Christian, and even forced Kamal to Frenzied Gouging the Radiant Greninja just for Christian to find it back. And Moonlight Shuriken taking 4 prizes is just how you want to draw things up if you're Frank Pao.
That's for sure. And I think nothing really showcases the power of Radiant Greninja more than a water-focused deck. You know, you have the Iridas and the Baxcaliburs to really facilitate it. And maybe we should rename this deck to Radiant Greninja deck, to be honest. But again,
probably not.
Champao's still pretty important.
If you just made any deck with Radiant Greninja named Radiant Greninja, I think 90% of the field is going to be
I'd
like
love to
Radiant
see
Greninja.
our graph for that.
Now remember, both of these players are 5-0-1. That means this is a win in 2 day 2. Whoever comes out on top of this match is going to have 19 match points, and that is enough to punch their ticket into Sunday.
And looking at both players' prizes now, Christian Moreno, he really likes prizing those Champaos.
Yeah.
And luckily, there is the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
How do you start the Hisuian Heavy Ball yet again? Just one in the list. I think he also... No, he started the Frigibax last game. So Still able to have a pretty stellar setup here. You can retreat the Radiant Greninja into the Chien-Pao, Sheer Cold, or Shivery Chill, get a couple more energies if you want, but then again, you put that 2 prizes in risk of getting knocked out. So it'll be interesting to see what his hand is capable of. And I don't see an energy in that hand, so this might be a little awkward.
We could always use that Pokestop, try and draw into the Earthen Vessel. But of course, we're going to start with getting the Pokemon out of the deck first with that Nest Ball. If I have to guess, it has to be one of those Frigibacks. Again, the backbone of this entire deck.
The Frigiback's bone?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I saw that coming.
Okay.
But yes, Frigibacks in play. Very important card. Let's see what else Christian can do. Again, I'd love to see maybe spinning the Pokestop. Let's try and get the Earthen Vessel. But then again, leaving the Radiant Greninja in the active isn't the end of the world.
I mean, this hand's also very good. He has the Bidoof in hand and discards double Irida off this Pokestop. That's not what you want.
Okay.
A third superior energy retrieval going to the hand. He does have that Bidoof, has the Chien-Pao, but no energy. And I think I do see another Irida. There's also Rare Candy Baxcalibur. So next turn, this hand could be very good.
So we do see the pass there on to Kamal. Let's see what they can cook up. Kamal must be thinking now, though. Might be a little bit hesitant to drop the Squawkabilly like earlier, but that seems like a necessary evil in this deck. As we do see the Trekkie Shoes. Yep, great way to get energy into the discard pile. Gets an Ultra Ball. Does have the Roaring Moon in hand. Has a lot of choices. Already has the Squawk in hand as well.
Yeah, Kamal could also use the Pokestop from Christian here, so opts to discard his own with this Ultra Ball, but also discarded Judge, which could have been a very good card. I mean, as long as we know Christian's hand, you know? Like, we know there's a Rare Candy Baxcalibur, but...
It's quite a big hand, especially after you see your opponent just discard 2 Iridas. It's pretty tempting to Judge, but at the same time, you're also thinking, I want to set up my board, which you could have done.
You need to attack.
Yes, attack and set up the board. I'd like maybe benching the Squawk and then the Judge. So that that at least ensures you disrupted your opponent and you still see like 10 cards or whatnot. As we just see the Dark Patch there being attached, attaching an energy from the discard pile onto the Roaring Moon. Just a Squawk and Seize for
Easy.
6.
No no high five here, but
that's only for the research, Jim.
Yeah. Hey, it's a lost start, you know. Haven't seen it in years.
For sure, as we do see the Battle VIP pass being played, finding 2 extra basic Pokemon again, the most powerful card in the game, but only on the first turn of the game. Has again, at least Radiant Greninja on Kamal's side of the field is here. It's not in the prizes, and looks like they're opting to keep the last bench space open.
Yeah, that could just be for the second Battle VIP pass that's in the hand, finding a Roaring Moon EX to go along with the first one, and that's going to help at least, hopefully, you know, if Kamal has an energy in hand, it's going to be pretty good. You can conceal cards and just continue the train going. Maybe you have Professor Sada's Vitality. And we're going to start things off with a Pokestop.
An energy, the jelly, an Ultra Ball. At least you can get the Ultra Ball. Again, as long as you hit one thing off a Pokestop, I'm feeling good. Except, of course, if you discard 2 Iridas. As we do see the Trekking Shoes, looks like opting to draw the first card. So no supported play just yet. Looks like it's going to be the Boss's Orders in hand. Is there a way to double Dark Patch, maybe knock out the Chien-Pao? Or the Lone Frigibacks, excuse me.
There could have been if Kamal Dark Patch to the Galarian Moltres, I believe. But the fact that he didn't means I don't think we're going to see a Boss's Orders played this turn and take a knockout on that Frigibacks, which is actually very big. And while Kamal does have this Professor Sada's Vitality to get those 2 energies attached, and it's still a very good turn, we're still probably going to see this turn 1 attack from Kamal here. It is not going to be kind of like a game-ending attack, like knocking out that Frigibacks would be.
Definitely. I mean, getting rid of a Radiant Greninja that's been the bane of Kamal's existence seems good to me. And also, getting rid of the Pokestop in combination with the attack means you're not going down to 30 HP, and you're denying Christian access to the stadium.
And this is the power of going second in this matchup. Your deck is made to do just this. Get your 3 energies on a Roaring Moon EX and start attacking as soon as your first turn. Now, Kamal's debating about playing this Town Store to grab the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which he does, but that means he's one less Stadium in hand to be able to get the full 220 damage from Calamity Storm.
Yes, and we did see him struggle earlier in Game 2, trying to find those Stadiums, forced to Frenzy Gouging at the wrong moment. But we'll see here if this pays off, as we do see the Super Rod being played now, trying to get back the Radiant Greninja.
It's such an awkward Super Rod, but honestly, you kind of have to do it. That Radiant Greninja is so important, as you saw in Game 2. And it's actually kind of ironic that Christian draws his first energy of the game for this turn when it's already been knocked out.
It could be a blessing in disguise, though, since, again, the Chien-Pao was safe from knockout. It would have gotten knocked out this turn by a Roaring Moon, as we do see the Rare Candy into the Baxcalibur. We see the entire Wombo combo, 3 energies now onto the Chien-Pao.
But has nothing else. There was no Irida in that hand. It's just 3 superior energy retrievals.
That's a lot of ways to get energies, Jeremy.
Yeah, from the discard, not from the deck. There's only 3 energies in the discard now for Christian, and it was the 3 he discarded this turn.
Definitely not looking good for Christian as we move on over back to Kamal. Again, the name of the game is finding that Stadium card, because again, if you Frenzied Gouging in this position does knock out your own Roaring Moon. I believe they still have access to the 4 Sealstone Ultra Ball being played here.
I think Kamal's in a very strong position where he can almost clean up this game with just the boss's orders and that 4 Sealstone. You can boss's orders the Baxcalibur for a Sealstone for that Pokestop. Use the Pokestop if you want to. You don't need to. And then Calamity Storm, take the knockout. You're leaving Christian with no energy in play, no Frigibax in play, no Baxcalibur. It's essentially game over.
But you still have those 3 energy retrievals.
Yeah. Sure, you could discard those 2 to grab 3 energies, attach, and then pass.
Definitely not looking good here for Christian. Again, the fact that they just didn't have access to the Irida definitely hurts here, as Kamal is going to use their V-Star power here against Star Alchemy. Half a Starbirth finds anything they want from the deck. I believe you mentioned it earlier. It's going to be a Stadium.
Oh, yeah, it's that Pokestop. And I think Kamal's maybe slow rolling a little bit here. Uses the Pokestop. All right, yeah. Dark Patch, we're fine with that. You can charge up that Roaring Moon EX on the bench, ready for next turn. I don't think there's going to be a next turn, most likely.
I'm trying to think of a way out as well. Maybe
it's really just how fragile this Chien-Pao deck is when it doesn't have access to Baxcalibur. You're really just a theme deck at that point.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. We saw how powerful it is when all the moving parts were there. You had double Bibarel, you had your Baxcaliburs, you had your attackers, you had your Radiant Greninja. But if you don't have them, and all you have is energy retrievals, this is what it looks like. As we do see, again, Dark Patch and the energy attachment onto that Roaring Moon. Second attacker ready to go.
No. Just Calamity Storms takes the knockout on Chien-Pao EX. And while Christian's hand is terrible, and he's just discarded 4 cards for 1 superior energy retrieval, takes the knockout, it's still game over, but give him a little bit of hope. Give him a little bit of hope.
You're going down fighting. It's not every day you see Baxcalibur attack. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Kamal Crooks Valdez is going to progress into day 2 of the Knoxville Regional Championships. But again, the day is not over for Kamal yet. He could always make the record even better.
Yeah, now locking up that day 2 position as soon as this round 7 means these next 2 rounds, yeah, you can kind of relax a little, but if you get those match points and you go into day 2 at 8-0-1, that means you only need to win like 4 games to make it in the top 8, which is still a lot. But it's a lot better than winning like 5-6 games.
That is true. I believe that at this moment, at least your mindset is shifted, right? You're not thinking, I need to make day 2. Now you're thinking, I need to make top 8.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
a great mindset to be in.
It's the winning mindset.
As we do see here, just some quick replays. Again, Kamal's Absolutely amazing board, getting rid of the lone Frigibacks, essentially closing out that game. But here, again, still an absolutely amazing board. Just shows really how important these Pokestops are. Not only getting resources, but improving the damage output of Roaring Moon. As we do here, Christian's very powerful Radiant Greninjas back to, oh no, this was the scoop.
Yeah. Yeah, game one lasted a little bit longer than it probably should have, but it was just due to the fact Christian's trying to find as many outs as possible. It just was not able to overcome that 3-prize start from Kamal those first couple of turns. Meanwhile, this game one, Christian is able to find Hisuian Heavy Ball, grab that Chien-Pao EX from the prizes, and while Kamal did have that Roaring Moon knockout with Calamity Storm, Christian started to have a plan here. Moonlight Shuriken damaged that Squawkabilly EX and the Mew EX.
Here it is, the awkward Frenzy gouging on a single prize Pokemon. And yeah, and this was the end of game 2 here. Just Christian showing off, yep, this is everything we need to close out the game. And sure enough, bringing it to a game 3.
Yeah, and just unfortunately, Christian was not able to really get anything going. That Pokestop discarding those 2 Irida really just the nail in this game. And after those 3 prizes, Christian has discards his entire hand, and for that superior energy retrieval, not really having much else. And
that's probably one of the most painful energy retrievals. The fact whenever you have to discard another energy retrieval to get energy, then only getting 3.
Yeah.
Ooh. But yeah, that was the last game there, bringing again Kamal to 7 wins. And but yeah, absolutely masterfully. I was thinking this was going to be a 2-game Roaring Moon sweep. I'm a Roaring Moon stan. It doesn't show, but I believe in the power of being able to attack turn 1 for unlimited damage, and I think that's good.
Nah. No, yeah. I think it goes to show just the fact that Roaring Moon is the 2nd most played deck this weekend. We've seen it ourselves, what, twice now, 3 times on stream, something like that. It is one of those decks where if you have the right draws, if you sequence right, you can beat pretty much anything, even your bad matchups in something like Charizard. But the fact that you just always get that turn 1 attack, that's really where you want to be.
You could also flip heads on those Pokemon catchers to get key knockouts.
I don't know. I don't see any Pokemon catchers in Kamal's list. And he is 601. Okay. I don't know about the others we featured today so far, but
I'm sure they're doing well. I was really looking at a lot of our top tables, and there is a lot of darkness. There's a lot of Charizard, there's a lot of Roaring Moons. Feels bad to be a Psychic deck right now at the moment, but hey, some of them are still going strong. But yeah, again, Roaring Moon EX. What do you think? Would you play it with Pokemon Catcher though? Is that, or would you play Kamal's version?
I don't know. Did you see the way Kamal drew those games 1 and 3? Those were very good draws.
Imagine though, you could Pokestop into a catcher.
Imagine you can flip tails a lot. I don't know. I have very bad history with Pokemon Catcher and Pokemon Reversal. Those cards that say flip a coin, bring up a Pokemon if you hit heads. I'm not good at getting heads on that coin flip. So
it's because you have to believe, Jeremy.
I don't believe enough. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, that's exactly.
Oh, you're probably right.
But again, Christian Moreno, still great game. Still in it. Just has 1 loss. Still has to get that 1 win to make it into day 2. Chien-Pao, still very, very powerful deck. And I can't state this enough. I love it when I see these players go out of that flowchart to determine, yes, my deck is supposed to go, I'm supposed to attack with Chien-Pao, win the game. But that's not going to work out right now. I have to do Radiant Greninja plays. Suddenly I am a single prize deck, and it worked out. And I thought it was beautiful.
Yeah, well, we're going to hear from Kamal this round. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with our winner, Kamal. Congratulations on winning. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling pretty good. Stoked that I'm guaranteed in day 2 for sure. Good choice, I guess. Had nice hands, like good draws.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about how you came about this deck. Like, why did you pick it? How have you been testing with it? Tell me about it.
So I chose Roaring Moon for this event. My friend told me not to play Lost Box anymore because that's the deck I usually play, and I wanted to play a deck that's kind of simple and fast. And when I was looking at tournament reports, Limitless, I was noticing Roaring Moon was doing really well. And then I saw the list that made top 8 in Charlotte, and I looked at Liverpool too, and everybody just copied his list too, and he had a lot of success with it, so I chose to run with it, and it's been really good. So shout out to that guy, Ross, I think his name is.
Ross Cawthon, yeah, he's been testing the deck, and he got that top 8.
Yeah.
So, and then now in your preparation for this event, was Chen Pao on your radar? Is that a matchup you tested a lot against, or is it something that, I mean, it hasn't been too popular and hasn't been doing too well?
I tested against Chen Pao because a little bit. My friend plays it back at home, so I know the matchup somewhat. I'm not wasn't really prepared for it, I would say that. I think it's like probably the 5th or 6th most popular deck for me to choose from, or play against, I would say.
Okay, so, and in that last game where things didn't seem to go too well for your opponent, you had an opportunity to knock out either Excalibur or Chen Pao. Did you see that line of play, like going after the Excalibur? Or why did you choose the Chen Pao?
Yeah, I saw the line to decide between Excalibur and Chen Pao, and I didn't really want to take a one prize in that situation. I knew that I could have bossed and KO'd, but I'd rather KO Chen Pao, force him to commit energies to his guided retreat again, and then I KO another 2-prizer, and I just save my bosses for the end game.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out pretty well, right? Christian didn't do too
Yeah.
well after that. So, yeah, I mean, pretty awesome to see. Congrats on the day 2 once again, and I wish you the best of luck in your next few rounds.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, and casters, back to you.
It was great to hear from Kamal and really how he really prepared for this tournament. It just goes to show how important the online scene is now to the Pokemon trading card game. I feel like the game has really evolved almost week by week. Sometimes a week, sometimes a deck is tier 1 last week and suddenly not that much played this week.
Yeah, I call it the Mew principle, where Mew does very well one week and then doesn't show up the next week, then does very well the next week, and it's all just due to the meta shifting with its counters. And I think with the fact that we also have a lot less people here this weekend, that means you can hit those matchups a little bit more, maybe not see as much Charizard with your Roaring Moon, or just, you know, Emergency Jelly taking the whole game.
That's for sure. The Mew principle here by Jeremy Jalen.
Yeah.
It is, it's...
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I'm trying to think about it. I'm really,
You know,
really am.
Sure,
Mew's
there
always
was like
just-
6 Mews in top 32 in Charlotte, but there's none in top 8, right? Yeah. And then
Okay.
it wins Liverpool. And then look at Mew in the graphic now. Where is it?
Okay. Yeah, that's you're probably right,
Yeah.
especially with all the dark in the format, right? All the dark in the top tables at the moment. I think I have to agree. Okay, I'll give you this one, Jeremy.
Good. Well, we're going to take a look at our community bracket predictions and see how y'all in Twitch chat are talking about which of these 4 decks do you think will be able to take down this tournament. We've seen a lot of Roaring Moon. We've seen some Giratina V-Star. We've seen some Lost Zone Box. We've seen some Charizard EX. These are our top 4 decks of the meta right now.
I know the chat is pretty good at picking the decks. I believe again, these are our top 4 decks, but I think only one can make it to the finals. Well, how about this first one, Jeremy? Charizard EX against Lost Zone Box. Well, what's your thought process there?
So there is a lot more Lost Zone this tournament than we've seen in the past. A lot of top players have been switching over to some Kyogre builds, some Roaring Moon, Iron Hands builds. It's interesting. Charizard EX is a deck that has just been very consistent, and as long as it gets its matchups, it could go all the way.
Yes. Again, just want to remind folks at home, if you're listening to this and you see this graphic at the moment, you can go on Twitch and vote between Charizard EX and Lost Zone Box. What do you think is going to win between the two decks? I have to agree. I really do like Charizard EX. I feel like it is the most consistent Stage 2 deck in the format, at the very least. I think it's just so powerful that to do Arvin turn 1 and just get absolutely set up. Then the Rotom gets you those 3 extra cards. The 3 extra cards could be the world. You know, sometimes you just need that 1 extra rare candy, and suddenly the next turn you're going rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard, counter catcher. Next game?
Well, it looks like Chad agrees with you. Charizard EX moving up into the finals of our poll here. Now, Giratina V-Star, Lost Zone up against Roaring Moon EX. I know there's a lot of Roaring Moon stands, especially next to me, but come on. 5 finals in a row for Giratina V-Star? It has to be the worm.
That was before Ross Cawthon really perfected.
I mean,
this,
it was during.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Like,
but now there's more practice with the Roaring Moon. I think Roaring Moon is favored into Giratina. The fact that you can put in the pressure right away.
It's probably Giratina's like one of its iffy matchups, even though Giratina has pretty much even matchups across the entire board. I still think it's Giratina. Like, come on. 5 finals in a row, Wancho?
The past is the past, Jeremy. We're talking about this tournament right here.
You're talking about an ancient Pokemon. That's the past.
Okay, you got me there. But we're talking about right here, right now. And no, I think it has to be Roaring Moon that takes this win.
Should I just leave?
Yeah,
Take off my headset, leave? Like,
it's Roaring Moon. We've seen how powerful this deck is today. How many times has it been on stream? There's a reason for that. It's on the top tables. It's in a lot of the top tables.
Listen, all right, we got one more vote. What's going to win the tournament, Charizard EX or Roaring Moon EX? I think Chip just got into a bunch of his burner accounts on Twitch and voted for Roaring Moon a bunch of times just so he wouldn't see Giratina again.
Maybe so that Giratina isn't in the finals matchup against Charizard. Because I would have voted Giratina over Charizard.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm thinking Charizard EX has a favorite matchup.
Well, we're not talking about matchups between them. We're just talking about what they think will win the tournament. 5 finals in a row, Wancho.
The past is the past, Jeremy. We're talking about
ancient Pokemon.
The Knoxville Regional Championships. And right now, we're talking about Charizard EX against Roaring Moon. Those are your choices. Forget about Giratina.
Well, I picked Charizard EX for my caster predictions, so it has to be Charizard EX for me. But I feel that chat's not really going to agree with me. And
yeah, Roaring Moon won.
I mean, we have featured it a lot, so maybe it's recency bias, you know?
There's a reason why we featured it a lot, Jeremy.
Is it? Is there?
Because it's good, especially if you play catcher in it.
Is it?
I believe the Roaring Moon match we featured on stream was the one with catcher against Charizard, and that's why it won.
Yeah, maybe.
So
it is the reason why it won. So
I'm just saying. But yes, congratulations, Roaring Moon EX. I'm curious though if this prediction will translate into reality. Again, Charizard EX is just such a powerful deck. 330 HP is so intimidating, and the fact that after you frenzy gouging a Charizard, you have like a Charmander just bops you for 30. And then what?
All right, well that does it for our community bracket prediction. You'll have to see if all of y'all are right as the tournament progresses, but right now, we got a quick interview with our own Chip Ritchie.
I'm here on the tournament floor with Michael Martin, better known here in the community as Pokepop, one of the long-time judges here in the community. When did you start with the Pokemon TCG?
With Jungle was our first set, and so 1990, 2000, let's say 2000.
2000, just about as long as anyone could possibly have been doing it. I wanted to get your perspective on a few things. You do a lot for the Pokemon community here, but first off, just the way the game has changed over the past 24 years since you've been around. Can you think back to those tournaments in the early 2000s and comparing that to what it's like today?
It's totally different. The size has grown amazingly. Those early tournaments, you'd go to a regional or the nationals or world championships, and it would be just the tournament, and there would be not much else going on. So, but now today there's trading card game, video game, Go, all the different side events. The size has just gotten quadrupled. So it's just a totally different event.
Yeah, I can imagine it's just changed so much. You know, I've only been playing for, it feels like much less time, since around 2015. And just to think in that time frame how much it's grown, I can't imagine what it was like in the earlier days of the game. So you're here this weekend working as a mentor. You've done a lot of judging, head judging at the biggest events. What is it like being a mentor? What exactly are you doing this weekend? What's that role mean?
So basically, I just, instead of judging the players, I'm going around watching the judges and the assistant head judges and observing and basically giving advice or bouncing off ideas, just helping them think about possibilities and helping them grow.
Yeah, that's great. You'd love to hear that, that's something that's happening, not only players growing, right, but judges having opportunities to grow and learn and continue to improve at the game. So I know you do a lot of work as well with the rulings that happen in the Pokemon TCG. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what Team Compendium is and what you guys do?
Right, so as Team Compendium, we run the Compendium, which is compendium.pokegym.net, which, while it is not an official Pokemon site, it has all of the official rulings that are used in tournaments, card rulings that are used in tournaments by TPCI. So we basically gather ruling questions from around the community, submit them to Pokemon R&D, get their answers on what the correct way to do things is, and then publish them so it's available to be used at tournaments like this.
Yeah, which is very important. I know many times over the years I've had questions about how an interaction works. Our game is pretty complex. There's different cards working at any given time, doing multiple different things. So it's definitely a great resource for players to have access to be able to answer the questions of how do these cards exactly interact with one another. Pokepop, I really appreciate your time, and we'll get back to the tournament at hand.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chip, and thank you, Extra Pokepop. Again, it's great to hear about the growth of the game, and again, I've been playing this game for about just over a decade, and it's absolutely insane to see how much the Pokemon community has grown. And it's, of course, thanks to people like Pokepop. It's thanks to people like you, Jeremy. It's thanks to everyone that tunes in to these regional championships. But yeah, with that, of course, let me plug the socials real quick. Don't forget to follow us at Play Pokemon at X/Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Facebook, /Pokemon on Instagram. And of course, use those hashtags as well. Follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch. Specifically, maybe follow us on Twitch to be part of the community voting. That's something that's really, really fun. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Swiss Round 8 is up next.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences, and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it. not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament. And in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Knoxville Regional Championships. There's been a lot of Pokemon action played today, and we still have a couple of more games for everyone at home. Again, my name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by the one and only Jeremy Jallin. How we feeling, Jeremy?
Doing pretty good. We have done 3 rounds for us so far, and we have gone through, 7 rounds in the tournament already? Just 2 more to go. We already have Players locking up that day 2 so far. Can't ask for
Dreams
much
are
better.
being made already. I love seeing all the players just getting excited, just preparing for that game 2. But still, you know, their mindset is still there for the rest of the rounds. But you know what, Jeremy?
Speaking of games.
Yeah, I was just about to get there. I saw Shelby and Pablo play this game, and I got really, really jealous.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I really
Okay.
want to play this game, Jeremy. We're gonna play Who's That Pokemon, and it's gonna be me and Who's That Pokedex? Excuse me. It's gonna be me and Jeremy trying to determine what this Pokemon is. It absorbs spirits. It then burns by waving the flames on its arms. It puts its foes into a hypnotic trance.
Do you want me to read these from now on?
It just took me by surprise, Jeremy. It's so
It absorbs
dark.
spirits, which it then burns by waving the flames on its arms. It puts its foes into a hypnotic trance.
It's so dark, Jeremy. I'm thinking Spiritomb. Isn't that built by?
You think Spiritomb has arms?
Okay, well, it has spirits. It eats spirits or something, right?
Well, sure, it has
Okay,
spirit in its name, but
Confragrigus.
So, there's no flame. I'm thinking
There's
Galarian Moltres.
It has no arms, Jeremy.
I mean, wings are arms.
No, that's not.
it has more of a arms than Spiritomb.
No. If flames on its arms, it has to have. Okay, well, Galarian Moltres does have flames on its wings.
That's where I'm
What
going.
about Lampent or like Chandelure? Chandelure makes more sense.
You think Chandelure has arms?
It's better than wings, Jeremy. Wings are not arms.
I mean,
hashtag wings are not arms, Jeremy.
Hashtag wings are arms?
No. Can you hold things with wings? I'm going Chandelure.
I'm going Galarian Moltres.
Okay, we just not gonna agree.
Oh, look at you!
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank
yeah,
you.
my pick was terrible, but I was just shocked by Spiritomb as the answer.
I was shocked by the entry. It was so dark.
All right, let's see what else. Top grade perfume is made using its internal poison gases by diluting them to the highest level.
These are weird.
Vileplume, Gloom, maybe?
Internal poison. Oh, I could see that. I'd see Vileplume.
Top grade perfume.
Gloom is smelly, right?
But you could take those poison gases, turn it into a perfume, like a pheromone, you know?
I like Vileplume. I like
yeah.
Vileplume. I think we're gonna lock that in for the both of us. Locked in.
All right, no.
I'm gonna have to. No, I'm gonna argue. No,
Can we call that
production.
judge?
No, that's not. That cannot be right.
It is.
You don't think? I'm gonna make some perfume. Let me get a wheezing.
No, it's correct. I got confirmation from the head judge that it is correct. It's probably the same head judge that ruled Kyle's pumpkin correct.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, we got that one wrong. But
materials from gems it has eaten float to the surface of its body and can form an infinite number of patterns among individuals.
Carbink.
Ooh, that's a
That's
a good one. I was thinking
or
like
Sableye.
Yeah, Sableye eating gems, but
Sableye does eat gems, but doesn't float to the surface of its body.
Does
Carbink,
it?
I do think it does float, at the very least.
Man, do you want to split the difference? I'll go Sableye, you go Carbink.
But I'm just gonna be right again.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Okay,
you got to
deal.
be right at least a couple times this weekend.
Deal. We split it. Okay. Oh.
Hey, we're 1-1, Wancho.
All right. Now I'm just gonna pick. I have to win now. We're supposed to work
We're
together.
very competitive, if you haven't noticed.
That's why we play in the competitive TCG.
Its arms are hard as rock. With one swing, it can break an enormous boulder into pieces.
Machamp, dibs, mine. You have to pick another.
Why do I have to pick? No, I have to pick another?
No, yeah, because mine is Machamp. We're competing here, and I went first. Hard as rock. It could be Geodude. It is a rock.
Yeah, like anything with brick break, you know, like it's just breaks bricks. I'm gonna go Machamp. We're gonna still be tied.
Okay,
Either
fine.
way.
I'll take it. Machoke. I'll do Machoke then.
All right.
Oh,
I did not expect that.
What?
I guess it's ground type.
It is a ground type.
Yeah.
It is a ground type.
It can learn brick break, I think.
Maybe. Yeah, I think
we'll
does.
check the VGC casters in a little bit.
We'll let them know. Do we have any more? This Pokemon lives on sheer cliffs. It sidesteps opponents' attacks, then lunges for their weak spots with its claws.
Oh,
Hisuian Sneasler.
Yeah, Hisuian Sneasler, I think is...
Because it climbs on the cliffs,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Hisuian Sneasler?
Locked in.
Or just Cloth. All right.
Oh, that's right. In the
Boo would be disappointed in both of us.
I bet Boo doesn't know this either.
She's screaming back there like, Cloth!
I can imagine that. But yeah, in the Scarlet and Violet, you do see a cloth latched onto a cliff, right?
All right, this is the last one, Wancho.
All right. When attacked, this Pokemon will wield the tendrils on its body like fists and pelt the opponent with a storm of punches. It's tendrils, but it turns into fists. It's the octopus punchy guy. You know what I'm talking about. The blue octopus.
Do you know what you're talking about?
I don't. That's why I'm asking you. But it's the blue punchy octopus. It's that guy.
I'm gonna go with Cofagrigus.
What? No.
Yeah, Cofagrigus.
It's a ghost. Why would it?
It is
Why would it
tendrils.
punch you? It's a ghost. It would haunt you. It's blue octopus punchy guy.
All right.
All
Who's
right.
going with that? I'm going Cofagrigus.
Locked in.
Oh.
You cheat.
Is this Terrifier Orthworm?
How? How? How does it have tendrils?
The little holes on its body, maybe?
Stuff comes out of that?
Apparently.
That's weird. I didn't know that.
Well, now you know.
That's they're cheating us. There's no way.
Well, that does it for Who's That Pokedex, and as always, we're terrible at it.
Hey, 1 point each.
1 point each, yeah. We'll have to check in throughout the entire weekend and see if we can do better.
I bet we beat Boo and Pablo at the very least.
Did we?
I think so.
Did we?
I think so. All right, I think we have a very special video. I think we're going to show everyone, so don't go anywhere.
I'm down here with Reagan Retzloff, who just got to a 6-0-1 record, locking up a spot into day 2. Congratulations, Reagan. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. I haven't bricked all day with Chin Pao, so we're moving along.
Yeah, tell me about the Chien Pao. It's a deck that feels like it hasn't been super popular this format, but I know you've played it to quite a few tournaments so far. What has led to you just continuing to stick with this deck?
Yeah, so I don't want to play Garantina, and I don't really like Zardmir, so I just decided Chin Pao is good enough against Tina and Zard to win.
Yeah, good strategy. You know, two of the most popular decks. Now, Roaring Moon has been extremely popular, maybe a little bit more than many people would have expected. How do you feel about that matchup with Chien Pao?
I think that it's pretty 50-50. I just played against one in my win-in for day 2, and I was able to beat him. He got a slow start game 1, and then game 2 he missed Stadium for Roaring Moon, so he had to take 200. So I was able to ninja that and more Pekko to take the prize lead.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, congratulations, Reagan. Thanks for catching up with us, and best of luck to you in day 2.
Thank you.
I'm joined here by Grant Walworth, who's just gotten to day 2, locking up a 7-0 record, undefeated at this point in the tournament. How are you feeling, man?
It's awesome, man. I guess my 3rd Masters Regional, and this is beyond anything I would have, anticipated for this event.
Yeah, a heck of a start, and you're playing a more unique deck, I would say, from the options in the format. It's definitely a little bit lower on the, meta share percentage, and that is the Sableye Radiant Charizard build with the Roaring Moon. Tell us about this deck, why you're playing it for the tournament this weekend.
I think it's just a great call with the with Tina increasing and also like Charizard being pretty popular. I think it has a decent matchup into both of those decks, and I like the Roaring Moon because it gives you like a good chance against Rapid Strike, where normally if you're without it, you probably lose.
Yeah, Rapid Strike has been preying on Lost Zone decks for quite some time, so it makes a lot of sense that you found a way to have an answer for what would otherwise be a pretty tough matchup. Speaking of matchups, 7-0, have you played against a lot of different decks, or has it been a lot of similar stuff throughout the day so far?
I think I've only played against like 4 different decks today. I think there's been like 3 repeats, which, it's okay. There's not a lot of... I haven't hit a lot of diverse decks, really. Just like Roaring Moon or Charizard.
Yeah, Roaring Moon has been crazy popular this weekend, and I gotta feel like that's something you feel pretty good about with your deck choice, right?
I'm quite happy with the Roaring Moon popularity.
That's awesome. Yeah, for sure, man. So 7-0. I mean, you got your eyes on that 9-0 start. Things of legend right there.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be wild, honestly. That'd be insane.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on you, see how it does for you throughout the rest of the tournament, and best of luck to you in day 2, Grant.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I'm here with our most recent player to make it into day 2, Nathan Flanders, playing the Mew VMAX, getting to a 6-0-1 record. Congratulations, making it to day 2. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy right now. A long time coming, had a really close run at Charlotte, lost 2 in and in, so I'm glad to finally make it to the second day.
Yeah, I saw that this was your first ever day 2. I mean, what does that mean to you?
It means a lot. I got into Pokemon this year, and it's really kind of taken up a large portion of my life. I'm actually taking 4 months off school, kind of traveling around, going to as many events as possible. So this day 2 kind of proves to me that I can do it.
That's awesome, man. I love to hear that. So you're playing the Mew this weekend, obviously a deck that is got a little bit of a shorter time left in our standard format. Is that something that led to you choosing it for this event? One last ride, as they like to say?
Yeah, so I actually switched to it for LASC, played it for the first time ever. I was playing with hammers in it, and I had a lot of fun. It was fun flipping coins, you know, it's a great deck, and it does rotate pretty soon, so I figured, hey, let's take it for a last ride.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations. Best of luck to you in day 2. We'll be keeping our eyes on you and hope you continue to find success.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chip. And it's great to hear from all our players that have made it into day 2. I think I'd be just as ecstatic if I was in their position. I wish I could make day 2 in a giant tournament like this.
You're making day 2 tomorrow, Wancho. I don't, like, unless you're not going to be here, then I'm in trouble.
Definitely. That is the truth. But yeah, again, it's great to hear all these amazing players. I'm sure we'll catch them on stream sometime in the future. But yeah, right now we're preparing for our round 8 match. Jeremy, there's only 2 more matches to decide whether you're going to play in day 2 or you're going to be playing in some side events, which are a lot of fun, by the way.
They are, especially if you, go 5-1 with Lugia in the League Challenge?
I was hoping you would bring that up. at some point, I was really hoping. Thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome. You got to give someone their flowers when you can, right? Yeah.
The only time I think Lugia is going to be winning in anything this
Did you win?
Oh, I got 5th. Oh, that counts as a win. That's a win in my book.
No, very good. The league challenges and league cups that even happen here during regional weekend are always just cutthroat because you have so many great players playing in them. The league challenge, 6 rounds, insane. Usually, like at locals back at home, it's like 3 rounds.
Yeah, I was literally sitting next to like Chip Ritchie, also at 5-1, and a lot of great players there as well. But
speaking of great players, we got Swiss standings right now. Let's go ahead and take a look and see who's at the top of our tournament so far. We got 4 7-0s. Grant Walworth, Raymond Long, Ryan Antonucci, and Simon Copenhaver. And Raymond Long is the one that stands out there. Already won a regional championships this season. The second regional we had of the season. Still going strong.
Yes, definitely. But let's not forget our 6-0-1s, again, with 19 points. Also guarantees that they make day 2s, like Reagan Retzlaff, Eddie North, Kamal, Crooks Valdez, who we just saw on stream. Nathan Flanders, Alex Hamilton, JW Krewall. Again, a couple of regional champions here, like Reagan Retzlaff and JW Krewall. Again, that's just, I think, what it takes to really make it into day 2. The consistently great players playing consistent decks. Consistently.
Well, we have 2 pretty consistent players for our feature match for this round day. Let's go and take it down to the stage and introduce y'all to them.
Yes. All right, we have Rowan Stevenow against Sawyer Melbourne. 2 players, very familiar names. Again, Rowan has won a regional, and both these players, again, no stranger to top 8. Both players have made it to top 8 multiple times, and they're playing very interesting decks. Gardevoir EX against Lost Zone box. But what type of Lost Zone box? The Kyogre version. This is something I expected to see maybe a couple of regional tournaments ago. Again, I feel like we've just been in a field of fast 2-prizer Pokemon. This is not that.
Yeah, it has been really Gardevoir's tournament with the popularity of Roaring Moon so far. Out of our 4 7-0s, there's 2 of them are Gardevoir decks. So Rowan has been piloting Gardevoir for a little bit now. Took maybe a break with some Mew VMAX, crushing hammers throughout some tournaments, LAIC, all that. But Still just a very consistent deck in the hands of a very consistent player. The sky's the limit, and then Sawyer has been on a tear so far and has been doing it with majority Lost Zone decks. This one is definitely a Lost Zone deck, and it's looking like pretty much close to the same list that we featured earlier on today, having that the Drop V, having the Roaring Moon, this time not having the Iron Hands, but still has those 2 Mawile.
And speaking of those 2 Mawile, since you played 2 of them, we can start with it. Looks like Sawyer is going to be going first here. Does Pokestop absolutely nothing. Doesn't quite have anything in hand besides a Sableye. But again, Gardevoir is not known for that turn 1 aggression. It's going to be an attachment and a pass back here now to Rowan. Let's see what he draws. Does have the Nest Ball. Can find themselves at least a Curlia. I just realized, if Rowan doesn't retreat this Radiant Greninja, is it just game over?
Technically, it would be, but there is that 1 copy of Professor Turo's Scenario. Be able to just pick up your Pokemon, discard all cards attached to it. Now, Rowan's going to have to do that maybe twice. You have access to Pal Pad. Granted, Sawyer did start off just terrible. There's no... Sawyer is playing a Lost Zone deck. There's no Comfey on the board. There's no semblance of any other Pokemon.
There's a Psychic Pokemon with some flowers. That's pretty close to Comfey.
I don't think there's flowers there. If you look at the art, I think it's more gems.
That's a flower, the thing with the mouth. Yeah, it is.
No,
anyway,
it's part of the Pokemon.
Okay. All right. So again, Rowan does go for, I believe, I don't think they've concealed cards just yet. I don't see an energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, still has not concealed cards, but has the Nest Ball for the Ralts, Level Ball to grab another Ralts here. I believe there's the Mirage Step Curlia in hand already, so with just an energy and evolution, you can go ahead and use that powerful attack to grab all the Curlia that you need. And with the way this matchup is at least looking as on the board, Rowan is in a pretty good position, but it's all if that Professor Turo's is in the deck or not.
That is true. Again, typically when I think about this matchup, it is favored to Gardevoir. I think Gardevoir has a lot of tools to really deal with the Lost Box deck, like the Cresselias, the Jirachi, Manaphy's, for example. But that's why I am fearing this. I am absolutely fearing this Mawile. It's not something you see every day, but if you put down those tools, like I said, the Manaphy, the Jirachi, there is the potential for them to get stuck. As Sawyer, would you go this route now? Are you going to still take knockouts? Are you still trying to go for that Lost Zone big Kyogre play? Are you going to really focus your resources on facilitating this Mawile play?
Well, if he does decide that option, we could be in for a long one. Wancho, just a tempting trap. It's a very unique attack for this format. It makes it so your opponent's defending Pokemon cannot retreat, and then you deal 90 more damage the next turn. But that's never going to happen. You're just using that attack over and over again to prevent Rowan from retreating. And we saw that Rowan had the Psychic Energy, but used it for the concealed cards instead of using it to retreat. So it could be a little worrisome, but having that 1 Professor Turo's Scenario, as long as Rowan has access to it, really could just disrupt the entire game plan that Sawyer has.
That is true. Again, Professor Turo's Scenario does put the Pokemon into hand. So that does prevent any catcher plays once again. So, yeah, I think maybe the Mawile isn't quite the way, unless, of course, Rowan starts benching more support Pokemon. But, hey, there's also the chance it's a prize, and then you just win from here.
Yeah, and that's really the game you're coming down to. You also have to battle through 4 Iono, so that is just more ways of restocking your deck to knock deck out, and that's the whole game plan for this Mawile strategy traditionally against a deck like Gardevoir. If you start or have access to boss's orders, a Radiant Greninja or a Manaphy, the tempting trap is very tempting.
Very tempting indeed, as we do see Sawyer now going for that Chorus Experiment, does get 5 fresh cards, going to send 2 to the Lost Zone here.
We found the basic Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a couple of basic Pokemon. There's a Battle VIP pass. Unfortunately, again, this is Sawyer's second turn. I'd love maybe see the... Oh, it's going to be the Rod hitting the Lost Zone there. I believe Sawyer at least does play a couple more ways to really get resources back, especially since it's a Kyogre type deck. And it's going to go ahead and Pokestop here, getting 2 cards, losing the mana fee. Could be big again. Gardevoir is known for hitting the bench with the Scream Tail Pokemon, but there it is, just 3 Comphase, and is that just a tempting trap and a pass?
Yep, and looking through the list too, there is no Screamtail on Rowan's side of things, so doesn't really have access to that. Is really just gonna try to get as set up as possible for these turns. And Rowan taking a quick look through the deck. I don't know if I saw that Turos, but oh no, it is down there at the bottom. So we're gonna be in for a long one, Wancho.
I'm ready for it, as we do see the level ball for the Refinement Curlia. Again, Refinement Curlia able to discard a card, draw out 2. It looks like Rowan's going the long route here. Typically, you do try to use the Mirage Step to try and get extra Curlias in play while saving a couple of raws to be rare candied or whatnot. But again, because of that tempting trap, Radiant Greninja is stuck in the active. As Rowan benches a couple more raws in play. Every time I see a Pokemon just tapped sideways, I think an ability has been used. For a sec, I thought, what ability has been used for Ralts? But
yeah, just signaling that it came into play this turn, so
very
it cannot evolve into it.
Very important.
Here we see the first Iono. So it's 1 Iono down. Turo still in the deck.
And again, you could always Palpad the Turo and the Iono, so we could potentially see up
Like I
to
said, we're in for a long
5 Iono. Okay. But we'll have to see. Maybe Sawyer, what else can Sawyer do? Besides a tempting trap, he can still start to load up the Lost Zone by using stuff like Chorus Experiment. Maybe use a couple of switches, and then just switch back into the Mawile, and then potentially start swinging in case this lock breaks, as we do see a couple more refinements here. Again, drawing 2 more cards, get some Boss's Orders, nothing. I don't see the Turo in hand just yet, so.
Well, if you think about it, the way Sawyer has built this Lost Zone list, as with a lot of our other top players that have brought pretty much this list with this double Mawile technology, is that they're just trying to go for the Kyogre Aqua Storm. Trap Storm, right? So even if Sawyer's whole plan is to just tempting trap the entire game, you see there, Rowan already fearing that Kyogre and its Aqua Storm to disrupt and take a knockout on 2 Gardevoir, might as well get that Manaphy in play, but that's another Pokemon that can be trapped active.
Yeah, the important thing is Rowan doesn't bench 3 Pokemon that could potentially get trapped. Again, you do have the Radiant Greninja, you do have the Manaphy, but we do have access to at least 2 Turo if both Turo and Palpad are in the deck. As we do see Chorus Experiment now played again, once again, by Sawyer, bringing the Lost Zone down to at least 4, is going to send the Kyogre. So just like that, an entire line gone. We're not going to be seeing an Aqua Storm because we do see the Manaphy. Let's see what else they decide to send to the Lost Zone. All good cards in hand. I believe I see a Palpad, Mirage Gate, a Boss's Orders, and a Super Rod. So again, we already sent 1 Rod to the Lost Zone, and it's going to be the Boss's Orders.
Boss's Orders is a pretty good card to just bring up that Manaphy and trap it yet again, but it's really going to depend on what Sawyer's game plan is for this matchup. It is a matchup that you have to think he's played out multiple times, testing this list for this tournament.
I just have to say, though, that is Sawyer's only Boss's Orders in deck. That means the only way to really start to get another Gust effect is their other copy of Countercatcher.
Yeah, and he's going to try to prioritize that as much as possible. If Rowan wants to win this game, he's got to have to do it by taking knockouts, so at least you're safe there.
That is true. But again, as soon as Rowan at least gets 1 Turo and then the second Turo on the Manaphy, there's no more means of Gust after that for Sawyer. So then we are going to be playing some Pokemon.
Hopefully.
Taking a couple of knockouts anyway. This is still playing Pokemon. And again, Control is a deck archetype in itself. And leave it to Lost Box to really find a way to have some type of control in your deck. And yeah, something I didn't quite expect.
Is it really that much control when it's now Rowan who's in control with that Professor Turos? If Sawyer's going to spend each turn just using this tempting trap, Rowan's going to have as much time as he wants to build up this board.
That is true. But again, we'll have to see. We'll have to get to that point. We'll have to see that Turo. As we do see another refinement there, discarding the worker, drawing 2 Radiant Greninja concealed cards, draws 2 more. Again, Rowan's going to be able to see 6 cards a turn without using a supporter. That's just the power of the deck. And when you have all the time in the world, you just have to assume that you will get there.
I don't know about all the time in the world. There's 40 minutes left in this match. 10 minutes has gone by, and the only attack that's been announced has been Tempting Trap.
That is fair. Okay. So we do see one more refinement there. Don't see the Turo just yet. It's going to be an attachment onto the Curlia. And okay, Jeremy, I know we're not yet at that point, but once the Turo happens, can you walk us through something, the Rowan's game plan from there? Like, what attacker do you use in that situation?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. That's like 20 turns down the line. Usually just a Gardevoir with some energies that you don't really need to think about. Maybe not damage, so you don't have to get it KO'd by a Cramorant or something like that.
And we do see a flower selecting here by Sawyer. It looks like a tough choice. I believe it was the other Tempting Track, Mawile, and a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Looks like Sawyer is understanding there is something in his prizes he may want, but he may need this other Mawile instead, really doubling down on this strategy, getting the trap on, as now they do have 5 cards in the Lost Zone. Pokestop getting draw 3, a couple of switches, great to see in hand. You gotta wonder what else they have in store here. Just gonna be a retreat into another Comfey, because we do have a couple those switches. Is that a Rod plus a Chorus? Another tough choice.
Yeah, especially after putting back 2 Chorus's Experiment with Pal Pad. Those are cards that you want to see, but with that Super Rod, 1 already in the Lost Zone, that's, again, your way of not decking out, really. Now, there is Pidgeot V, which is, according to Sawyer, the worst card of all time. But he does play it in the deck just so you can never deck out. So if there wasn't access to a Professor Turo's, that's the way Sawyer would win.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the worst card of all time. If it does, it prevents you from...
I mean, it's a regional champion winning card.
But yeah, okay. Looks like Sawyer did choose to keep the Chorus Experiment, deciding to use it, sending the Pokegear and the Water Energy to the Lost Zone. Has a couple more cards in hand. Has quite a big hand, actually. And just going to go for the switch into the Mawile.
Surprising.
And it's just going to be another Tempting Trap. Can you imagine having this lock up and just forgetting to announce the attack name?
No, because I'm good at this game.
Okay.
I'm not, actually.
As we go on over now to Rowan. Let's see what else they have. Looks like they're eyeing their discard pile. Maybe they have some plays available.
I think I've had nightmares of not announcing an attack, but that's pretty much it. Especially with this kind of simplified game state. Sawyer has one thing he needs to do every turn, and it's Tempting Trap.
That is true, as we do see a Rare Candy into a Gardevoir and just going for a big Iono here. Rowan, he could possibly be setting up the play here. Now maybe going for the Iono, disrupt that absolutely giant hand. Could potentially draw into the Turo here, especially when you have 8 draws, so you do have it potentially for next turn, especially after an Iono. But we'll have to see
it yet.
Refinement, there it is. So next turn is the action, Jeremy. Can you feel it?
Maybe.
Great.
Feel something.
All right, as we do see, I think Rowan's opting not to use the last refinement. Maybe he just has everything they want in the hand. That could signify to Sawyer. Looks like they have the out here. Let's see what's in Sawyer's hand. Has to be good after the Iono. I do see a Chorus Experiment.
I see 2, actually.
Well, that's a pretty good hand. Draws.
Chorus Experiment looks fine.
Yeah. Losing the Battle VIP pass, easy choice there. Plus the Nest Ball. Not too bad. Does see the Pidgeot V in hand. Is there anything else to play? Maybe now, Sawyer thinking, if he didn't use the last refinement, that could be a signal that there might be a way to, Rowan might have a way to attack this next turn. Maybe I get the jump on him. Maybe I attack this turn. and not no. Okay, it's
well,
tempting trap.
he did attack that
Okay.
turn, and it was tempting trap. Yeah.
Okay. Again, Sawyer's already at 10 cards in the loss zone.
Yep.
So Sableye was available there, potentially. And now Rowan, it's just a matter of what attacker are we using.
And with this kind of strategy, you just have to go for it. Gardevoir lists have been in and out on this one copy of Professor Turo's. And with Sawyer seeing it now, kind of get that grin, he's like, all right, yeah, I kind of figured you had it, but I had to go for it. And this is going to allow Rowan to be able to take a knockout on this Mawile potentially. And from there, there's going to be another Mawile, maybe the counter catcher. But hopefully that Iono disrupted the hand a little bit.
Looks like Rowan's opting to potentially attack with the Gardevoir EX. Did promote one of the Curlias here. If they choose to attack with the Gardevoir EX, do you think that is the right route to take?
I mean, you're taking a knockout. That's pretty much all you can really ask for at this time. It's been 15 minutes, and so far, Tempting Trap's been the only attack. And
But you do see the dark energy in Sawyer's discard pile.
Yeah.
It does signify they do play Roaring Moon. And this is you potentially giving up 2 prizes while it is in the active. And that's a big hand. Anything can happen here. Game has begun.
Yeah, and essentially with this strategy, the double Mawile's most likely in there for the Charizard matchup. Charizard's playing only 1 switch, if that. So if you get double Mawile, even through a Lost City, you're still able to Tempting Trap and set up the lock. But against a deck like Gardevoir, while it is good if they don't have the Professor Turo scenario, Rowan did. So that means now with 10 in the Lost Zone, you can kind of pivot your game plan. You can take the knockout, but you also see there is that counter catcher in hand. There's a Super Rod to get the Mawile back or just find the other one, and with this Cole's Experiment, did just that.
Oh, this is going to be the moment of truth if Sawyer still decides to go for the Mawile play, but we could just as easily see it hit the Lost Zone. We'll have to see. Again, Rowan finally being able to do their first attack there, taking the first prize of the game, and it is going to be the Mawile. Going into the Lost Zone now, 12 cards in the Lost Zone, more than enough to do anything they want in the deck. Does have the Sableye. I don't see the Roaring Moon just yet. We do see the Pidgeot. Kyogre's no longer an option, unfortunately, especially with that mana fee. Does protect the board. Going for the Pokestop there, it loses both the Greninja and the Cramorant. 2 big cards there, but does get the Energy Recycler.
Yeah, that could be big with the multiple Mirage Gate in hand for Sawyer, but it does look like he needs that Roaring Moon EX, and if I was mistaken, it might have been in the prize cards, and that's why he was debating about that Heavy Ball.
That could be true, but at least, at the very least here, we do have the Sableye to attack to potentially take prizes. As we see Energy Recycler there, just putting a ton of energy back into the deck. And a couple of Sableye into the field.
And with that, Mirage Gate's going to go ahead and find an energy on that Sableye, energy to retreat the Comfey if Sawyer wants.
Trying to decide.
Yeah, it does look like that Roaring Moon was in the prize cards.
Ooh, so that. Seeing Heavy Ball sent to the Lost Zone there, quite big. Looks like opting to not attach to the Comfey into the active. Does have a couple more resources in hand. Maybe wants a Dark Energy in the deck just in case for when he does eventually draw into the Roaring Moon potentially. As this is it, a big Lost Mine getting the attachment there onto the Comfey. Just in case, potential Iono. And it's going to be a knockout onto the Curlia and 4 damage counters onto the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
This means not as much energy is going to be able to be placed on that Gardevoir and trying to set it up for just a Lost Mine KO, maybe 2 damage counters on something like that Manaphy just to set up future KOs. That's really what Sableye is so good at doing.
Yes. Looks like Sawyer here definitely identifying that what the threats are. Typically, some players would decide to maybe knock out the support Pokemon like Manaphy to open up more plays. I think Sawyer here just identifying, I need to take out the threats, the Curlias that can turn into Gardevoirs, this Gardevoir Arcana that can attack, maybe force Rowan to just continue attacking with the Gardevoir EX. Rowan here did play the Super Rod, putting back an entire line of Gardevoir there. And does play the level ball to get an extra Ralts, and is going to play the reversal energy onto the Ralts, interestingly enough.
It'll be a Gardevoir soon enough, right?
We'll have to see. Not if a Sableye has anything to say about it, but big Iono here from Rowan, equalizing the hands. Both players drawing 5 cards.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Sawyer has thinned the deck out pretty well, so most of the cards in the deck are going to be energies or ways to just get the cards that you want. And we see having the Psychic in hand for the second Sableye, already having the energy on the Comfey so you can retreat after a flower selecting. This is basically, he slowed down the game with the Tempting Trap, right? But he slowed it enough to where he has pretty much all the resources available left in the deck. And this is going to be a big turn for Rowan, is attacking with Cresselia, which traditionally has been amazing against these Lost Zone box decks.
Definitely. Cresselia being able to use Moonglow Reverse, move 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon, and being able to heal the Shining Arcana now. There was 4 damage counters on it, now there's 2, still should be able to knock it out with the Sableye, but the big question is, do you go for the Arcana or do you go for the Cresselia? With that Sableye, I think it might have to be the Arcana while it still has the 2 damage counters, but we're going to have to see what Sawyer decides to do. Or do you even go for the Ralts with the reversal energy?
You can kind of just get rid of the setup that Rowan was trying to do, but if you get rid of the Ralts, you're just stacking a little bit more damage on something like that Gardevoir. But then Cresselia is still just able to Moonglow Reverse, take a knockout on your Sableye yet again, and it's definitely going to be an interesting line to see what Sawyer takes.
In my mind, it might have to be the Gardevoir because that is Rowan's only draw option. That means each time Rowan decides to use Iono to disrupt Sawyer's hand, he doesn't really get to recover as well. Since unless, of course, they draw into a bunch of Curlias, which should be in the deck. We're going to see Sawyer here attach an energy to the Comfey, interestingly enough, not into the Sableye.
We might be spinning attack. No, I'm just kidding. Pass of the turn back. Sawyer decides that it's not really worth it here to Lost Mine and passes the turn back. This is going to force Rowan to attach more Psychic Energy to the field just to get that extra damage to move with Moonglow Reverse. But a pretty interesting play from Sawyer for sure.
I'm very curious. Why not take the prize here? Maybe Sawyer trying to shift the game plans again to go back into control, potentially. Maybe force Rowan to attach all their energies, continue attacking with the Cresselia, and then get it stuck in the active. If there's no damage on board, Cresselia can't do damage unless, of course, you attach 2 extra energies. But we'll see here what Rowan decides to do. Does have Rare Candy in hand, evolves into the Curlia, refines an Artazone.
Draws into the second Curlia here. Does have the option to evolve into that, take things a little slow. I think that's what he's going to do. Also had the option to Rare Candy with that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, but as you can discard cards with this refinement, that means less cards go in your deck that are not going to be as good in this match going forward with stuff like Iono, and you never really know if your opponent is playing Hand Disruption. Looking at Sawyer's list, he is not, so kind of safe in that regard, but still got to thin your deck out as much as possible.
That is true. Big Iono once again here from Rowan, but the hand was bigger than the deck, I believe, so it was worth cutting there. As, again, Rowan draws 4 while Sawyer draws 5. We've been in this game for a couple of minutes, but only a couple of prize cards have been taken.
Wow, and that was a big card here. Sawyer's only way of winning this was to bring up that Manaphy, Tempting Trap yet again, but Rowan had the Collapse Stadium to be able to discard that, and funnily enough, Rowan prized the Pal Pad. If Sawyer went for the second Mawile with Tempting Trap with the Counter Catcher in hand, it would have been game over.
Wow. That would have been big. So absolutely huge Collapse Stadium there. And just like that, Rowan Stave now takes this first game. And let's see a couple of replays here. Tempting Trap probably a couple of times.
yeah, I'll take it over. Tempting Trap. there was a knockout with that Gardevoir EX, and then Lost Mine taking a knockout on Giratina. Or Giratina, on Curlia, you know. I got the worm on the line, you know. And then just the concession with that collapsed stadium. There was no way for Sawyer to really come back here. Manaphy being discarded meant you can Kyogre, but Kyogre was in the lost zone, like one of the first cards. So no real route to victory for Sawyer, opting to save some time, especially with the kind of strategy you have and the strategy he went for. 25 minutes, just wiped away instantly. Not really instantly, it took a while.
Yeah,
it took 25 minutes.
True. Is there enough time to finish this game? Again, both these decks are known for playing that long and drawn out games. Against Gardevoir, you attack with single prize attackers, but you have to evolve into the stage shoes, while Lost Box, you're also playing single prize attackers, and you're really trying to set up your board. You're dead 10 cards of Lost Zone, setting up the Aqua Storm. That takes a bit of time, and at this point, do you even go for the Mobile strategy?
No. Yes. Just seeing the Professor Turos, seeing the Pal Pad, it's really hard, especially not winning game one. Now, if Sawyer did win game one, I go for the strategy 100% of the time. Like, the game two is not finishing. You are going to have that Manaphy that you started with get stuck in the active spot, and it's just so tempting for that tempting trap. But you kind of have to just play a regular Lost Zone box game where you take early knockouts with Cramorant, build up to Lost Mine with Sableye, and hope that you can finish things off with Kyogre.
All right, and that, just like that, game two has begun here. Rowan's going to start us off. Does open up with the level ball on the raw. Something of note, we didn't get to talk about the prizes just yet. I believe Radiant Greninja was prized for Sawyer, but does have played the Hisuian Heavy Ball to get that out of the prizes. Rowan, however, does play, had a Jirachi prize in the upper corner of his prizes as well. So if we're playing a traditional Lost Box versus Gardevoir game, that's a pretty key card in this matchup, in my opinion.
It is, yeah.
Just being able to block the Lost Mine damage. You're not going to have access to that, not until very, very late into the game, as do you see an Ultra Ball being played as well, getting the second Rawson just to pass, essentially making sure that the board is Cramorant proof at the very least, as Sawyer does play the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Gonna go ahead and take a peek at the prizes. Easy grab there, Radiant Greninja. Let's conceal some cards.
Must be nice to start Hisuian Heavy Ball on turn one. We've seen a couple players now do it, and it is such a great card to have in these decks where you're playing so many different one-of Pokemon, and being able to find that very powerful Radiant Greninja is just the cherry on top.
Also save some time from deck checking.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the Lost Box where you're playing a multitude of one-ofs. Now you just get to see what's in there, write it down. Let's save some time here, as, again, just going to be a concealed card here. Draws two. Do I see a Chorus in hand? Not quite yet, I believe. Going to be the flower selecting. It's one card into the Lost Zone. It does have a second Comfey. We can still select some flowers here. The name of the game, we have to find that Chorus.
How about some energies?
We don't need that. We have a couple in the discard. We have one in the Lost Zone, some in hand. Oh, we had a Pokegear.
All right. I mean, so this is just great sequencing from Sawyer here, being able to look at the top four and then dig 7 down, finds that Colress's Experiment. If you did it the other way around, right, you're like, usually you want a Colress's Experiment before flower selecting. So you would think, oh, well, I'm going to Pokegear, find this Colress's Experiment, and then get things going. But just being able to look at the 7, but then you shuffle, and then you look at 4 more, that's not the same as looking at 11 cards.
I agree 100%. I mean, if they used the Pokegear earlier, they probably would have seen a couple of energy. Big Chorus Experiment here does see 3 supporters, Jeremy. 3 supporters, 2 Chorus, 1 Boss's Orders. We can send them Mawile pretty easily enough. But, yeah, it might be Mawile in the Boss's Orders. Looks like that's what Sawyer's eyeing. There's Mawile at the very least. A tough choice, very tough choice here. Double-edged sword of the Lost Box deck. Some would say it's going to be the Chorus Experiment. You just know. If you're Rowan, you see that Chorus Experiment hit the Lost Zone, you must have a good hand.
Oh, yeah. That means I'm going to Iono next turn if I have it. But no retreat to the Cramorant, and there's the quick Iono. So Chorus Experiment in the discard, Chorus Experiment in the Lost Zone, and then 1 on the bottom of the deck as well.
Oh, no. Let's see here what Rowan has, though. Does have the Fog Crystal. What Rowan needs, he needs the Mirage Step Curlia, as well as an energy. Does have the energy to retreat here. Again, that would be the most ideal turn. Didn't get quite a peek at the hand just yet.
Just a simple level ball would do it right now for Rowan. Has the Psychic Energy to retreat the Manaphy in the active spot. There is an Ultra Ball.
There is an Ultra Ball.
So he will have that pretty great setup in that Mirage Step, being able to get 3 Curlia for free with that attack.
Yes, very, very powerful. And you leave Ralts as well in play to be rare candied in the future, or maybe you rod a Curlia. It's just, this feels really good to get these stage 1 Pokemon essentially for the cost of an attack, yes, but essentially for free. But looks like there is the 3rd Curlia. Are they? But Rowan may be debating keeping the bench space open. What do you think they're leaving it for, Jeremy?
Nothing this turn, yeah. Cresselia could be a great option here, but honestly, I would just go for that Curlia. You get it, get the draw. You already know Sawyer didn't have that great of a hand because it didn't have a switch out for that Cramorant. Now, if you were down a prize card right here, maybe you would do something different, but for right now, no.
Sawyer top decking the Nest Ball, I believe, great way, not only to get the Comfey, but more importantly, shuffle the deck, get that chorus out of the bottom of the discard pile, as we believe we're going to be selecting some flowers. Again, there's 34 cards in the Lost Zone. Spit Innocently is active, but we want to set up more for future turns. We want to get more cards in hand. We want more options. There's not an impossibility, I believe. Can they get 10 cards in the Lost Zone this turn? Maybe not without the...
Yeah, these Lost Zone decks have been cutting Lost Vacuum for a lot of their space. If that's the route that you go or not, we'll have to see. But we've gone very far away from the turbo Lost Zone box that we've seen in the past.
That's for sure, as we do see 2 flower selecting here, bringing the Lost Zone count to 6, as we do just have the switch into... Oh, nope, another flower selecting. Easy choice there, Battle VIP. Those are the flower selectings I'd love to see. Of course, if the other card was good, though.
No, it's another Battle VIP pass.
Was it really?
No, it was an escape rope, but I'm just saying your flower selecting.
Okay, that's something that has happened before. And what is that last card? Looks like to be the Mirage Gate. Is that what we're going to use to be able to retreat here? Or, no, we can't use Radiant Greninja, unfortunately, because the Manaphy is in play. There's going to be attachment there onto the Comfey.
I really wanted to see that manual Spit Innocently. No.
Was there ever a world that has ever happened? You brick your opening hand and you just attach the energies? That could happen.
No, I don't think so. I would rather scoop than do that.
That's for sure, as we do see just the energy attachment there onto the Comfey and the energy attachment onto the Cramorant. So maybe Sawyer could be doing it here.
No. Having 7 in the Lost Zone, Cramorant can attack for free, of course. So we're just we're playing around, you know, just a couple funny guys.
Maybe just potentially Sawyer seeing that there are a couple of Curlias in play. Maybe Rowan might go for Cresselia play, knock out one of the Comfeys on the bench. At least you have a way to retreat here with the Cramorant. So you do see Rowan, going for that Fog Crystal for that Cresselia. Again, Fox Crystal, very powerful card in this deck, being able to find a basic Psychic Pokemon or a basic Psychic Energy. And goes for the Cresselia. And is going to be able to target down those Comfeys. But first, of course, we need the Gardevoir EX. We have it in hand.
Draws the Shining Arcana. Gardevoir, for this first refinement, has that Professor Turos in hand along with a rare candy that's most likely going to get discarded, but finds Zacian V off that Shining Arcana. That's not what you need right now. Oh, there it is.
There it
Gardevoir EX. Perfect time.
Yes, and it's the new Gardevoir EX too, by the way. New art, anyway.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Absolutely
Paldean
beautiful.
Fates, amazing set.
I need to pull one, that's for sure, as we do see, again, Rare Candy in hand, so they could go Rare Candy Gardevoir here, but...
That's 2 of them.
Oh, he has 2 of them. Okay, yeah, we refine one of them, use the other, drops the Cresselia. Is there anything else we need in play? I'd still keep the Turo in hand, just in case Sawyer decides to switch into the Mawile play. Even if there's one in the loss zone, we do know Sawyer does play 2.
And
there it
remember, Rowan won game 1, so Sawyer needs to win 2 games to be able to take this match here. Now, with a tie, both players would lock in their spot to day 2, but that's not where you want to be. You want to get as many match wins as possible, and Rowan now firing back, taking the knockout with that Moonglow reverse, and this is exactly where the Gardevoir deck wants to be.
And just like that, we do see the Cramorant does pay the retreat cost there. Another tough flower selecting. I believe that was a boss's orders and a Sableye. So very. Oh no, it was the Mawile. So no more tempting traps, potentially. No, yeah,
Well,
there's only
they're
2.
both in the loss zone, so yeah.
But
no,
as far
no
as
more.
Rowan knows, there could be
could
a
be
third.
a third one. No, he was already surprised at the second one. So.
As we do see concealed cards here, drawing 2. Ooh, the
Roaring
big
Moon.
Roaring Moon. That is definitely a way Sawyer can take the prize lead eventually, because Rowan does have a 2-prizer in play as we does go for the chorus experiment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what attacker Sawyer can actually pull together. And yeah, the escape rope is going to mean Cramorant is going to be able to get in there, take a knockout, do what it should have done on turn 2.
Typically that would be the case, but Rowan smartly deciding to promote the Shining Arcana. Gardevoir does have 140 HP, so should be able to take a spit instantly hit, but Sawyer does have the Sableye to attack with instead, and Lost Mine definitely can take the knockout here as Mirage Gate is played, attaching a water energy to that Comfey, free to retreat now, and getting that, more importantly, getting that Psychic Energy onto that Sableye.
So we could see the Manaphy get knocked out here and some of the rest of the damage placed on that Gardevoir in the active spot. Could also see just that Cresselia get knocked out with all 120 damage from this Lost Mine, which also is just another good option to do. Cresselia is going to be wrecking havoc for these next foreseeable future.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what Sawyer decides to knock out. Palpad was played there, putting 2 choruses into that very, very thin deck. So is potentially Iono-proofing themselves as they go for the switch card, opting to keep the water energy on the Comfey. This could signify maybe just a knockout on the Cresselia to conserve the energy on that Comfey. We still have time. If we really wanted to set up a multi-prize knockout on the bench, we still have time to knock out that Manaphy maybe later in the game. But no, it was neither option, Jeremy. It was a knockout there onto the Curlia.
Yeah, this does limit the draw power, gets the 40 damage on that Gardevoir, so even through a Moonglow reverse, you can take a knockout with another Lost Mine. But again, you were saying he has time to set up these knockouts. I'm not sure if he really does. Just over 12 minutes to go into our round 8 here, and Rowan is in full control of how this game has been going so far.
Definitely in full control, and do see here Rowan does have the Iono. He's going to shuffle both players' hands and limiting Sawyer's options. But again, we do know Sawyer did shuffle in a couple of chorus experiments. Let's see what Rowan draws into, though. Does have a couple of options. Does have a
another Gardevoir, Energy, Lost Vacuum.
Good cards, but I believe everything they need should be in the field at the moment.
Yeah,
Attach for turn to retreat, I guess, would be the best thing, so you don't have to use Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir. So it was good there. They did draw into the Psychic Energy.
Eyeing down what looks like a Super Rod here, maybe to get a couple more Waltz in play.
Yep, there is the Super Rod. Shuffling in the Zacian V as well. Plays the Nest Ball straight up, getting the Ralts. Zacian V there. Could be a potential attacker, maybe into something like the Roaring Moon, potentially.
Yeah, that's still something we haven't really seen from Sawyer's list so far, is just that those secondary attackers that we're so used to in a deck like Lost Zone, just being able to pivot depending on your matchup. And so far, it's been just Spit Innocently, Lost Mine. Kind of seems like a Giratina matchup without Giratinas.
Definitely, and we do see here Rowan does retreat the Shining Arcana Gardevoir attaches an energy to the Kirlia and the Cresselia, and with the damage already on Gardevoir EX and Shining Arcana Gardevoir, that is enough to take a knockout on the Sableye. Back here now to Sawyer. Has the Pokestop, has the Chorus, has a lot of cards in hand. Chorus Experiment does find another Chorus. Again, at this point, when your deck is this thin and this refined, really, almost everything seems like such a good card to keep. These are resources that you have very, very few of at this point. So opting to keep potentially the switch, losing the Chorus, not opposed to that, because at this point, do you even have 5 cards in the deck? I think I see 6 or 7.
I think there's a little more than that, but still something to keep in mind. Having that Super Rod, which just hits the Lost Zone. There's 3 copies of that in the list. We know game 1, there was 2 that went right away, but finding it right there, this card's 2 Pokemon to go along with it, though.
Yes, and okay, there is more than 7. As again, but there's no ideal attacker just yet. Is there a Sable? There is a Sableye in hand. Is there a Psychic Energy to go along with it? I think I do see.
Well, with a Super Rod and a Mirage Gate, that's pretty easily equates to a Lost Mine attack this turn. The thing is, though, I'm not sure what Sawyer's really accomplishing with these Lost Mines. You're taking 1 prize card a turn, but so is Rowan. And you're having to do a lot more to take those knockouts than Rowan is.
But the more important thing is, technically, you do have the prize lead, right? If in theory you take one prize knockout each and every turn, you are going to eventually win this game.
Yeah, yeah. That's a pretty bold theory, though.
And so, Boss's Order is still in the deck. I don't think we've drawn into the Roaring Moon just yet. Again, that's
Roaring
always
Moon, I thought I saw in the Lost Zone, but I guess we'll wait and see.
That would be very, very bad, because that is a way to cheat out 2 prizes here for Sawyer. So essentially just has to take a knockout with both Sableyes into a Roaring Moon knockout. But if, again, you don't have access to that, if it's in the Lost Zone, definitely not available.
Sawyer taking another knockout on this Kirlia here, putting 4 damage on the Cresselia in the active spot. This is close. This is going to enable Cramorant to take a knockout on this Cresselia no matter what happens with the Moonglow reverse.
There might just be enough resources here, as long as there's at least... Oh, there's a Roaring Moon in hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So there's a Roaring Moon in hand. Sawyer can easily knock out the active Cresselia with the Cramorant.
Then a simple Boss's Orders, Mirage Gate, energy from a hand. Should be able to lock up that knockout on the Gardevoir EX. Just over 7 minutes to go in this round 8 here.
In theory, even if we go to time right now, Sawyer should have, if you're a path to victory, potentially. But again, we still have 7 minutes. Rowan opting to Lost Vacuum. The Pokestop, maybe signifying we are going to Iono here. Iono down to 3, and now you don't have access to Pokestop either. You also sent a Chorus Experiment into the Lost Zone. Does have Rod, Energy, and Dark Energy in hand. Psychic Energy, Dark Energy.
Yeah, and this is where this game of trading knockouts gets really rough for Sawyer. You already have to do so much to reoccur these Sableyes yet again, turn after turn. But now you have to do it through Iono, where you're just drawing 3 cards from your deck, and you're going to be thinning your deck as much as possible, but you're also putting back those energies so you can finish off with a Mirage Gate or even just energies for Lost Mine. So that means you're just... There's more cards that you don't want to draw.
Definitely, as we see here. Again, Rowan does have a lot of damage on board, but again, Moonglow Reverse should be able to heal a lot of it up. Does Palpad 2 Ionos, so
might as well.
Yep, that is the most ideal supporter to use for the next couple of turns, like you said. And again, it could be just a Moonglow Reverse into the Sableye, but luckily, again, that little bit of extra damage is there for the Cramorant. So, you know, there are knockouts lined up here. It's just the last one that could be the problem.
with 2 energies on that Gardevoir EX now. That also is a big threat to just start taking knockouts turn after turn. 310 HP is a lot for Sawyer to try to handle with outside of a card like Roaring Moon, and with the disruption from Iono, it's going to be hard to put together that combo.
Definitely, as we do see here. But again, the deck is thin, but there is a lot of energy in the deck.
Still has access to concealed cards, which is the good point about this. So even if you draw energy, your hand's not dead.
Yes, there's an energy on the Comfey, ensuring that you do have the retreat, so you do have flower selecting. It won't be too crazy to see Sawyer really set something up, and it is going to be the Moonglow reverse. Is it going to be the knockout on? It has to be the active Sableye, I have to guess. There is some logic into knocking out a bench Sableye.
So I think what Rowan's thinking about right here is he just Iono'd Sawyer to 3.
Yes.
If you take the knockout on the Comfey, that means it's 1 less card to be able to, or to be able for Sawyer to try to find. And I think just roll the dice to come up with this decision. Ends up with the active Sableye, and Sawyer top decks a Psychic Energy for the turn. So Lost Mine KOs a Curlia yet again. And this is just back and forth here now. I don't even think Sawyer concealed cards. Just expecting another Iono.
I do respect this play. Again, with the amount of damage on Cresselia, Rowan has to retreat it to the bench. That means all Sawyer has to do is Sawyer at 2 prizes or 1 at this point?
2 prizes right now.
2 prizes, so he still has to find 2 knockouts.
So this Cresselia could take a knockout with just its second attack, or you can get down that Zacian V, get more Psychic Energy in play, Moonglow reverse yet again.
Definitely Ops tier does have level wall. Looks like we're just talking about how much damage should be on the Cresselia.
Oh yeah, because there was only the 8 from the Curlia, so having that extra damage on the Cresselia now from this Lost Mine. It was at 2, then it gets bumped to 6, so it is correct now. Sableye, you have to put 12. You cannot put less than 12. You can't put more than 12. And we've seen that time and time again with these kind of like board locks with just the Sableyes trying to spread as much damage as possible in these Lost Zone mirrors.
Ooh, I like this. The reversal energy on the Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, means you can attack with it for knockout and not put any damage on that Gardevoir, really forcing Sawyer to have either one more Sableye or maybe a boss for knockout.
Yeah, and this is important. Iono puts that Super Rod to the bottom of the deck. Sawyer does draw a Comfey and a switch card, so we'll be able to at least guarantee 2 flower selectings on the next turn. And there's that retreat to the Gardevoir, like you were saying. This fresh Gardevoir, 140 HP, very hard for Sawyer to take a knockout.
Yes, and yeah, you could always go ahead and maybe spit innocently, maybe set up a big Sableye play. We're going to have to see what Sawyer decides. Does draw for a turn, has access to flower selecting. What else is in the hand
here?
here?
It was a Boss's Orders.
Boss's Orders would have been big. Is that a boss? Is that Pokegear?
It's a full art of some kind.
It was a nice and shiny card. Again, it still has access to flower selecting. I think it was a Pokegear.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, it is a
Okay,
Pokegear. 7 cards. Let's find the chorus.
I mean,
more cards.
I think there's only 7 cards, 8 cards left in the deck, so hopefully you would find one.
That is true. Let's see what else Sawyer can put together. Again, right now, all they have in hand, I think, is a switch and a Comfey. That's not that much. Big chorus experiment does find the
Super
boss
Rod,
orders.
Boss's Orders, Energy Recycler, Mirage Gate.
This is tough, Jeremy. What do you keep here? You have to keep the boss's orders.
It's just unfortunate that like the Roaring Moon's also in the last 2 cards, I believe. I think you have to keep the
boss,
Mirage Gate.
Mirage Gate, and
so you don't deck out, but I guess you could just not flower selecting this turn.
Yeah, I think
maybe Super Rod's in hand.
Oh, this is tough. They does have the switch card too to work with.
Oh, the Super Rod's in the chorus. That's where it is.
So
I think, yeah, the Dark Energy and then the Energy Recycler to the Lost Zone.
think that might have to be the play here.
You can super rod back.
Masterclass from both sides, from both Gardevoir, and the Lost Box. Very intense.
Yeah, it really just comes down to those decision trees that you have, and with a deck like Lost Zone, there's a ton of them. And even on that very last turn, Sawyer could have probably put back 2 Sableyes and a Psychic, and then you have more outs to get the Sableye fast, and then if you see the Sableye Psychic Energy, then you just cry. But then you also get rid of the Sableye, hope to find the Sableye yet again. It makes my head hurt trying to figure out all those lines.
My head hurts right now for sure. No, but yeah, again, huge congratulations to Rowan. But how about let's go ahead and take a look at the deck usage for day 1. I'm very curious to see that for sure, as we do see just the reign of darkness here in Knoxville with Charizard EX and Roaring Moon EX taking the top 2 spots. And some would say this would be an evil-looking Pokemon with Giratina V-Star as well, so I'd count you as dark, honorary. And but again, is it though? But again, Lost Box, Gardevoir EX, not too far behind, and of course Miraidon EX. Miraidon EX, something we haven't quite seen yet on stream, the original colored version of Miraidon EX anyway. But yeah, I think we've pretty much showcased a lot of the top decks we've had here at the Knoxville Regional Championships.
Yeah, and then there's also some not top decks. Let's go ahead, for the first time ever, I think, let's go ahead and take a look at the next, the other decks, you know?
The best of the rest. I like this.
Mew VMAX at 7.1%. Golden Go EX 4.4%. 60 players out there. Snorlax Control 51. They're chugging along there.
And of course, I just want to remind people real quick at home, you have the option coming up round 9 to vote for what deck or what match you want to see. So, you know, these might be some of the options. Golden Go is something I'm definitely vote for if it was on there.
And that's why you're not voting. Unclassified, that's not unknown, but consider that Arceus V-Star, Rayquaza VMAX deck that we saw earlier on the pairings that's listed as unclassified. So those are those type of decks. Most of them are just Arceus plus Ham Sandwich decks. Then we have Chien-Pao EX, and then Iron Valiant EX, one player who's been doing very well in these past couple tournaments, very consistent. Tyler Matthews, it's a name to keep an eye out for. He has been very consistently making day 2 with a deck like this, also coming off a 2nd place in LAIC. Noah Sawyer able to try to take down Miraidon, was not able to do it. Still a very fun deck to watch.
Yes, best of the rest. If I had to pick, honestly, I'd like anything from this part of the graph. Just the from UEX to Iron
Lugia
Valiant.
is still not there. It's fine.
Okay, we need the best of the rest of the rest. Would you put Lugia in unclassified at this point? No. But yeah, again, I'd love to see any of these decks. Maybe not Snorlax Control. No.
Yeah, well, let's see the predictions that we have done at the start of this weekend and see how we're doing so far. Now, Boo with that Roaring Moon doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen a ton of Roaring Moon today. Mew VMAX, I'm not quite sure. It is down at the bottom area of the best to the rest. Radiant Charizard still doing very well in specific decks. Spiritomb is a card that is just pretty much in almost every deck that isn't Mew VMAX. We have seen Pokemon Catcher Heads on stream. Yeah, way to go there.
That counts as a win for me. I'm going home with that. And of course, your Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star, 2 of the best decks in format.
I mean, might as well.
I'm sure we'll see a couple of those in day 2.
We're finally seeing Gardevoir EX. It's time to shine with all the Roaring Moon in the field. Has some pretty good matchups against that deck. I know we had 2 7-0s on Gardevoir EX. We just saw Gardevoir EX go to 7-1 now. We'll have to see. Is it going to be standing at the top of day 1?
For sure. And just a reminder to what these players are competing for. Would love to see the prizing for this regional championship. Again, if you're a master, first place nets you $10,000. And of course, junior, senior, you get $2,500 along with some booster packs. Definitely big. Second place nets you $7,000. Third to fourth, $5,000. 5 to 8, $3,000. 9 to 16, $2,000. And last but not least, 17 to 32 is the last time you can get, last section of the placings you can get money where it's with $1,000. That's a lot of money, Jeremy, going about for the regional championships.
Yeah, Golden Go trying to make it rain throughout all of top 32 for each of these regional championships.
That's a little bit more than rain. Some would say it's a downpour, Jeremy. $10,000. That's a... But yes, a lot at stake here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. You know, even, again, by placing first, that locks your invite to the Pokemon World Championships. And I'm sure, honestly, as good as $10,000 is, this guaranteed invite might just be as good.
Yeah, honestly, it is very hard to get your invite for the Pokemon World Championships. 600 points is a lot to try to accomplish, and able to just do that in one tournament. We've seen it time and time again throughout this entire season so far. We're going to have another champion here this weekend. We're going to have at least, 4 more in the rest of our regional championships. It's going to be a great time.
No, yeah. You know, we've done a couple of these with Chip, but Dwee also has been interviewing people on the floor. Let's go ahead and check them out.
Hi everyone, Dwee Ha here, out on the floor at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Joining me right now is Tom Velowald, a Pokemon player as well as a Pokemon parent. Tom, background for you, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Sure, so I've been playing Pokemon since it first came out in 1998. And, you know, I had a group of 10 friends or so, and we'd always play every week. We'd have a ladder system, and we played really competitively every week back then with the Chromatics, you know, era. Link cables on Game Boy and everything like that. Went to my first Pokemon tournament in 2000, 1999 and 2000, and then I ended up playing 2006 Journey Across America and competing in VGC ever since 2009, which is when we met, actually.
That is actually when we met. We met in 2009, but you actually have children now competing in the juniors division. How has that been?
It's been amazing. We saw this as an opportunity for us to have a family adventure to sort of travel around the country and the world. And so we set out with the mission last year of getting the kids to qualify for the World Championships, and they succeeded. So we had quite a few fun trips.
Yeah. Of course, Avery, the current North American International Champion, is your son. How does it feel to watch Avery kind of grow up and become this champion that you've competed for so many times?
Yeah, definitely. I never had that level of success, but I mean, seeing Avery achieve that at such a young age, it was incredible. I think seeing how he's even from his first regional that he went to last January, seeing how he's evolved and matured and learned how to play the game, and the friends that he's made. I mean, we have lifelong friends from competing. Now they're developing lifelong friends as well. So I'm just seeing this happen all over again, and it's been a lot of fun.
You have 2 kids competing right now in the juniors division. What has been some tough things to go through with raising these children to be the best that they can be?
Yeah, I think, telling them that they're not always going to win. I mean, that's just how it is. Consistency is very, very hard in VGC. And I think making sure they understand that, as long as they're trying their best and having fun and really being good sports, which is what's most important to us, that's what's most important to me. And I think, so working with them to say, hey, do your best, practice for this, but if it doesn't work out, I hope you're having fun. And they are. And I will say that with how much the formats are changing right now, trying to keep up with that and make sure they understand all of the new things that are coming at them has been the most challenging thing for us.
I'm going to ask you a question right now. Who do you think is better, you, Avery, or Glenn? Like, if you had to play against Glenn or Avery, would they beat you?
Yes, Avery would beat me. In fact, Glenn probably would too sometimes. I think what happens is when I practice with them, I will tell Avery, hey, you should be doing this or doing that, and he's already at that point now where he says, no, here's what I should do, and he sees things and sees win conditions that I miss, and it's been mind-blowing.
How much input do you have on team building with your children? Like, do they have a lot of free reign to choose the Pokemon that they play, or do you also have to suggest Pokemon that you think are going to be great for their team fit and playstyles?
It's a little bit of both. Definitely, I can't just throw any team at them. You have to figure out what works well, what do they like, what Pokemon do they like, but also what play styles do they appreciate. So a lot of times it's a collaborative process. They'll tell me some things that they like. We watch a lot of YouTube and see what other players are using and look at some rental teams. And then, we just browse teams sometimes and say, hey, what looks good to you? And they'll tell me 1 or 2 things they like a lot. And then we'll start to mold that around what works best for their strategies.
One last question before I send you off to go be with your family. Are you having fun in Knoxville right now? Is the whole family having fun in Knoxville?
Oh, yeah, we're having a great time. This is a great event.
Great to hear. Thank you so much, Tom. We'll be right back with some more Pokemon action after a short break.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Miraidon is going to have its chance to shine. The future is now. But Yuho said, not today, not today. Iron Hands closed the door.
My strategy for the preparation of this event was I test and make sure I have a deck I like to play, and then I try to prepare myself by getting good night's sleeps, eating well, and being sure I'm calm and collected when I come to tournaments so I can prepare for my best.
Yuho plays one of the most explosive decks in the meta.
We can see what he's eyeing up. The big, the bad, the scary Iron Hand.
I took Miraidon because it's a fast deck that wins against other fast decks also. Throughout Swiss, I didn't adapt a lot. The meta was much different than I expected, so I decided to start going second.
Yuho's deck is capable of attacking turn 1, going second.
Top Cut was really good for me because I got on the side of the bracket that had all the card wars, which led to me having only good matchups until the finals.
Oh my goodness gracious, that is going to be such an explosive final.
And then the finals was like the only matchup I was scared about.
Miraidon Iron Hand versus Entei Iron Valiant.
Yeah, I was worried about Entei Valiant because I can't set up fluffies in the matchup. So the generators are that much more important for me, which was like more stressful for me because I had to like hit them. So that was always the risk. The final was challenging, most challenging.
Yuho Kalama is your LAIC 2024 Masters Division champion in the TCG.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. Like after this, I don't feel good when I get like top 16 at regionals, but I know that I've done something that I can do also much better than just top 16. I can win events, and that's like the important part. Like I get confidence from this.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Knoxville, Tennessee. We are here right now for our Knoxville Regional Championship. You're over here on the trading card game stream, and we are very excited to bring you to our conclusion of day 1 here on the stream. And for all of these matches our players are in right now. Look at them playing, Pablo, with so many people out there.
I know, round 9 about to get started, and still so many players in this looking to get their day 2 pass, right? It always feels very special when you make it to day 2, especially that high pressure win and in situation that a lot of players are in. So really looking forward to what we have in store for you in this round 9.
Yep, of course. We're excited to get into things. I'm Shelby Boo here, of course, with Pablo Meza. We casted a couple of matches with you all. Previously, we've had some awesome matches throughout today. I am excited to announce Roaring Moon. I mean, you all already know because you're watching the stream, but succeeding on the stream in the field. Pretty hyped about that, Pablo.
I know. And it does feel like the Roaring Moon cards have been there since LAIC, right? But it's only what has been like 3 months since they came out that we are seeing Roaring Moon really find that success. So I guess all it took was the list to really be figured out and ironed out, as we saw from Charlotte.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our Swiss standings up until this point now in our day 1 here in Knoxville.
Ryan Antonucci up there in first place at 8-0. Then we have Simon Copenhaver, 701. Raymond Long, a previous regional winner, already this season, sitting at 701. Very nice.
Yeah, the top there, both Raymond Long and Ryan as well on the Gardevoir. So, you know, we just saw Gardevoir on stream. Maybe we'll see it again. Who knows? We're going to get into a community choice. So I guess we'll have to see what the results of that were. Well, actually, doesn't it announce it in the chat, Pablo?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay, so never mind. I'm not spoiling anything. You guys already know. But, yeah, we see some Gardevoir in there as well, sitting at the top tables. We actually have a nice variety here. Charizard, Roaring Moon, Champao, Inteleon VMAX as well. It's not something that is super popular, but I definitely saw several players out there in the field succeeding with that. So definitely some awesome stuff out there. A lot of names that you might notice. Players who have been grinding through the circuit all season. JW Creewall, one that sticks out there. That's 7th spot down there, 7-1-0 right now. 21 match points. I'm sure super happy about that. I believe also on the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, indeed. And so we have our community choice matches that we picked for you and that you will pick for us, who will be featured in this round. A lot of big names, especially Andrew Hedrick, the previous Knoxville Regional winner.
Yeah.
But let's see who chat chose for us.
And there we go. We have our match coming up. This is going to be our last match of the day. Sean Cardella versus Alec Geisler.
Indeed. It's so sad, Pooh, that we get to only feature one match, right? There's so many high-quality win-and-ins out there. I would love to be able to have 10 different streams to watch all of these matches play
too, yeah.
out, these high stakes at the win-and-in level. And also, like, there's a lot to be learned from in those 8-0 matches, right? Those table 1s, table 2s who are playing it out for more points and to be in a more comfortable position to be able to get that top 8 at the end of day 2. So should be very interesting to see how the day finishes and who makes it all the way to day 2.
Absolutely, I totally agree, Pablo. But you all have chosen this, This is our community choice pick, the second one we get to do today, Pablo.
Yep.
And we are going to see this coming up very soon for you once the players are all ready to go.
Yeah, really looking forward to this, Boo. And I know you're a big Gardevoir fan.
No, I'm not.
So how come? What's wrong with Gardevoir?
Wait. Just to confirm, the chat still doesn't know the decks. They only know the players, right? They pick the players, or they know the decks?
I believe they picked the decks.
Oh, they picked off decks. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I always forget which one we choose to do, but picked off decks, so we'd have the decks. You already know we're playing. Luckily, it's not Gardevoir. I think mainly for me, I just don't find it super fun watching Gardevoir. It's not my favorite thing to cast personally, because it is a lot of, like, while there is so much that goes into it, and you can have those super intricate and like bombshell plays that happen, it's also everything between that is just so like grindy to get to, you know? So much shuffling, so much debating between things, and it can really elongate a match, and it's a lot where I guess I just like faster paced decks. I think it's more thrilling to watch. But sorry, I have the Gardevoir beef, I suppose.
That's okay. That's
sorry,
okay.
Gardevoir players.
I have a special place in my heart for Gardevoir just because of like older Gardevoirs have been very good to me. But yeah, I agree. This new one, it definitely feels like you have to do so much to like get to where you need to be, right? Whereas something like Roaring Moon can easily just set up your attacker, basic Pokemon, power it up, immediately get those KOs, whereas Guardy really has to grind. And you get the benefit of being a single price deck in the beginning, you get the extra cards with the refinement, so there's a lot to be gained from the deck, but it's not easy to play, it's difficult to master, and it does take a little bit of extra time compared to all the other decks.
Yeah, there's a lot of actions that happen. I have so much respect for Gardevoir players because of that. It is so much more difficult to play. Just the skill you have to succeed with a deck like that in these giant tournaments, it's got to be up there. So, and I mean, that kind of showcases in our rankings. The people that we see piloting Gardevoir are always like top tier players, pro players that know the deck inside and out and can take it to those top tables. So much respect for our Gardevoir players, but I'm just a Cloth fan. What can I say?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if Gardevoir is your least enjoyable to cast, which is your most, what are you really looking forward to casting?
Oh,
other than
casting?
Cloth? Yeah.
Huh. I guess that's different than playing, because obviously I picked Cloth because I like playing Cloth. I just think it's fun. And Mimi. You know what's interesting? I was actually kind of interested in casting a Snorlax stall, which I know sounds so ridiculous because I just said I wouldn't want to cast Gardevoir all
we're
too
talking
much.
about long and grindy. What?
But I just haven't watched a lot of the Snorlax stall be played. I've only seen it kind of in theory. And so I was kind of like, oh, that'd be cool to kind of see if I can like cast someone actually do well with it on stream. But again, it would be one of those things where it's like, once you know if they have it or not, if they're like holding the stall in place, like it does probably get a little bit shaky and kind of repetitive. But I just think it's cool too. I guess stall decks always kind of have very divided fan base, I suppose. People dislike them a lot or they really like them. But I think it's another one of those things that like when someone succeeds with it, It's just like you gotta give him some respect because it's just a totally different archetype that I would probably never play myself personally. Same with Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's definitely a very different play style, and we're
Yeah.
used to not aiming to get prizes, which is like the whole premise of Pokemon, right? Knocking out your
Yeah.
opponent's Pokemon until they don't have any left, whereas Snorlax just lets them be, right? Very peacefully lets them be, but definitely a different style of play. But yeah, interesting that you are not a fan of casting Gardevoir, and then your other pick is Snorlax.
Yeah, kind of contradictory there. Well, we are about to jump into our next round here, our last round here in day one between both of these players. You picked the decks, so you already know what's coming up, but I'm excited to get into it because it's going to be explosive. I can tell you that much just by looking at these cards. Over on the left here, Sean Cardella with Giratina V-Star, something we've seen throughout the day today, something that was well known, going to be here and prevalent in this tournament. It's going to be on our stage once again. And who is Sean going against, Pablo?
Alec Geisler with the Lugia V-Star deck, something that we have not seen in quite a long time. It feels like since Charizard and Miraidon have been dominant forces in the metagame, Lugia definitely has not had a consistent placing. Alec did get top 32, I believe, in San Antonio previously with Lugia.
Yeah.
Pretty much the only Lugia that has done anything significant since Paradox Rift. But I will say, we have seen a shift since Giratina started beating Charizard EX towards the shift towards Lost Box, and that allows Lugia to perhaps have a little bit of room in the metagame if Charizard lets go of the grip that it's had in terms of popularity. So I think it makes sense that Lugia could potentially make a comeback. We're definitely not seeing it in the numbers at this event, but a good result for Lugia here could maybe make people think that we have seen a lot more Lost Box than we had been for the last few months.
Yeah, that is true. I know. I look at Lugia V-Star and I'm like, what is this, Knoxville last season? What's happening here? But Alec Geisler bringing us back with some Lugia V-Star, and this was our community choice. So obviously the chat over on Twitch wants to see it as well, and I'm excited. You know, talking about Miraidon had a lot of success as well. Maybe that's what kind of honed in the Lugia V-Star, went away for a bit, but Alec Geisler hoping to find some success on the stream with Lugia here. Both of these players at 5-2-1 records. So who is going to make it, Pablo? We're going to have to see what happens in this match. I'm excited to get into this. On paper, Pablo, who do you think?
So I feel like on paper, the V-Guard energies that Alec has does protect his Lugias from the lost impact from Giratina V-Star. So a decent start for Alec could allow him to take over the match. However, he does have to battle it out through the path to peaks that Giratina usually plays, as they need to set up those Archeops on the bench before they can get going or do anything really. So I think another important thing to consider is that Lugia is trying to play basic energy now to take advantage of Iron Hand, so it's like it doesn't really feel like it has a full identity yet in terms of the balance between special energies and basic energies. So it'll be interesting to see, but nothing too major prize for either player. Perhaps that Colress at the very top for Sean, but not much else.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more difficult there. We'll see if the draw can be a little bit better here for Sean with that Giratina, but we have the fist bump. We are on our way to our round 9 here in day 1 of the Knoxville Regional Championship, and Alec Geisler is going to start us off with that Capturing Aroma, hitting a Tails?
I don't know where the die is.
It's underneath these cards.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a 5.
All right, so then the basic Pokemon, which you don't mind, right? Finding that Luminion to be able to get the Professor Burnett to get your Archeops in the discard pile. Could be a backup Lugia as well, in case Alec doesn't know what version of Lost Box he's up against and he wants to play it like super safe, in case there's a Raikou or a Iron Hands. And yeah, it is a 5 indeed, Boo. Now, Lugia sort of known for the randomness, right? The Capturing Aroma, and we see Alec is also playing those really old Great Balls as well.
Oh, another one. This one's going to be a heads, though, a 6. Of course, heads will get you an evolution Pokemon. Tails going to give you a basic Pokemon. First turn, having both, not too bad here. That Archeops going to be sought out immediately here by Alec Geisler. Now we just got to find a way to discard 2 of them, Pablo.
Yep, which is always a challenge with Lugia, right? If you get to play with only 1 Arceus, that can sometimes be okay, but it's definitely not your preferred way of playing that limits your energy acceleration so much. And I think Alec's plan, he doesn't have a really great way to one-shot Giratina V-Star, so he'll probably want to start getting ahead with the Iron Hands, which he does play 2 copies of.
Yep. Yep, 2 Iron Hands. I was actually just about to ask you, Pablo, because this is a very different version of Lugia V-Star than I believe the last time we saw Lugia V-Star. What is the most major thing about the differences in this deck? Because I see a lot of Pokemon happening here on Alec's side of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's Iron Hands to be able to take advantage of the price card advantage with Ampy very much. There's Cobalion to add damage, to be able to deal extra damage towards Charizard EX, I believe, with its ability. There's a Cyclizar in there as well. There's a Radiant Charizard, so there's a lot going on in this list.
Yeah, it's almost like a counter deck in a way. Like it plays something here and there to be able to counter whatever matchups it runs into. And we were speaking about that Iron Hands, and now it is out here on the field as well. Such a cute artwork of it with that energy attached to. We're over on Sean's side. So working with some Lost Zone action already. 1 Giratina V-Star going into the Lost Zone here off that flower selecting. Giratina V coming out. The aggression, the pace here. Pat to the peak, flying into play. And we're back over already onto Alec's side. More capturing aromas. That's the only thing in the discard at the moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate start for Sean. And that Giratina V-Star in the Lost Zone, he hasn't had an opportunity to check his deck, so he doesn't know another copies in the prize card. So that just leaves 1 copy available until Sean is able to take prize cards. And Alec immediately going for the path counter, flips tails, I believe, on that Mesagoza. And will be able to Ultra Ball away the Archeops to find another Archeops, or find the Lugia V-Star, never mind. And does he have a Research and Archeops fully set up in his hand already? Yeah, I know he has the Research. He searched for it with the Luminion, but what's the other card? If it's an Archeops, then Alec has the dream
We're
start.
cruising. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what Alec wants to see here. We'll have to take a look at the hands, but cards are flying for both of these players here. That Ultra Ball being utilized there for the first Archeops down. And now we have the double turbo energy. Ooh, it's just going to be a Research for a fresh 7 cards here for Alec, but still only 1 Archeops in the discard pile as of now.
Now, that Great Ball is so old, Pooh, that it actually has different text, but Alec does find Archeops and has an Ultra Ball in hand, so pretty decent draw. I feel like I would have fancied my chances with the Archeops and just hope to find the Lugia V-Star. However, when you see Sean's very slow start, maybe this is an okay risk, right? This is a calculated risk you take. You're like, okay, I'd rather guarantee 1 Archeops and guarantee the Iron Hands using Ampio very much on my opponent's single Comfey than risk not getting a Lugia V-Star and not building this advantage. So perhaps that's the way Alec calculated turn, and it definitely has a lot of merit to do it that way.
I gotta say though, Pablo, I am sick and tired of these Giratina players not drawing well.
I know.
Please, I need something to happen for our Giratina players out here on the stream. It has just been brutal today here in Knoxville for Giratina. And Alec just flying through here. We see both of those Archeops now out on the bench here thanks to that V-Star power. Summoning Star off the Lugia V-Star. Getting him out there, allowing Alec to accelerate these energy onto this Lugia V-Star. Now, 1 V-Star move per game that she gets. And I gotta say, that's a pretty solid one on that Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, definitely a dream start for Alec with the double Archeop summoning Star. Retreat into the Ampy very much for 2 prizes. Could literally not ask for a better setup here. And against Sean that does not look very happy.
Yep, that is unfortunate to see if you're on Sean's side of things, but Amp you very much. Gonna get the knockout there, take the first prize card off of that Comfey, leaving Sean with just a Giratina V, and that's gonna be it. There's nothing else you could do there, Pablo, in that situation. The V-Stars in the Lost Zone, you just have a V and nothing in your hands that you can work with. Alec taking the first game in this round 9 here in Knoxville. Very promising start there. That was just dominance from our Lugia V-Star player.
Dominant indeed, and we were talking about this earlier in our matches, right? So much for BDIF. This definitely isn't a great showing so far for Giratina overall in the stream matches that we have had. But, I mean, that's no fault of Sean. Yeah, it's just the combination of cards he drew in the beginning were just not great. And didn't even attempt to get them as a Gosa flip, because, like, realistically, you get heads, you get a Comfey, you're looking at 2 extra cards, your chances of finding a Colress there are so low. And even if you do, like, at that point, your opponent's just going to take another 2 prizes, either on the Comfey with the Ampere very much, or with a Lugia V, you leave a Giratina V-Star in the, at least a Giratina V, sorry, in the active. So just not looking great. Yeah, you get 3 cards in the Lost Zone, your opponent's already down to 2 prizes. Might as well shake it off, pick up your cards, and move on to the next game, where hopefully you can use Path to delay your opponent and just get a better combination to start off with.
Yeah, you just hope for something better, you know, going into the second round.
Anything.
I think
Literally
you can see it on Sean's face right now. Just please give me something better here for this next round. I know, Pablo, I even said 1 prize card. I should have said 2 prize cards, because that was the Amp you very much taking it. And yeah, I mean, just the strength of that move. There was just nothing Sean could do, unfortunately, in that circumstance. We're going to have to start saying BDIF, best second format, in quotations now, Pablo, just to protect ourselves for the future.
I know. Now, it's so ironic that Lugia is using Iron Hands to be able to perhaps be competitive again, when the release of Iron Hands is exactly what made Miraidon so much more powerful and probably pushed Miraidon away from, pushed Lugia away from that top spot that it used to have. Because before Paradox Rift, we were seeing colorless Lugia dominate tournaments.
Yep, and then things changed, but Alec is like, nah, I'm still playing this. Played it in San Antonio, did pretty darn well with it, bringing it here now to Knoxville, and hopefully trying to get into day 2 here. So it is a 1-0 start here so far for Alec Geisler. We're going to have to see if it can be a strong 2-0. Please, Giratina V-Star, speak to me. Get some good pulls for once here on the stream. Let's check out these prize cards. Hopefully nothing too detrimental for either of these players sitting in the prize cards.
I really want to point out once again that great pull. Yeah, the text says search your deck for a basic Pokemon, put it onto your bench. That is different from the more newer great pull. Yeah, but that great pull, I think it's like 20 years old or something.
So does it not have to have the same wording? I thought it did for some reason.
No, that
oh, it just has. I think it has to have the
as
same.
Long as it has the same name. Yeah, same thing happened with Quick Pull.
Gotcha. Well, we're kicking off. This is our second game between both of our players here. Now we're starting on Sean's side of things. It's going to be concealed cards.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
I could not see that all the because I was like, oh no, is it going to be a Path of Beacon pass? Please no.
Not again.
We're off to a decent start. Probably double Comfey here, or 1 Comfey, 1 Giratina. Not the best start, but definitely we're like doing better than last game.
Yeah. Let's go, Sean. Let's get some cards popping in that Lost Zone. Get some flower selectings going on here. Let's see a stronger start and a stronger showing here for Giratina. See what can happen. Of course, looking through the deck as well, trying to make sure he knows everything that's going on in the prize cards, too.
Yeah, with these Lost Zone decks, you always want to be very aware of your prize cards, because you have so many decisions to make on which cards you want to keep permanently and which cards you get rid of permanently. So any sort of mistake there can be very costly, and I think the most crucial thing to know is the energies. That way you're not making mistakes with Mirage Gate. You're also making sure that you save the right amount of energies for your attackers. So playing these Lost Box decks definitely requires like an extra level of planning and future vision in a way.
Yeah, I think Lost Box decks are, and really Gardevoir as well. It's like you make a decision early game that affects you heavily in the late game, And that's just kind of what happens, but especially for the Lost Box decks, because you're getting rid of so many of your cards forever. The Lost Zone, it's lost forever. I mean, I guess until your next round or your next match. But yeah, that game, it is gone. And we're going to have our first card here hit the Lost Zone in that Giratina V off that flower selecting. But another Battle VIP pass here for Sean, which is great to see. We want to see as much of an established board as possible here for Sean. So what do you think is the strategy we're going to be seeing over from Alec's side of the field? Is it going to be kind of the same thing that we saw in the last game from Alec? Like everything kind of went swimmingly there, huh?
Yeah, I feel like Alec's just going to try and lead with Iron Hand CX once again. If there's a Comfey in the active spot, if there's a Giratina using a Beast Seeking for some reason, then we'll probably lead with a Lugia V-Star attack to knock it out. But I think the biggest hurdle for Alex will be getting through Path to a Peak, which will now be down on turn 1 and will probably also be down on turn 2 in case he needs to use an ability such as Luminion to get the Professor Burnett. And another issue is Alec doesn't have a great way to deal with a Giratina V-Star. He has no way to one-shot it. He does play the Radiant Charizard, but no choice build, so that could be problematic.
Yeah, and we see 2 Giratina V down right now on Sean's side of the field. We saw another flower selecting as well, adding another card into the Lost Zone there for Sean after the hard retreat off that first Comfey. Getting rid of that Jet Energy into the discard pile. Pretty solid start here for Sean, especially compared to last game. We're back over to Alec now playing the old great ball here.
Yeah, does find the Luminion V, but with that Path to the Peak in play could be not very useful, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are 2 cards in the Lost Zone for Sean, so there is a universe where he could potentially get up to 7 if he finds a 3rd Comfey and then gets Colress plus triple Comfey. And so Alec needs to know that he's at risk of that and would ideally like to bench another Lugia V just in case.
Well, the new Great Ball, not going to be seen there, but you see it over on the screen. You look at the top 7 cards and you just choose a Pokemon from there and reveal it. It was that Drapion V here for Alec coming out off that. Mesagoza is going to hit here with a Heads, bringing out an Archeops for Alec.
Yeah, very nice flip there. Now, Sean doesn't really mind that Mesagoza because he is holding another Path to a Peak, so that's one less stadium Alec will have to counter that second one. So even though it was heads, and Sean doesn't like to see that, he doesn't mind that stadium counter being utilized preemptively in this first turn.
That completely makes sense here. Alec is going to have to bump that stadium to get things rolling here, unlock those abilities once again that were being shut down. We're going to see another Archeops come out off of that Ultra Ball straight into an Earthen Vessel as well. Wait, the Earthen Vessel is discarding the Archeops?
Yep, the Earthen Vessel will discard the Archeops, allow Alec to find that Fire Energy to be able to utilize Read the Wind, which gives him extra draw power this turn to help set up. And usually as Lugia, you don't expect, or as any deck, you don't expect your Giratina V-Star to have like a super explosive start into the 7 cards in the Lost Zone, but it is a possibility that Alec needs to consider. I mean, if he doesn't have another Lugia V, there's nothing he can do about it, but it's important to be aware of that. Yeah, and he does have the Lugia V,
I was going to say, there's Lugia V in hand right now for Alec, and looks like it's about to join the field. Looks like there's some contemplation there, but gonna bench the Lugia V straight into an Iono. Now both players' hands gonna go to the bottom of their deck after being shuffled up here. Drawing into as many prize cards as you have. Just offering the cut, of course, first. We're gonna see some more cards. Shaking things up here, Pablo, in our round 9 for both our players.
Yeah, now another Great Ball being played, Pumpkaboo found, so does have the Path counter, which is fantastic for next turn. And that Iono took away the Path to a Peak from Sean, but did grant him a Colress, so decent exchange.
Give and take, give and take,
exactly. I think Sean, seeing this setup, seeing how Alec already has the Path counter, and the fact that he cannot attack Alec's hand, he does not play any form of Iono or Judge or anything like that. It's going to be all about Sean trying to initiate that prize trade before Alec does with their Iron Hands.
Yeah, you got to get ahead of the game here for Sean, especially being down a game as well. It's 0-1 right now. And if Alec wins another one, going to be taking that 2-0 and a 6-1 record into day 2. Double turbo energies hitting the discard pile here.
Yep, read the wind for a few extra cards, and now it's on Sean to make something happen. Does have the third Comfey to bench there, does have the Colress, so can Sean start taking prizes here? That is the big question.
We're going to see if we can get there, Pablo. We're starting off with that Colress's Experiment here. 5 cards, 2 to the Lost Zone,
Yep.
3 to the hand.
Battle VIP Pass and Nespel hitting the Lost Zone, now up to 4. I think the big card missing right now is Giratina V-Star.
Why is that always eluding
it's
us,
always,
Pablo?
yeah. I mean, these decks don't play any sort of Ultra Wall or anything like that.
Yeah.
They do leave it up to the fact that they see so many cards, you'll eventually find it, right? But
One
it's
day.
never guaranteed, right?
Yes.
And whiffing it at the wrong time could also be problematic.
Absolutely. We've seen that already today in
Yep.
our Giratina V decks. And honestly, we could have seen it. We probably would have seen it last game as well because one went to the Lost Zone. And yeah, it was looking sticky there too. One was in the prize cards, but 5 cards now in the Lost Zone here.
That's one way to find Giratina V-Star. Use Mesa
Mesagoza.
Yeah, there it is. So I think now Sean has maybe missing a few switching cards to be able to do this. Does have a Jet Energy, so I actually one switch card. No, I think needs 2 ways to switch, right? They're at 5. They need to get 2 more cards in the Lost Zone with the 2 other Comfies. They do have a switch in hand, so maybe they can do it and get this first KO. That would be really good to see for Sean here.
Yeah, that would be very dominant compared to.
Yeah, this would be like BDIF sort of
Yes,
plays,
this
right?
would be, Paolo. That's true. This would be indeed. We'll have to see what Sean is able to do here. We're going to see a concealed cards, discarding that energy, drawing into 2 cards. Oh, did see Mirage Gate and a Grass Energy, I believe.
Yeah.
So where the draws off that concealed cards. There we go. Jet Energy going to bring this Comfey up into the active position for another flower selecting. We're going to see that 6th card going into the Lost Zone in just a minute here for Sean.
Yeah, I think that attachment of the Jet Energy takes away the option unless Sean finds another switching card, because he did find 2 Mirage Gates, but yeah, oh no, he has the switch in hand, so he can pull this off. This gets him to 7 in the Lost Zone, and then with the double Mirage Gate, he can power up a Giratina V after you switch. Yeah, that does it.
Hard retreat, easy peasy. Comfey jumping out, Comfey jumping in. That's going to get us our 7th card here into the Lost Zone. It's going to be an escape rope on the top there for Sean.
Yeah.
And then now, yeah, Mesagoza, huge help this turn. I'm sure Alec not super happy about that, but hey, you play it and it's a stadium. That's between both players.
Yep.
Fair game here.
Yeah,
Mirage
exactly.
Gate, exactly. Mirage Gate is going to be played here to bring out these energy for Sean as well. And everything is looking up here.
Ooh.
This is a very dominant turn here for Sean. I'm sure so happy to see it. Feeling good going into this game 2. Still 30 minutes left on the clock too, so plenty of time here between both of these players.
Oh, but I think Sean might not have any Grass Energy left in his
What?
deck, and he already attached that Jet Energy for turn, so
Pablo, no.
that attack will not be possible. He has 1 Grass Energy in his hand currently. 1 might have hit the Lost Zone, or 1 might have been discarded, 1 might have been prized. So
You're right. Wait, are we still doing
unfortunate
the
for
Mirage Gate
Sean.
right now?
Yeah, we're still doing the Mirage Gate.
That's what's happening.
Maybe that card. I'm not sure.
That is a bummer. Do you think it was played not knowing that the grass was in hand? Oh no, was the wrong pile picked up? What happened?
I don't know what is happening. Like, I know Sean put the Grass Energy that he had in his hand, put it like separated, like, oh dang, it's not in the deck.
Yes.
I don't know what this card is right now, which is probably the debate they are having. If it's a grass, that was just part of Sean's hand, and it's no
Yeah,
big
maybe
deal.
we'll need to verify that or quick quick check here between our players.
Yep. And then once we have the information for you, we'll be able to tell you exactly what is going on here. But
Yeah, it looks like they're probably going to rewind just to double check, as
Yeah.
there's a bunch of piles of cards.
Yep.
At the moment.
I believe,
So-
yeah. I mean, I'm fairly sure, but of course the judges will determine this. That card is a grass energy that Sean was just very sad that was in his hand instead of in the deck, because then that took away the option for him to be able
We
to
were sad too.
take this
We were
KO.
sad too, Pablo, seeing
Yeah.
that. Like, no, that's not what you want to see there.
Yeah.
It was all looking up for a little bit
Yeah,
there,
it was
Pablo.
looking like the dream turn,
Yeah,
right?
we hit a couple bumps in the road there.
Yeah. Now I did miss. There must have been at least one grass in the prize cards, and then probably another one that got lost on, because the deck usually plays at minimum 3, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we were talking about in the beginning, about the importance of price checking, knowing where exactly your energies are, so that these mistakes are avoided, so that you don't go, oh, yeah, those moments that
Yes.
I'm sure
Oh, those are the worst.
every player can identify themselves with. You go, oh, well.
Whoop.
Yep.
And you were just talking about this too, Pablo, because you're saying it's so important to keep track of your energy. It's very pivotal in every matchup, but especially when you're playing a Lost Box deck. But it looks like these players are back in action here. We're completing this Mirage Gate, but not going to have a grass energy, which is going to be required here for Sean. Just going to be a water and a psychic being placed out onto the field.
Yeah, so I'm fairly certain there is a grass in the lost zone. I don't know if the third one is in the discard pile or in the prize cards, but yeah, that card to the side was just the grass that Sean was holding that unfortunately he's not able to attach at all, as we see it right in the back of their hand. So
Yeah, Jet Energy was already attached, and it looks like we're going to have a 2-minute time extension between these players as well. So a little bit of a hiccup there, but still, Sean is pretty established here. But I guess if you're sitting on Alex's side of the field now, Pablo, is there a better opening now that there was a little bit of a lackluster ending to that turn on Sean's side?
certainly, I mean, we've talked about the price map, right, so much, and about this like 2-2-2 3-turn clock that you want to put your opponent in, and now Alec gets to do that. Yeah, as long as he has access to the Iron Hands and the Lightning Energy, he's able to take 2 prizes on this Comfey, potentially get 2 more eventually on the other Comfey with the other Iron Hands, and then find a way to knock out a Giratina V-Star for their 6 prizes. Now, that's easier said than done, of course. Based on Alec powering up the Lugia V-Star, we could also just see a simple boss KO a Giratina V, probably the one with Psychic Energy, not the one with Water, as it's more crucial. And then you're the one that has the initiative, right? Your opponent can return KO, but as long as Alec keeps getting 2 prizes each turn, they will win the game. Yeah, so now Sean could have been in that situation had a Grass Energy been in his deck.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity now for Alec to slow the momentum down from Sean's side of the field. And that could be the edge that you need to take the rest of this game home. So we'll see if Alec is able to do that this turn. But thank you very much. That Iron Hands coming down here as well, getting those energies accelerated to it. This is the same turn that we saw that Summoning Star to get those Archeops that are accelerating the energies now with that Primal Turbo ability. So things are lining up here for Alec.
Yeah, now we are missing that Lightning Energy, which cannot be fetched by Archeops, right? So we are going to see the boss KO on the Giratina, as we just saw, and that will definitely be Alec getting that 2 prize initiative. Yeah, that 2-2-2 prize map. Now it's on Sean to be able to respond, and this V-Guard energy is going to be very difficult for Sean to get through, or will require the V-Star, which ideally you want to save for a future situation.
Yeah, you're talking about the protection of that V-Guard energy being so pivotal here for Alec. We're going to see that very soon here. So the prize map has started on Alec's side of the field. 2 prize cards down, tasting a 2-0 victory already. Going to Sean's side now, just 1 Giratina V, and Alec did take out the Giratina V that had the Psychic attached to, so the one with Water is currently in play now. Looks like we had the concealed cards already drawn for this turn. 2 extra cards from the deck here for Sean. And what is the hand looking like for Sean? I saw that Chorus's experiment, but we're going to start off with the flower selecting.
Yeah, I mean, Sean pretty much has everything he
That's
could
big.
possibly want. He has a huge hand. Now, he is using cards and is risking drawing energy, which will then make the Mirage Gate
Even harder, yeah.
potentially less good if he draws a lot of them. I don't think he has a lot of energy left in the deck anyways, but you definitely don't want to see those energies. I think he might be digging for a Super Rod here to be able to replenish his deck with energies, make that Mirage Gate more effective, perhaps put the Giratina V back so that he can use it later down the line.
Yeah.
And he can get to 10 cards in Lost Zone to use the V-Star on the Lugia, but that Iron Hand's looking very threatening right now.
Yeah, that is scary to be eyeing down here for Sean. We're going to see 8 cards now in the Lost Zone for Sean after that flower selecting there. And now we're seeing the brain power really start to kick in here. You have an entire hand of cards that you have to figure out. How do I sequence things? What am I doing this turn? Identify everything that's is in your deck, is in your Lost Zone. It's a lot to think about. But Pokegear 3.0 is going to start us off here. Going to find a supporter here for Sean.
Yep, now Sean being really, really careful. And I like this potential boss play. Go after the Iron Hands before the Iron Hands takes down any of your Comphase or your Greninja, because the Lugia, as long as there isn't a Giratina V in play, there's only the V-Star, can't get a 2-prize KO, whereas Giratina V-Star will be able to. So this is how Sean can potentially revert this less than ideal situation he's in. So it makes sense that he didn't go for the colorless play. He was holding the counter catcher, and we are going to see the switch into another flower select to keep building that Lost Zone, probably looking for that Super Rod.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 cards here now for Sean. Have to make another, looks like, difficult decision, seeing as though the card didn't just fly straight into the Lost Zone here.
Now, this is something I run into with a lot of players that I talk to or that I coach. It's they're always like, oh, the decisions are always so difficult with Giratina V-Star. I'm always lost zoning good cards. And it's like, well, you only play good cards in your deck. You're not going to play bad cards on purpose so that you have an easier time with the Lost Zone, right?
True. Oh, well, we do see the Super Rod here now for Sean. Yeah, it was kind of difficult because it was off of the screen there, but Mirage Gate hitting that Lost Zone. Super Rod going to be able to recycle some stuff back into the deck here. We'll see what Sean chooses. So far, the Giratina V and those 2 energy now going back into the deck.
Yeah, no grass from the discard pile, which does confirm that the grass was prized. The other grass is here, and the last grass is in the hand. So always super important. Sean did have the information. As long as he had checked his prize cards correctly, he probably should have known that there was no grass available, as 1 was Lost Zone and 1 was in the hand. So we're going to see that second Giratina V get set up, which, I mean, now Sean probably obligated to take down the Lugia V-Star to just force Alec to find Boss plus Lightning to take 2 prizes, rather than if Sean had just not benched this Giratina V right now, Alec would have and gone after the Iron Hands, Alec would have no way to get 2 prize cards, and that's how you can potentially disrupt the prize trade.
Well, that Giratina V here on the bench now with those 2 energy already on it. The attachment of that grass that was in the hand. Gonna evolve into this Giratina V-Star for Sean. Just 1 turn too late. We just were missing the grass last time, but now able to attack with this Giratina V-Star on this turn.
I know, looks like Sean eyeing up the boss's orders, which I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I'm really not a fan because he benched this Giratina V. So now Alec only needs a boss to knock out that Giratina V, get another 2 prize cards. If you don't bench that, just hold off on it 1 turn, Alec cannot get 2 prize cards. So a little bit preemptive, but we'll have to see. I mean, having just a raw boss's orders is not necessarily easy. However, Alec does play 4 copies of boss's orders, I just noticed.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Luminion as well.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, true. We did see the Luminion in the last game as well. But oh my goodness. So Sean is going to use that Lost Impact there. Those 2 energy going into the Lost Zone, stacking that up as well. And we're now over onto Alec's side after that Iron Hands goes down, capturing Aroma, hitting a Tails. That means we're going to see a basic Pokemon here for Alec.
And now eyeing up the Mew, which Mew can also be used to take down
True,
Giratina
yeah.
V-Star. So never mind, Alec
Oh
always
my
had the
goodness.
opportunity to take 2 prizes without needing boss's orders.
Oh, it's so brutal just to watch. Oh, not only is this Pokemon coming down, but the energy is coming out
Yep.
with it because my Archeops. I just forgot how like cool it is to watch Lugia V-Star in action, you know? You could see why it was such a dominant deck because the attributes of this deck, when they all come together, leads to so much power and so much force. And now we're seeing that over here on Alec's side, but with some new inclusions of Pokemon. That Mew EX coming down straight away with some energy attached. Both those Archeops now being used, the attachment for turn, or actually that may have just been a double turbo from that too.
No, the double turbo was from Primal
From
Turbo.
the
That lightning
Primal Turbo,
energy
yeah.
is the
That's what I was
attachment
thinking.
for turn, along
Yeah.
with an Iono, which will take away Sean's humongous hand.
Yeah, so you got everything you need and disruption for your opponent as well. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Iono here for both of our players. They're shuffling up their current hands. As you can see, Sean's was huge, so Alec going to take a second to cut that, and both our players are going to draw into 4 cards here for each of their prize cards.
Yeah, now Alec pretty content with that because he does have that gift energy to protect him from low card hands, and chooses to Lost Zone this double turbo by copying Lost Impact, which doesn't have 2 Lost Zone energies attached to any, like, your active Pokemon. So
Yeah.
Alec in commanding position right now. Sean sitting back onto his chair, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. If you copy the attack, you still have to copy the effect too. But it's just funny
Yep.
that the double turbo counts
Yeah,
for
that covers
2.
it perfectly well, yeah.
That is awesome here. Alec swimming right now. Or I guess flying, huh? Flying away with this match currently. Sean put on the back foot here now. Going to start off this turn with a Super Rod. Getting that Giratina V-Star, the grass energy that
Yep.
is so important at the moment. And, of course, the psychic energy back shuffled into the deck. That's going to start things off. Did you take a look at the hand here? All of those Iono cards are now getting shuffled around as well for Sean.
Yeah, I think Sean was definitely holding on to a lot of really good cards in that previous hand, and
Yes.
this one's not anything special. So this shuffle, very important, along with the crucial grass energy that you mentioned just
Yeah.
now, as I don't think Sean was able to grab the grass energy of the prize cards. It was Cramorant and Giratina V-Star.
Wow.
So only access to 1. Getting that second Super Rod, definitely very lucky break for Sean, but now needs a really good flower select here. Ooh, and that's it.
Oh, what is it, Pablo? I
There's
didn't
I
see.
believe there's at least a Colress. I don't know what the other card is. It might be a Roxanne, and that's why we're hesitating.
Yeah, hesitating maybe.
No, it's
Oh,
just a
okay.
Path to Peak. All right.
Path
yeah.
to the Peak.
That was definitely an easy choice. Path to Peak, its usefulness is long gone at this point.
Yep, hitting the Lost Zone there. Sean gonna opt for that Colress's Experiment that has so much more utility here, and gonna jump straight into it as well. We're experimenting in the lab now here for Sean. 5 cards, 3 to the hands. Anything of major value here, Pablo, you're seeing?
I mean, found the Giratina V-Star that he needs. I think he found a switch card as well to continue digging. Cramorant and Nespel gonna hit the Lost Zone, but Sean really needs to find a Mirage Gate to go along with
Yeah.
what he has right now. If he's able to respond to this Mew EX, he'll be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, we need to see some energy.
Yep.
Switch cart's gonna help with that. We're gonna see another flower selecting. Let's see if Sean can hit that Mirage Gate.
Yeah, the Mirage Gate is the key card to hit here. Can conceal cards as well, but he would need another switching card. Ooh, double Giratina V-Star choice, I believe, right there.
Oh my
Not the
gosh.
cards
So
you
not
wanna
really
see.
much choice, huh?
Yep.
One of your Giratina V-Star. They always seem to end up somehow in the Lost Zone at some point in time. And concealed cards is going to be it here for Sean. Was it able to be drawn into? I don't see it. The Mirage Gates eluding Sean here in this turn. Just going to be a switch.
Yep, has
Wow,
another
another
last
flower
chance
selecting.
with the flower selecting. Yep.
Let's see what we get. 2 cards here. 1 goes to the hands.
Nope.
Oh, it looks
Comfey
so
and Colress, and even if he flower selects for a 4th time, it's just not gonna be good enough. So
Yeah.
now Alec 1 boss away from closing this game. Yep, Sean not in a great spot. No Mirage Gate available for him this turn.
Best deck in format quotations.
Yeah, best second format asterisk, right?
Yes. Exactly. Oh, I feel like this has been the story. I feel like I would have said I like casting Giratina V-Star, but we've had such a difficult time all day with it. Not only on stream, but I'm sure it's happening in the field as well for our players. Path to the Peak is going to come out, but as you said, Pablo,
a little
not
too late.
Yeah, a little too late indeed here. That Path to the Peak. Just going to be an energy attachment here now for Sean onto that Giratina V-Star.
Yep, and not much else. Alec one boss away. The path does stop a potential minion.
Shows
There's
the
boss. Immediately gets the knockout, and yep, not the best showing for Giratina V-Star. Alec Geisler walking away into day 2 with Lugia V-Star.
Flying into day 2,
Flying
Pablo.
into day 2,
Flying
pardon me.
into day 2. Alec Geisler taking things home. A deck we haven't seen in quite a while here, but coming out strong, making it into day 2 here for Alec Geisler. Sean put up such a good battle too, but it just was not enough. Giratina V-Star could not prove to be strong enough here once again on our stream. So unfortunate to see. This is a throwback here to our game of 1 between these players. We were talking about how dominant this game was for Alec. Sean just could not do anything here. Even with that Mesa Goza in play, top decks just had nothing to do here, unfortunately. And chose to scoop up game 1 and just head into a game 2.
Yeah, very uneventful game 1 into a pretty almost picture perfect game 2, except that unfortunate oversight of the fact that the grass energy was not available. Yeah, so always super crucial to check your prize cards when playing Giratina V-Star. And now I kept pointing out that Giratina V on the bench. It made a lot more sense when we saw the Mew EX get played down.
Yes,
and who was able to copy with genome hacking that Giratina V-Star attack, and then Sean unfortunately not finding that Mirage Gate 2 probably put himself in a very good spot, honestly.
Yeah, there were some unfortunate turns of events there for Sean. I guess Giratina V-Star's motto should be no grass, no gas. You know, Pablo? Can't do it.
No grass, no gas indeed. And then Alec just holding the boss, which with 4
Flashing
copies,
it.
right? You're maximizing your
true.
chances of having it at the right time. And what better time to have it than when you're
the wink.
in your win and in.
Yeah, in your winning in, taking you into a day 2 now here for Alec. We saw the nice little wink there at the end. Congratulations to Alec making it into day 2 with a 2-0 as well.
Yeah.
That's awesome. With Lugia V-Star, throwback to our last Knoxville Regional Championship. So awesome way to end our day, our matches here in day 1. I hope you all had a fantastic time today in all of our matches. Pablo, I had a blast casting with you.
Likewise, Boo. And definitely casting both Lugia V-Star and Rayquaza VMAX was not in my bingo card for the day.
I was not expecting that at all. But I will say, Lugia V-Star, seeing that again, and I mean, there was one point I just sat back in my chair, was like, wow, like this deck is amazing. And then also to see the utility of the Mew EX as well is so cool because, you know, we kind of saw it when it first came out, being slotted into decks, maybe just for some extra draw support. We didn't really get to see a lot of utilization of the genome hacking, but as you can see there, it has a lot of utility in some of these matchups, and it really paid off there for Alec versus that Giratina V-Star. So that was also cool to see the cute little Mew getting some action in there.
Yeah, and now I believe we have our winners interview ready to go, so let's hear from Alec himself.
Thanks, Boo and Pablo. I'm here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, making it into day 2, flying high with Lugia V-Star, Alec Geisler. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling, man?
I started this tournament 1-2. My opening hand against Block was Lone Pumpkaboo, so I just didn't even put out prize cards. So I thought my day was horrible. I switched to it 5 minutes back. You know, I felt comfortable. You know, obviously 22nd in San Antonio, just lost winning into Charlotte, and now be back here after starting 1-2 just felt so good.
Yeah, I actually spoke to you in San Antonio, talked about the deck. You got top 32. You told me that you didn't really have time to test before that event, and so you were just like, I'm going to play something I've played before, Lugia V-Star.
Yeah.
Something that hasn't been super popular in the meta up to this point. But obviously, the top 32 finish probably leads you into, wanting to play it for this event.
Yeah.
Is that what made you feel like it was still a strong call?
Yeah, I mean, yet again, I don't really have time to test. I work 40 hours a week, stuff like that, adult stuff. So it's like, I didn't really have time to test. And ever since Iron Hands came out, my friend Brandon Salazar sent a Lugia list in the chat. I was like, all right, screw it, I'm gonna keep playing this. And it's just been cool ever since. It's like, there are too broken of cards not to play, even though the meta is just like, it sometimes doesn't fit for it. Like in San Antonio, Miraidon was like 12% of the meta, and I hit 0, and I still haven't hit one since since the beginning of San Antonio. So I think it's like 34 rounds since I haven't hit a Miraidon.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be playing Lugia V-Star, that's definitely a stat you want to have in your back pocket for sure. And I have to imagine as well, like leading into this event, we've seen a lot more of the Lost Zone decks creep up. It feels like Lugia's always had a pretty solid time against Giratina, and then the other Lost Zone decks becoming more popular feels like it's been favorable for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I sit down across from a Comfy deck, I feel very confident going into it, just because Iron Hands is so strong of an attacker. Like, if they go first, they only get 1 in Lost Zone. They can't really respond. They get to maybe 4 or 5. They could get to 7 if they draw really hot. If they go second, I mean, yeah, they can get to 4 and then they cram your Lugia, but you just don't care because you have a clean Iron Hands in the active, and then you just kind of trade back and forth. But I don't know. I think Iron Hands is just so good of an attacker that it's so you can power it up in 1 turn. It's not like you have to whiff E-generators to attack it up or anything. So
for sure. Talk to me about Charizard, because I feel like that's one that is another reason that Lugia has fallen out of the meta a little bit. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
So back in San Antonio, I played Shaman, but I did not play Cobalion, and that was the biggest regret of my life because I didn't know about Cobalion until I was sitting in the hotel room at 3 in the morning. It just popped in my head. I was like, oh my god. So because you can Shaman at 2 prices instead of 3, which is a lot easier. I cut the Shaman just because I thought, if Zard high rolls, they just win. It doesn't really matter. You can mute them at 4 with the Cobalion. A lot of the time, they have to put Rotom out, so you still have lines. So, they have to put Rotom. You can Tempest Dive it, and then they can't really respond to a Lugia V-Star either. And if they evolve all their babies, I mean, congratulations. I mean, really. So, I mean, Charizard, it can be a 50-50 matchup. I got high rolled by 1. I mean, it was Andrew Martin. He's a regional winner. Very good player, don't get me wrong, but put it very well. I forgot about Radiant Zard and Choice Belt, so it's kind of hard matchup anyway, as is. But it can be there. I mean, if you have the lines for it and they don't draw optimally, but yeah, it can be there.
Yeah, makes sense. So 6-2-1 heading into day 2. Congratulations once again. To make a deep tournament run here, what do you think it's going to take?
Oh, man. I feel like I'm pretty favored into the meta as is. I'm not going to lie. A lot of Roaring Moon. There's a good amount of Roaring Moon, I'm pretty sure, from what I heard. That's why I added the Cyclozar, if I'm going to be honest, just because it's a pre-retreat 1-prizer. If you put down 2 1-prizers, they can't really rope your Lugia. And I mean, if they catch your heads, great, whatever. But they have to Sada, they can't boss. I feel pretty confident. As you guys saw, the deck runs pretty hot when it goes, so it's going to keep running hot, flying high.
Not a bad plan. Keep running hot and keep flying high. Congratulations, Alec, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. We'll get back to the casters, and yeah, thanks again, once again.
Thanks, Chip.
Thank you so much, Chip and Alec, there for that fantastic interview. Always lovely to hear from our players, but especially our players that are just fresh into a day 2, kind of get to capture those emotions of
very confident, right?
pure
very
joy.
confident.
Yeah, I know. And then we heard not only a lot of information about the deck, the choices of the deck there from Alec, but the confidence going into a day 2, into this particular format. Even giving us some spice text for some of the different matchups. I was waiting though for Alec to do the amp you very much, because he was saying how it was so clutch in so many of his matchups there. But yeah, we got to see it on stream there. Huge congratulations once again for Alec. We're here in Knoxville right now, Pablo. We're wrapping things up in day 1, but this is just a small piece of the Pokemon Road to World Championships, I guess I should say. We're right smack dab in the middle right now of our events. We've had a ton of Pokemon action so far in all of these cities. We're in Knoxville now, but we still have plenty more to go. Anything on this graph here, Pablo, that you are most definitely excited for coming up?
I mean, I feel like London EUIC is definitely a big one, as we have rotation coming up. That's going to
Yes.
be a very big tournament for where the whole world's going to be watching, as we have Knoxville, then we have Vancouver to close out the Paradox Rift format, and then we have
Yep.
Temporal Forces and the F regulation mark format in London. So that's going to be very exciting. And then, of course, that leads into Orlando, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, and New Orleans, which should be very nice to see with the new format and see how things play out and how things shake up.
Yes, I love when the culmination of a new format ends up on a huge event. That's always amazing. Let's take a look, Pablo, at our predictions that us as casters have made going into this event. Most likely to succeed. Well, I gotta say, one of my picks was just a fan favorites. I wanted them to succeed, that's for sure, but I think I only ran into literally like 3 cloth players. But on the other side of that, Roaring Moon, I would say it's succeeding, Pablo. What do you think?
Oh, certainly. Roaring Moon, you definitely got that one right. I think Chip with Gardevoir EX is also getting that right, very at the top. And then
Honestly, even Wancho with the Pokemon Catcher,
Pokemon Catcher has been making waves, and then Charizard EX, a safe pick.
We haven't even seen your picks yet,
my
Pablo.
pick's definitely very questionable. I might not have gotten it right for this format, but yeah, I think we are ready at the lounge with the other casters
that we see on this graph. Now they're chilling in the lounge. I guess we will take things down to them to close out the rest of this show. Thank you all so much for joining us for that last round.
Thanks a bunch, Boo and Pablo. It's been a great day indeed. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge, joined by Jeremy, Jalen, and Wancho Saldana. Tons of great matches, tons of excellent players as well. Do you guys have a highlight for the day?
Just a lot of Roaring Moon. And then, you know, the one catcher heads, being able to try to close things out, and then the boss's orders to take the game. Pretty good to see. And honestly, just we're still seeing a lot of change in the meta as we go throughout these tournaments.
It's pretty interesting because we are pretty deep into it right now. Wancho, what about you? I have to imagine with one of your caster predictions being the Pokemon Catcher, it's got to be on your list somewhere, right?
No, 100%. The catcher heads was the highlight of my day. So catcher heads, Lugia win. My day is complete. This was the best regional. No, but yeah, there was a ton of fun. It was a lot of fun games for sure. A lot of Roaring Moons. A lot of games really went fast. And that's the type of deck I really enjoy watching. Just seeing all those combo pieces come together. Turn one, take a big knockout. Flip tails, yeah, but yeah, still really fun.
Sometimes you flip heads, though, and that's when things really can go crazy. Well, let's take a look at our Day 2 players. Just a few of them, of course, there's going to be well over 100 players in Day 2 of our competition. These are just a few that have already locked up a spot. I mean, so many regional champions on this list, so many top-tier players. Who's standing out to you, Jeremy?
Well, you have Raymond Long there playing Gardevoir EX. Already won a regionals earlier on in the season with Lost Zone Kyogre, which also has somehow had a resurgence this tournament. And we've seen plenty of that already, a couple of them on stream. Tyler Matthews, of course, is just one of the most consistent players we've had for the past few seasons, playing that Iron Valiant Entei throughout the past few tournaments, and has been doing very consistent with it.
What about you, Wancho? Who's standing out to you?
No, definitely a ton of big names. JW Krewall, so the Pokedad coming back. Maybe with, I don't think it's with Miraidon this time, but it's kind of like a Miraidon deck. And of course, Reagan Retzlav, Azul Garcia Grego. Again, a ton of already regional champions, some IC winners as well. And yeah, just a bunch of big names. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, I think there's 24 players' names on this list, and 13 of them are regional champions. Just did the quick count, and yeah, that's pretty wild. You know, we have tons of top-tier talent, and that's not even including everyone who's playing on win-and-ins right now. I saw that Andrew Hedrick, of course, the defending champion of this tournament, he was playing a win-and-in. Giratina into Kyle Lesnowitz's Snorlax stall, so not sure how it ended up, but
well, he was on the Day 2 players, so I would hope that he won.
I guess he won. Good call. Appreciate that. Yes. So yeah, lots to look forward to in the next day of our competition here. And that's right. Yeah, we're going to have our second day coming up tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. Be sure you're tuning in bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Pacific time or 11:30 here local time in Knoxville. And also be sure to interact with us over on social media. Follow us over there as well. Stay up to date with what's happening in the Pokemon world and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so we can hear from you as well.
Definitely need more Frank Powell pictures for sure. I'm going to get some coaching there. I mean, he mentioned sequencing, and that was very important.
Yeah. Also, of course, make sure you're following us on Twitch. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. You never want to miss one of these regional broadcasts. We looked at the schedule earlier. In addition to this event, there's plenty more coming up through the rest of the season. You are definitely not going to want to miss it. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Our show underway.
Gonna be a lot of Pokemon action. Triple Mirage Gate and the Roaring Moon.
Oh, it is Flamingo.
We got
There
it. 50-50 chance. Let's
There's a switch. There's a Roxanne. Last card.
Oh.
look at this combo. We have both evolutions coming down.
The past is the past, Jeremy. We're talking about this tournament right here.
You're talking about it. Joe's brand to the Lord and finds the Armin. Arceus prevails here.
Has to be that
Torkoal. Wait, what?
Oh, Torkoal? No, Giratina V-Star. No, Giratina V.
Now we need the best of the rest of the rest.
Look, the Pokemon catcher's on the bottom of the deck. It's insane.
Oh, he's going to take it.